Whew. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another show. Yeah, I'm gonna try my best not to fall asleep on this one, so shut up about it. We're gonna rock out for as long as we can without falling asleep. I need a powerful background today. Today, I need to be a powerful background. Who we got in the chat today? Who we got in the chat? We're going to touch on some very touchy things. And I don't know about you, but some of these subjects and subject matter I'm going to play, if you are a logical thinking male, some of the videos I'm going to show you should piss you off. Okay? And I'm going to say this. For all the detractors, I'm hoping you come up here tonight. Because if you want to troll, I'm going to just block you. I'm going to block you. I'm in a mood today. I'm in a real big mood today. I'm not going to be a nice guy. I'm going to be an honorable man. But I'm in a mood. I'm in a damn foul mood. I'm seeing some of the videos I've seen. And I'm going to tell you. If anybody trolls, you got 2 minutes to get on this damn panel, or I'm going to block you forever. Or I'm going to have my mods block you. I am not in a good mood after seeing these videos. I had a very depressing getting out the bed moment. I felt great later on in the day. But I'm going to tell you this one. If you come on here and you about some BS, I'm just gonna tell people, you got 2 minutes to get on the panel, I'm gonna block you. That is it. That is all. What's up, Snowman? I don't even understand why somebody would film themselves saying the stupidity that I've seen. And you wonder why this community should not be saved. It shouldn't. I'm daring the one person who want to troll. If you don't bring your ass on this thing, I'm daring you. Because this shit, this shit is some serious stuff that I'm about to play. And it's ugly. It's very ugly. It's very ugly. I don't even know how anybody can be this ugly to a child. It's beyond me. And I would tell somebody, you need to go to hell if you think this is an acceptable behavior. Sorry, I muted myself. But I'm going to say this. Today is a day that I don't think anybody wants to play with this. Give me a woo if you're in the chat real quick because I need to see something very honestly. I need to see that. I need to see who's in the chat with me. Give me a woo. Because the numbers, I need anybody else in the chat to give me a woo, and I'm doing this for a reason. Because I want to see the numbers. Why are they going up and down so radically? It's kind of funny how all of a sudden now I had 5 people, but now only 2, and it's saying 1. And I really want to see what people's perspective is this. I think there's some ugly, ugly people out there who don't understand the difference between accountability versus trauma. And there's a lot of trauma that goes on. There's too much trauma that goes on. And I'm going to start with this one, because I think this is really ugly. But a lot of people don't know what this guy was saying.
Mom.
This is something I think a lot of black men need to listen to. Let me know if you can hear it. Mr. T. Collins, what's up? Kuma, what's up? And I really want somebody to see it.
My dad didn't want my mom anymore. And he told me this when I was 25. When my dad didn't want my mom anymore, then she made it hard to see us. So that's what happened to that relationship. I remember being mad at my dad.
Because you didn't know the full story, huh?
And then like when I was 25, he told me the whole story. And this is why I just want people to tell the truth. Because my dad told me the whole story, dog. And I'm talking about I didn't have to say a word because like we used to grow up, no food, served sandwiches. We used to grow up with powdered milk. We used to grow up, you understand? Mm-hmm. Christmases. Damn, how did she do that? Right? But when I was 25, my dad told me how she did it. You know, I used to come around with 4,000, and just because I didn't want to be with her, she'd take 3,500, 3,800 and just send me on the way with 200. He won't let me see y'all. He told me the real side. And like I said, I don't blame my mom because she was doing what she was doing that she thought, right? But that just took years away from my dad. And when he told me the real story at 25, I got mad at my mom.
But did you ask her, when you talk to your mom, say, Mom, this is what Dad told me? Is that what happened when I didn't see him as a child? What did she say to you, Mike?
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
What woman in your life is able to take accountability?
You got a point, Mike.
They all wear makeup, right?
You got a point, Mike.
Huh?
You got a good point, Mike. Accountability is hard sometimes for women.
Yeah, so that led to me and my mom not talking to her for 3 years.
Oh,
and then I found out she had cancer, and then she died a year later. And then her world laughed at me for that, so I don't want to talk about that.
First of all, that's Michael Beasley, right? I think he still plays in the Big Three now, right? If I'm not mistaken. He's been on a few podcasts, or he's actually on a lot of podcasts or whatever. The one that I know he went viral a few years ago, where he was on the Pivot podcast, if you will. And he broke using emotion. Obviously, this guy's been through trauma like a lot of black men or black boys have been through trauma. And in this particular situation of the mother or the father being alienated because the mother is mad, upset because of whatever, he didn't want to be with her. And it probably could have been a lot of times it's stuff that she does. And there's a few concepts other than parental alienation, karma, and just accountability, as he said, which I probably started it off with the clip. I'm going to try to start it off the clip where he talks about, let me ask you a question. What woman do you know takes accountability? And Shannon's like, you're right. The majority of women aren't accountable for their actions. They blame everyone else. And we've created a society where this is normal. Unfortunately, the mother has all the influence in a lot of children's lives. So their story is what goes if they don't get to hear the part from the father, and they're going to make it difficult because the government allows it to be that way. Even though the father wants to be in the child's life. Imagine the emotional damage being done to the father. And I've been in a situation personally, I told you guys about it, where with my daughter, where I couldn't see her for, what was it, like 8 months, I think, because the mother was just upset because I had moved on. Even though she was pregnant, but I think she went and got pregnant on purpose. But she wouldn't let me see my daughter. And I hadn't done anything. She just one day was just like, no, you're not seeing her.
My dad didn't want my mom anymore. And he told me this when I was 25. When my dad didn't want my mom anymore, then she made it hard to see us. So that's what happened to that relationship.
I want you to
I remember being mad at my dad.
Because you didn't know the full story, huh?
And then like when I was 25, he told me the whole story. And this is why I just want people to tell the truth. Because my dad told me the whole story, dog. And I'm talking about I didn't have to say a word because like We used to grow up, no food, served sandwiches. We used to grow up with powdered milk. We used to grow up, you understand? Christmases. Damn, how did she do that? Right? But when I was 25, my dad told me how she did it. Y'all used to come around with 4,000, just because I didn't want to be with her, she'd take 3,500, 3,800 and just send me on the way with 200. Won't let me see y'all. He told me the real side. And like I said, I don't blame my mom because she was doing what she was doing that she thought, right? But that just took years away from my dad. And when he told me the real story at 25, I got mad at my mom.
But did you ask her, when you talk to your mom, say, Mom, this is what Dad told me? Is that what happened when I didn't see him as a child? What did she say to you, Mike?
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
What woman in your life is able to take accountability?
You got a point, Mike.
They all wear makeup, right?
You got a point, Mike.
Huh?
You got a good point, Mike. Accountability is hard sometimes for women.
Yeah, so that led to me and my mom not talking to her for 3 years. And then I found out she had cancer, and then she died a year later. And then her world laughed at me for that, so I don't want to talk about that.
First of all, that's Michael Beasley, right? I think he still plays in the big three now, right? If I'm not mistaken. He's been on a few podcasts, or he's actually on a lot of podcasts or whatever. The one that I know he went viral a few years ago, where he was on the Pivot podcast, if you will. And he broke using emotion. Obviously, this guy's been through trauma like a lot of black men or black boys have been through trauma. And in this particular situation of the mother or the father being alienated because the mother is mad, upset because of whatever, he didn't want to be with her. And it probably could have been a lot of times it's stuff that she does. And there's a few concepts other than parental alienation, karma, and just accountability, as he said, which I probably started it off with the clip. I'm going to try to start it off the clip where he talks about, let me ask you a question. What woman do you know takes accountability? And Shannon's like, you're right. The majority of women aren't accountable for their actions. They blame everyone else. And we've created a society where this is normal. Unfortunately, the mother has all the influence in a lot of children's lives. So their story is what goes if they don't get to hear the part from the father, and they're going to make it difficult because the government allows it to be that way. Even though the father wants to be in the child's life. Imagine the emotional damage being done to the father. And I've been in a situation personally, I told you guys about it, where with my daughter, where I couldn't see her for, what was it, like 8 months, I think, because the mother was just upset because I had moved on. Even though she was pregnant, but I think she went and got pregnant on purpose. But she wouldn't let me see my daughter. And I hadn't done anything. She just one day was just like, nah, you're not seeing her.
My dad didn't want my mom anymore. And he told me this when I was 25.
Make sure to look at this shit.
When
Think about that. Lied. I'm going to show you something else that disturbed me. Where is it?
You just don't listen. You just gonna be a nasty, funky, dirty ass little girl, and you ain't gonna be nothing in life. Nothing in life. Nothing. Just nothing. No, you're not. You would not. You're gonna be you're gonna be just like your family on the other side. Low down, retarded, nothing. Yeah, you will. You slow and retarded. You dumb little girl. You just dumb. Just dumb. Just dumb. You're gonna be nothing in this world. Nothing. No, you won't. You just don't listen. You just gonna be a nasty, funky, dirty ass little girl, and you ain't gonna be nothing in life. Nothing in life. Nothing. Just nothing. No, you're not. You would not. You're gonna be you're gonna be just like your family on the other side. Low down, retarded, nothing. Yeah, you will. You slow and retarded. You dumb little girl. You just dumb. Just dumb. Just dumb. You're gonna be nothing in this world. Nothing. No, you won't. You just don't listen. You just gonna be a nasty, funky, dirty ass little girl, and you ain't gonna be nothing in life. Nothing in life.
Let it keep playing.
Nothing.
Let it keep playing.
Just nothing. No, you're not.
If you motherfuckers are not angry about this,
you're gonna be you're gonna be just like your family on the other side.
I'm gonna play it again.
Low down, retarded, nothing. Yeah, you will. You slow and retarded. You dumb little girl. You just dumb. Just dumb. Just dumb. You're gonna be nothing in this world. Nothing. No, you won't. You just don't listen. You just gonna be a nasty, funky, dirty ass little girl, and you ain't gonna be nothing in life. Nothing in life. Nothing. Just nothing. No, you're not. You will not. You're gonna be just you're gonna be just like your family on the other side. Low down, retarded, nothing.
Nope. Don't turn away.
Yeah, you will.
This again.
You slow and retarded. You dumb little girl. You just dumb. Just dumb. Just dumb. You're gonna be nothing in this world. Nothing.
We'll play this again.
No, you won't. You just don't listen. You just gonna be a nasty, funky, dirty ass little girl, and you ain't gonna be nothing in life. Nothing in life. Nothing. Just nothing. No, you're not. You will not.
You're not pissed off now.
You're gonna be just you're gonna be just like your family on the other side. Low down, retarded, nothing. Yeah, you will. You slow and retarded. You dumb little girl. You just dumb. Just dumb. Just dumb. You're gonna be nothing in this world. Nothing. No, you won't. You just don't listen. You just gonna be a nasty, funky, dirty ass little girl, and you ain't gonna be nothing in life.
Yeah.
Nothing in life.
Yeah.
Nothing. Just nothing. No, you're not. You will not. You're gonna be just you're gonna be just like your family on the other side. Low down, retarded, nothing. Yeah, you will. You slow and retarded. You dumb little girl. You just dumb. Just dumb. Just dumb. You're gonna be nothing in this world. Nothing. No, you won't.
Just in case you want to know, my comment was right here. This was on Dr. T's page. You can't see the print. If you can't see the print, I'll read it for you. Okay, I'm going to go in. Number 1, words have power, so be very careful because your words have the power of life and death. Your words can make your child feel as powerful as Superman or be their kryptonite. Be careful what you say to your children because they will go out of their way to make that a self-fulfilling prophecy. Number 2, it's supposed to be this bitch, that bitch, excuse me. Number 2, that bitch is evil incarnate. To truly call her anything but a bitch would truly be an erroneous statement. If you want to destroy your child, if you want to make your girl into a 304 whore or convert your son into the criminal element, give him an evil, bitter, self-absorbed, narcissistic, destructive, unaccountable, irresponsible, insufferable, mentally unstable curmudgeon of a single mother. That one entity is more destructive than a nuclear weapon. Now, class, how did it make you feel and how did it make you think? Please put your comments. Nope, I've never heard of that content creator. Because I'm going to tell you, it pissed me off. It pissed me off. And I could get why it feels numbing. That should be called child abuse. But you got some motherfuckers out there who thinks this behavior is normal. She blames the side that doesn't want to deal with her. I keep saying this, a father's first job is to protect the child from the mother. And I got this off of Dr. T's Facebook page. I'm going to tell you. Some of us are used to this shit. Some of us are horrified. But I'll constantly have a motherfucker and tell me this is not black household normal. Just tell me that. Tell me this isn't black household normal. I'll wait. I want you motherfuckers to come up here tonight. I'd rather have a detractor come up here than a goddamn panel. Please make my wish come true. You heard of Make a Wish Foundation? Make a niggas wish foundation, please. Please. I beg of you so I can embarrass you. I truly do. I beg of you. I beg of you. She might as well just say you ain't gonna be shit. I wish you were never born. I beg of you. Okay, gynocracy, where's the outrage? Okay, gynocracy, where's the outrage? Where's the outrage, gynocracy? Oh no, we're not dropping the link yet. Got to do my soliloquy. Oh no. No. I'm giving somebody the motherfucking chance to be a detractor and tell me where the fuck we got this shit wrong. I purposely let that shit play over and over and over and over. But let some bitch be like, maybe she's don't you make a fucking excuse for it. I'm tired of the black community normalizing stupidity, normalizing child abuse. We're the only community that brags about, my mama beat me with extension cords. My mama beat me with racetrack. My mama beat me with a pipe. She broke a broom over my head. Fucking idiots. It's fucking idiots. I just want to see it. I want to see this shit. I want someone to really go and tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me. Tell me where I'm wrong. What's going on? I'm waiting. Nobody wants to admit that we failed these motherfuckers. We failed these children, man. We failed them. Look at the first dude. We failed. That's all we are. We're just a bunch of failures.
My dad didn't want my mom anymore. And he told me this when I was 25. When my dad didn't want my mom anymore, then she made it hard to see us. So that's what happened to that relationship. I remember being mad at my dad.
Because you didn't know the full story, huh?
And then like when I was 25, he told me the whole story. And this is why I just want people to tell the truth. Because my dad told me the whole story, dog. And I'm talking about I didn't have to say a word because like we used to grow up, no food, served sandwiches. We used to grow up with powdered milk. We used to grow up, you understand? Mm-hmm. Christmases. Damn, how did she do that? Right? But when I was 25, my dad told me how she did it. Y'all used to come around with 4,000. And just because I didn't want to be with her, she'd take 3,500, 3,800 and just send me on the way with 200. It won't let me see y'all. He told me the real side. And like I said, I don't blame my mom because she was doing what she was doing that she thought, right? But that just took years away from my dad. And when he told me the real story at 25, I got mad at my mom.
But did you ask her, when you talk to your mom, say, Mom, this is what Dad told me? Is that what happened when I didn't see him as a child? What did she say to you, Mike?
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
What woman in your life is able to take accountability?
You got a point, Mike.
They all wear makeup, right?
You got a point, Mike.
Huh?
You got a good point, Mike. Accountability is hard sometimes for women.
Yeah, so that led to me and my mom not talking to her for 3 years. And then I found out she had cancer. And then she died a year later. And then her world laughed at me for that. So I don't want to talk about that.
First of all, that's Michael Beasley, right? I think he still plays in the Big Three now, right? If I'm not mistaken. He's been on a few podcasts, or he's actually on.
Now, hold up. Does that answer your question, Great Pretender? Does that answer your question? Did he not answer the question? Just asking for a friend. Did he answer your question? This is what I don't get. We need to stop playing coy. And I'm going to take it as you had a legitimate question and you're not trolling. I'm going to take it as you had a legitimate question. And I don't think you're trolling. We need to stop being coy. We know where the fathers are, kept away from the children. We need to stop blaming the person who's not there and blame the person who speaks the poison. You wonder why the community's broken. Who's stepping on the toys? Who's stepping on the toys? Listen to what my man said about his story. J.R. Wisdom. He's got a hell of a following.
A lot of podcasts or whatever. The one that I know he went viral a few years ago, where he was on the Pivot podcast, if you will, and he broke using emotion. Obviously, this guy's been through trauma, like a lot of black men or black boys have been through trauma. And in this particular situation of the mother or the father being alienated because the mother is mad, upset because of whatever, he didn't want to be with her, and it probably could have been a lot of times it's stuff that she does. And there's a few concepts other than parental alienation, karma, and just accountability, as he said, which I probably started it off with the clip. I'm going to try to start it off the clip where he talks about, let me ask you a question. What woman do you know takes accountability? And Shannon's like, you're right. The majority of women aren't accountable for their actions. They blame everyone else. And we've created a society where this is normal. Unfortunately, the mother has all the influence in a lot of children's lives. So their story is what goes if they don't get to hear the part from the father. And they're going to make it difficult because the government allows it to be that way. Even though the father wants to be in the child's life. Imagine the emotional damage being done to the father. And I've been in a situation personally, I told you guys about it, where with my daughter, where I couldn't see her for, what was it, like 8 months, I think, because the mother was just upset because I had moved on. Even though she was pregnant, but I think she went and got pregnant on purpose. But she wouldn't let me see my daughter. And I hadn't done anything. She just one day was just like, no, you're not seeing her.
My dad didn't want my mom anymore. And he told me this when I was 25. When my dad didn't want my mom anymore, then she made it hard to see us. So
Think about that, right? We're going to talk about some real subjects, okay? Where's the fathers away from the children? Did you know that if the fathers actually saw how the mothers were treating their children, they would have kicked their mother's ass, their baby mama's asses? What do I always say? What's a father's first job? Somebody answer that in the chat, please. What's a father's first job? What's a father's first job? Anybody? A father's first job is to protect his children from the mother. Because a lot of women suffer from a lot of mental illness. More now than ever. To protect his children from the mother. That postpartum shit is real. That's where you get a lot of shaken baby syndrome, where the mother's so out of whack, she'll shake her baby till he snaps the neck. They get a brain aneurysm because she's so out of it. You took away a boy's first superhero and a girl's first love. I want you to think about this, man. Don't worry, we're going to go back and forth.
You just don't listen. You just gonna be a nasty, funky, dirty ass little girl, and you ain't gonna be nothing in life. Nothing in life. Nothing. Just nothing. No, you're not. You will not. You're gonna be you're gonna be just like your family on the other side. Low down, retarded, nothing. Yeah, you will. You slow and retarded. You dumb little girl. You just dumb. Just dumb. Just dumb. You're going to be nothing in this world. Nothing. No, you won't. You just don't listen. You just going to be a nasty.
Do you think she has the ability to see her father? Do you know what's going to happen if this child does not get help or the father doesn't intervene? She's going to get pregnant at a young age just to get the hell out of her mother's house. And I pray to God she does not continue the cycle. I pray that she actually overcomes those demons, which is her mother, and most likely her mother's side of the family, because she sounds like an evil, bitter, insufferable curmudgeon of a bitch. I'm gonna tell somebody. If somebody wants to get cussed out today, blame the father, please. I'm gonna cuss somebody the fuck out. You're right. Your kids can't eat a decent meal because you're mad at the father. Selfish bitch. That's what the black community is about. Selfishness. Selfishness.
The black girl who was killed by the white man over in Zambia.
I'm not trying to.
Talking about the influencer, yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. You didn't know nothing about that. So a young black woman, she had a boyfriend. They're internet influencers, and he was a white man, an older white man, and he was paying all the bills, taking her on these expensive trips, where he took her on this trip over to Zambia, and he proposed to her. But in the midst of between the proposing to her and her birthday, they got into an argument, and the young black lady ended up dead. Unalive, my bad.
Okay.
So everybody was like, at first everybody was like, oh, she got this white man is doing this. He paying all the bills for her. He's taking her on these luxury trips. And then she ends up unalived, and the man don't want to talk about it. But if you go back to her tweets and stuff, she would talk so bad about black men. Like, it was just crazy how she look at black men.
What's the question?
As black people, do we still have sympathy for her, even though she didn't have sympathy for us?
Yeah.
Yes, along with God, it's all. Yes, you have to. Now, this, I didn't.
As a black man,
Go
do
ahead.
you have?
Let her answer. Let her answer. Go
You
ahead.
have to.
Okay, yes.
You have to, because at the end of the day, her sins is her sins. Her sins is her sins. So Allah going to forgive her for her sins. Who is us to judge that situation when we can be in this?
God forgives, I don't. Oh well, bitch. Hey. Lord Jesus, Buddha, whatever the fuck. He forgives. Pray to that. Don't pray to me. You hate us? Okay. Don't ask us. I'm not. Hey. I won't be there. I don't wish it on you. I'm not rooting for it. We ain't worried about it. Ain't none of my business. Went over there with Jeffrey Dahmer, got with Jeffrey Dahmer. Okay. Okay. Die every day, B. That ain't my business. I won't get cancer. Oh, way. You ain't okay. Ha-ha.
Even trying to tell you guys at this point. It's just the fact that I've learned something, and I owe it to myself as a real one.
I'm just gonna say this. You want to talk about chicks who go out there, expect black men to protect them when they foolishly go? I don't give a shit. It's not like y'all don't know my real name anyway. You see the silliness of it? We should protect women who spoke badly about black men, wished death upon us, and all kinds of shit. And we should feel sorry for her silly ass. I feel nothing. I tell you that now. I feel more for that young girl, and I feel for Michael Beasley. I feel more for him and more for that young girl. But this is the community we want. We feel sorry for stupidity.
Everywhere I look, it is gay black men.
Straight black men are the cancer of the black community. Argue with your man. I have been saying for years on this show that black men need to have a conversation, black men alone. We have got to figure out what.
Oh, we're doing commentary tonight. First of all, this Lee Merriweather motherfucker right here wants to talk about straight black men are the cancer. But I'll be wrong if I say homosexual black men are AIDS, right? What do you do for the community? You encourage the ratchet behavior. Let's talk about it. Nobody's going to say it. Guess what? They're about to shut my damn channel down if I just say it. Fuck it. Like your girl Meg Thee Stallion said, I guess we both ain't shit, right? The biggest cheerleaders, and I use that hilariously, are gay black men of ratchet gynocentric behavior. You and your ilk, not all of you, but the overwhelming majority of you, what do you go out? You go out there, you encourage them to shake their asses in the most horrible times. You spread gossip like wildfire. You get mad when you hit on straight black men and then try to call it gay bashing because you become a habitual line stepper when the guy told you he doesn't swing that way. It's your ilk who spreads STDs to so-called straight black women. Don't argue with me, argue with the CDC. It's you trying to make us look like the problem, but you're the one spreading it. Straight black men are actually getting married. Straight black men are staying in their relationships. What about you, bro? Every time I see majority of you gay guys, y'all encouraging the gynocracy shit. Y'all encouraging the ratchetivity. How much money did y'all pray at the church of Beyonce, Cardi B, Sexy Red, Meg Thee Stallion? Nicki Minaj. You're the one spreading it. And then here's the sad part. You're the ones corrupting masculinity because you really want to encourage these women to be looking like goddamn drag queens so you can fit in. That ain't hatred. That's truth. That's you. How many of you motherfuckers are fighting women outside of clubs? How many of y'all are fighting women outside of clubs? That's not really a straight black man thing. How many of y'all are instigators between your female friends? I just showed videos that says we're the cancer. Bitch, did you look at what the fucking 2 videos I just showed? 3 videos? We're not killing black women in Morocco. We're not calling our daughters stupid and retarded. We're not bringing $4,000 and you take $3,800 and you said your father wasn't giving any money. Fucking idiot. Continuing.
What is going on with us? This is not something that black women can help us with. This conversation does not include black women. Black women stand down and stand to the side. Black men need to have a kumbaya amongst themselves. And I'm going to niche this out a little more. And it's heterosexual black men.
And what makes this conversation even more uncomfortable but necessary is this.
There is a conversation that needs to be had in-house amongst the straight black male collective. Black women.
Do you notice that everybody wants to be their own fucking demographic now? But when they get in trouble with other races of people, they don't go to the gay black men to go save them. They don't look for the gay boy, as he would say it, to come change their tire. They don't ask the gay boy to go check downstairs or something breaks in. They don't ask the gay boy when there's some type of dangerous situation going on. So how do we have the problems? We're the problem solvers. If anything, you're just mad because the straight black men don't take you.
Women are excelling in so many different areas. They've mobilized. They got their sister thing. They getting their degrees, getting themselves together.
No, they're not.
And there is this, super toxic masculine push to be alpha males and to be leaders and want to be in charge of everything. And I say this with my whole chest. Want to be in charge of so much shit and want to be the head of the household and want you to respect them. And not all brothers, but many, the only thing they got on their damn resume is audacity. Ooh. That's it. Ain't got shit else to offer the world but and audacity. We start talking about issues that maim the black community and dead weight. The numbers show it ain't the sisters.
They ain't gonna like you saying that.
I don't give a damn. It ain't the sisters. It ain't the gay boys.
Yeah.
Should I go in? Should I go in? Should I go in about this? Or let it keep rocking? Should I go in or keep letting it rock? I'll let y'all decide. I like my audience participation. I ain't falling asleep now. Shit. Y'all got me a little fired up now. What fucking weight did you pull? When civil rights was coming up, this is what make, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go all the way to fuck in. I noticed this. What's the openly gay guy's name from civil rights? What's his name? How come you don't put him up there? How come you don't put him up there as the representation of what a so-called gay black man is supposed to be? You know, Baynard, and who's the other one? The poet. Skips my name right now. How the hell you gonna fucking sit here like y'all were the ones pulling all the weight during civil rights? How the fuck you gonna bring that bullshit? Yeah, James Baldwin, thank you. How the fuck you don't put James Baldwin, Baynard? Y'all don't put those as your heroes of what a proper black. Did you ever notice? Did you ever see them look flamboyant? Did you ever see them putting on a dress? You wouldn't know they were gay unless they either told you or you see them kissing a man, which they did not do in public. But yet, you're going to tell me that we're failing. When the hell does the community look for y'all to protect them? See what I mean about instigators and cheerleaders of gynocracy? But that motherfucker probably be like, well, where's the father? But you won't blame the ratchet bitch who fucking took away their kids away from their father. You don't say nothing about the ratchet bitch who tells her daughter at the sink while she's washing dishes she ain't gonna mount to shit. Fuck you. And I mean that in a way you don't get attracted to.
Because that's
it ain't us. Yes. It's not us.
Yeah.
The gay boys, we ain't the ones selling dope.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't the ones in gangs. We ain't the ones creating illegitimate children running around,
That's a lie, and that's a lie. Do you know how many openly gay men have children? Because their homegirls couldn't get children by a straight man? Do you know how many gay gangs they have? That's basically what the fuck y'all are when y'all go to the clubs and beat up women. Or beat each other up. As a matter of fact, when it comes to the LGBT, 64% of black LGBT are women. And how many of those women have kids? How many gangs do y'all have fighting women? You know, the black church is a joke if they have, and I seen that shit. We had an openly gay pastor and his husband preaching on the pulpit. And guess who allows that shit? It's not black men, because we don't even go to church. Predominantly, we stopped. Y'all have the gangs. Y'all be selling drugs. Y'all the biggest motherfucking ecstasy, Xanny bars, weed, coke. Y'all the biggest drug dealers. You lying motherfucker. I promise you. Go do an investigation and go to a gay bar or a gay club, and you will see all the godforsaken shit, all the ecstasy and shit you'll see in that shit. All the drugs. There's more drugs in the average gay bar than on the streets. Ask me how I know. You go to a goddamn pride parade, it looks like Sodom and Gomorrah. It's one thing if y'all kept it respectful, but you got old white men and black men with leashes and leather straps and shit and cut out. It's disgusting. Even if you agree with it or not, you cannot tell me a proper parade is something you could take a child to.
Creating broken homes. We ain't the ones.
I'm going to tell you something. When it comes to domestic violence in the black community, almost 70% of the time, the woman is the aggressor. Meaning, who hits first? Of course, the man could do more damage with his hands, but guess who's more likely to get a weapon? The woman. So stop the bullshit, please. Stop it.
Battering and beating the women. It's not us.
Some gay are men who have sex with men, black men, frequently bash heterosexual black men online. They call them toxic, broken, or the problem, often in defense of black women. But here's the irony. The CDC and public health data show that men who have sex with men behavior is one of the main contributors to the HIV crisis among black women. So this isn't about shaming. This is about balance and accountability. You can't bash straight black men while ignoring the role of undisclosed MSM behavior, putting black women at risk. So now let's address the down low narrative. Black men who have sex with men but don't identify as gay or bisexual. Research shows that among men who have sex with men, about 20% identify as down low, but not all of them are black. And even when accounting for DL men, heterosexual black men still don't make up the overwhelming majority. That belongs to white men. So yes, the DL population exists, but no, it is not large enough to change the broader truth.
Want to protect black women? Stop sleeping with so many and giving all of them herpes. And then, want to protect black women? Stop sleeping with so many and giving all.
I want to say this about Kendra G. You got your fucking nerve. You got a show where these bitches are sleeping with so many black men, You just had a show where a chick had 3 baby daddies and she wanted a nigga without kids. But yet, statistics, once again, you know that evil word, nearly 70% of black women with 2 or more kids are by 2 or more fathers. But you know what a tendency is? Most of you black women share the same men. That's the scary part. Most of you share the same men. How can all these black men, 56% of black men don't even have children? Some of the most responsible motherfuckers are young black men wearing condoms because all the young black men, 17 to 19, 20, know all you bitches are burning. Standing there with your pussy looking like this and shit. Where is it? Where is it? Standing there with your shit looking like that. That's how inflamed your vaginas are. You know what's funny? How many females were burning And we are back, folks. Had some technical difficulties. Now, where were we?
All of them herpes. Dad to by 2 women. Have you ever been married?
I haven't.
Never married. All right. What kind of woman are you looking for now, Christopher?
We discussed this before.
I don't remember.
I was on your show in February, so I am looking for a man.
Real quick, are you bisexual? Is that what we call it?
Not anymore. I told you before that really didn't matter. Females mostly hit me up. Females were, would still try to talk.
You ever notice how guys, you notice how chicks like dudes who look like girls? You notice that? You know how many chicks that looks like they like guys who look like girls? You notice that?
Males are going to be the ones that reach out to me, and it was like out of maybe 1,000 follows and messages and all that, maybe 10 were dudes and the rest were females.
So, are you open to females or is it men only?
Men only.
Okay, so you're saying 990 ladies reached out to you, and only 10 men.
Did y'all get that number? Oh yeah. 60% of black women are bisexual. I want you to think about that, right? This Lee Merriweather, or running gag, if you know Family Guy, cigarette. Don't put it in the chat. Please do not put what cigarette means in Great Britain. Please do not put that in the chat. But this cigarette guy, this gay man, got over 1,000 hits on his social media. And only 10 of them were men. So what does that tell you, black women? You like these guys. You find them pretty. Of course it doesn't make sense. It's illogical.
Reached out to you.
Yeah.
And you said on that live that you wanted men only too?
I did.
Wow, the ladies still reached out to you.
Yeah.
It's a man shortage, child. They trying to get a man, child.
Ms. Ware, you claim that after one night of passion with the defendant, you ended up pregnant, but he is now denying paternity of your 3-year-old son, Ayante.
We would hang out with each other, long talks. This is my gay best friend,
Oh, your gay best friend?
Yes.
And at that time, Mr. Wilson, you were dating men?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were dating other people at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I was bored. I was home alone, I was like, you want to come over, get him some drinks, told up and chill with Netflix or something. And
when you do your neck like that, that means you up to something.
Yes.
Okay. That's why you said it.
We got to drinking, watching little movies or whatever, and I ain't gonna lie, I made a move, and he didn't push me away, so that was my reassurance. Okay, maybe he wants this too.
So wait, now, when did you start even liking him?
I liked him from day one. I'm confident about myself. He might think he's gay or whatever. That's why I'm thinking to myself, he think he's gay. But he ain't met me.
So you had been plotting on this all the time, but you were waiting for the time to make your move.
Yes, ma'am.
So you really had your eyes on your gay best friend. This is the guy you really wanted.
Yes, ma'am.
She kind of seduced me. We started drinking. I got intoxicated. One thing led to another.
She seduced you how?
Basically, after she got me drunk, she kind of started filling up on me and stuff. So.
Do me a favor, hit the PayPal, hit the Cash App, please. Because your boy about to go in. Let me get a puff of this cigar real quick. Did y'all hear what I just heard? Let's reverse the genders. It was the gay stud best friend, the lesbian stud, drunk, intoxicated, and you start touching them. Is an intoxicated person able to consent? Can they legally consent? And look at her, smiling all proud with her big ass. That was the only man she could get. But I'm going to ask this question again. Can an intoxicated person, a drunk person, legally consent to sexual activities? See how shit changes when you change the genders? And she's smiling about that. If I would have said, I got this girl drunk and I start touching on her, what the fuck people would say about me? Could he consent? Could he consent? They sent Bill Cosby to jail for giving people the option of taking the pill. She literally got the nigga drunk. Can a police officer legally question an intoxicated person? Can an intoxicated person legally consent to sex? You know, I love my audience participation. I want you to think about that. That in a court of law should have been called second-degree rape. And look at her. She's all proud and smiling. That should have been called second-degree rape if he was intoxicated and could not consent to sex. But let's say the child is his. Why should he have to pay child support? She's proud of herself. You know why? Because that's how many times have you seen this? A obese, unattractive woman or skinny, unattractive woman has a gay best friend. They get no suitors. They have no men that want them. And they get their gay best friends drunk or convince them somehow, snort coke, do crack, just to get a baby out of them. But if a man said, I got this chick drunk so I could get her pregnant, what would they call that? I'm still looking for the answer. Can an intoxicated person consent to sex? Can the police question legally an intoxicated person? Where's the answer?
And then, you know,
of course, I know the answer.
It went from oral, then it just went, she kind of started filling up on intoxicated.
Yes, ma'am.
She kind of
He ain't met me.
So you had been plotting on this all the time.
Or whatever, you know, that's why I'm thinking to myself, he think he's gay, you know, but he ain't met me.
So you had been plotting on.
Did she not force herself on him?
This all the time, but you were waiting for the time to make your move.
Yes, ma'am.
So you really had your eyes on your gay best friend. This is the guy you really wanted.
Yes, ma'am.
She kind of seduced me. You know, we started drinking. I got intoxicated. One thing led to another.
She seduced you how?
Basically, after she got me drunk, she kind of started filling up on me and stuff. So and then it went from oral, then it just went from there.
Oh, okay. I asked the question, didn't I? So, Miss Ware, you had your plan all mapped out.
Yes, ma'am.
You ain't no shame in your game, huh?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
And I do understand that.
What if that was a man who said, I have no shame in my game for taking advantage of an intoxicated person or woman? Would the crowd be oohing and ahhing? Would they be laughing? What's up, T. Riddler? They're gallivanting with these motherfuckers. They're very jovial with openly gay men, but they'll say it's the straight men that's giving them all the diseases. I want you to think about that. Why should he sue parental court when he should be suing her? He's actually a victim of sexual assault by the legal definitions of it. To give you the answer, since nobody answered the question, no, an intoxicated person cannot consent to sex. No, the police officer cannot question an intoxicated person. They're not in their right state of mind. It's the same way if you try to get a person who's mentally ill or has a mental disability to consent to sex. They don't have the reasonable facsimiles. They don't have the intelligence or the wherewithal to make such a decision. What she committed really in front of the whole television land is that she committed sexual assault and was proud of it. But that would have been a man versus a woman.
That many black women are understandably concerned. Some unknowingly enter relationships with men who hide their same-sex activity, which absolutely poses a public health risk, which is why statistically, black women are more affected by HIV than any other female group. But here's what's rarely acknowledged. The majority of black LGBTQ plus individuals are women, especially bisexual women. So black women aren't just impacted by the HIV crisis, they're also a significant part of the equation. We can't have an honest conversation if we're only blaming one group.
Black women, your sex is very expensive. It's very costly. Do you understand that 60% of these black men are not wearing condoms?
Why are gay men talking about straight men? And that's not even CDC data. Because if you pull up the CDC data, it would debunk everything this fucking idiot is saying. Here's the problem. The LGBT is very loose with their sexual activity. They don't want to talk about how y'all were like an atom bomb in the late 80s, early 90s when it came to HIV. It wasn't just a bunch of guys who were sleeping with guys. It was a lot of y'all sleeping with your gay best friends. Because y'all thought that y'all had the magic box and you could turn them back straight. And guess what he was doing? Taking advantage of it. Do you know how many women I know who had sex with openly gay men? I don't even want to tell you. A lot of those women are a bunch of freaks. They don't want to tell you how many of these chicks ate more carpet than a dust mite. Who's more likely to tell you not to put the condom on? A woman once told me, "Do you like to eat your vegetables with the plastic on?"
Do you understand that many of these Black men are DL? Do you understand that many of these men who go into jail at a 20% STI rate come out of jail at an 80% STI rate? And that when you sleep with someone, you're sleeping with everybody in the community. Black women represent more than 50% of all HIV cases among women. Your sex is expensive. Do you understand that 60% of these Black men are not wearing condoms?
Now let's directly address a claim that was made, that 60% of Black men don't use condoms. The first question we have to ask is simple. Where is the data for that claim? Because when we actually go to official data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the numbers tell a completely different story. According to the CDC's National Center for Health Statistics, in a report titled Unmarried Men's Contraceptive Use at Recent Sexual Intercourse, United States 2011 to 2015, published in August 2017, researchers used data from the National Survey of Family Growth to examine condom use across racial groups. And what they found directly contradicts that claim. Approximately 54.3% of non-Hispanic Black men reported using a condom at their last sexual encounter. That is higher than non-Hispanic white men at 44.2% and higher than Hispanic men at 42.1%. So not only is the claim that Black men don't use condoms unsupported, the actual data shows that Black men are the most likely to use condoms among the major racial groups in that data set. Now, when you break it down even further, it becomes even more clear. The CDC also found that condom use is highest among younger men, especially those between the ages of 15 and 19, where usage rates reach approximately 75%. So when you combine those two facts, what you're really looking at is this: young Black men are among the highest condom users in the country. And this isn't just one isolated finding. The CDC also reported that a higher percentage of unmarried non-Hispanic Black men use the male condom compared to Hispanic and non-Hispanic white men overall. When we rely on actual CDC data, the narrative that Black men are uniquely irresponsible when it comes to condom use is simply not supported. In fact, the data shows the opposite.
So if he is claiming, or if anybody else is claiming, that Black men uniquely refuse condoms, they need to provide evidence for that claim, because the data we actually have does not support that narrative.
Do you understand that many of these Black men are DL?
When researchers actually studied this narrative, they found the opposite of what social media and this guy suggested. Research shows that among men who have sex with men, about 20% identify as down low, but not all of them are Black. And even when accounting for DL men, heterosexual Black men still don't make up the overwhelming majority. That belongs to white men. So yes, the DL population exists, but no, it is not large enough to change the broader truth. And that doesn't even address the fact that there are more LGBTQ Black women than LGBTQ Black men. And you can find this information on the Williams Institute.
On behalf of the American Medical Association and our Minority Affairs Section and Advisory Committee on LGBTQ issues, welcome everybody and good evening. I'm Dr. Leanne Roberts, a member of the AMA Advisory Committee on LGBTQ issues, where I serve as the GLAMA representative. And in the past, I've served as the medical student section for the AMA. I practice obstetrics and gynecology in the Quad Cities, serving patients on the Illinois and Iowa border. I'm pleased to be joining you and our speakers today as we explore the intersection of race, sexual orientation, and gender identity. To lead our discussion, I'm pleased to introduce our panelists. Bianca Wilson, PhD, is the Rabbi Zaki Senior Scholar of Public Policy at the UCLA School of Law's Williams Institute. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Wilson.
Thank you, Dr. Roberts, for the introduction and for the AMA for the invitation to present to you all. So I'm pleased to present today just a very brief overview of a report that we finished just this year on Black LGBT adults in the U.S. Again, I work at the Williams Institute, which is an LGBT law and public policy research center that really has kind of filled the role of providing demographics and other type of large-scale survey data often, but we also do some qualitative studies as well. One of the things we identified, and here we primarily use data from the Gallup daily tracking poll across several years of data together. And from that, we get an estimate that there are approximately more than 1.2 million adults in the US that identify as both Black and as LGBT.
According to the Williams Institute at UCLA, about 1.2 million Black adults in the United States identify as LGBTQ+. Of those, 61% are Black women and 39% are Black men. That means Black LGBTQ+ women outnumber Black LGBTQ Black men by nearly 300,000.
So that's a lot to take in, isn't it? We're not straight. We're not good fathers. But who's to blame? Who's to blame? We're not straight. We're not good fathers. We're not shit. I want you to think about that. I want you to think about that. That's what pisses me off. But somehow, some way, we got the audacity to literally say that we're bad. People say we're bad fathers, but you say nothing about the bitches who raised these kids. You say we're gay, but what did we do that was gay? What did we do? I really want to see what y'all think about this. We're supposed to protect Black women that say they hate us and that we're an embarrassment to them, but they'll go over to Tanzania with a white guy and get murdered, unalive, whatever you want to call it, homicide. But they look for us to protect them when they don't respect us. They don't want us. You got a mother literally calling their child stupid, dumb, retarded. And somehow that's Black men's fault. Somehow we can never blame the evil step fucking mother, the evil mother, period. Do I think all mothers are evil? No. That bitch certainly was. Because you can take no accountability. No accountability. No accountability. No accountability. There's always something you could say about mama. Can't be negative with mama. Can't be truthful. I just think it's disgusting. Here's the link in the chat if anybody want it. Once again, if you're getting entertained, make sure you like to hit the like button. If you're not, hit the dislike button for all I care. Still counts. Here's the Cash App. If you feel so inclined. Here's the PayPal. The second one's the PayPal. I think we have to see, why do you blame us when it's mostly you? By the way, here's another video we're going to examine.
Insane crime. Apple is leaving Baltimore over insane crime.
The Apple Store is the latest in the series of stores leaving the Towson Town Center, citing declining conditions. But the Towson Chamber of Commerce says it has a reason to question that statement.
Oh, yeah. Well, they don't like
the
that,
Towson
do
Town
they?
Center is a staple in the city.
This is a nice mall, you know, it's quality mall.
But is the mall on a downward spiral?
I kept hearing from people that like the mall's going to shut down soon.
Wow.
Even from some of the workers.
So one of the most popular stores, the Apple Store, announced it's leaving, citing departure of several retailers and declining conditions.
Declining conditions.
Executive Director of the Towson Chamber of Commerce, Nancy Hafford, says that can't be the reason.
Yeah, they don't want to admit it.
Does so well. It's crowded all the
Yeah.
time.
It's
And
crowded.
I know they do a great business there.
The Towson
real
Apple Store
crowded.
was the first in the country to unionize in 2024.
Oh!
The International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers released a statement.
So you have a store that's in a very high crime mall, and it's a unionized store, which means it's more expensive to operate.
Number one, Towson Town Center used to be the crown jewel. What's up, AB? Towson Town Center used to be the crown jewel of Baltimore County. That's the county. So when you look at it, that was the crown jewel. But you allowed juveniles to take over, run amok, and do this shit. But how many of those come from two-parent households or single dads?
Probably none.
In part, that this raises serious concerns that this closure is a cynical attempt to bust the union.
I'm not sure if being a union store had anything to do with why they're closing, but I know that it couldn't be sales. And from the police reports that, I've heard, they haven't had issues.
Why are there
over
police
there.
reports if
The
there's
news
no
coming
issues?
as a shock to customers.
And why are other stores leaving?
That's crazy. They've been here for a while. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be a lot of money lost from Towson.
Hafford says preventing stores from leaving starts with customers.
I'm asking them if they'd please just start looking at your local businesses first before you go online to buy something.
Apparently, the local businesses are leaving, so people have to go online to buy stuff.
Despite stores leaving, she tells me the mall is still doing very well.
How's it
I
doing
work
well?
very closely with the mall management and mall security. And I know for a fact that their sales were up this holiday season.
How would you know
since
that?
Pre-COVID.
She says new developments are coming to Towson, including Lib's Grill opening in May and new apartments.
Okay, a
Apple
grill.
says Towson employees will be able to apply for open positions at the company. We've reached out to Brookfield Properties.
Most likely, they're shutting down. They're going to say loss of profits. They're going to cook the books because Towson Town Center Apple Store was the first Apple Store unionized. And they're not gonna unionize anywhere else. So the next closest one is probably gonna be Columbia, where I did security out. And Columbia is starting to become a cess fucking pool as well. You can't control your YNs. You have a YN problem, everybody. Better not bring your kids.
The company that owns the mall
Brookfield.
for comment, but haven't heard back yet.
They own malls all
In
over the
Towson,
country.
Raven Payne-
But apparently this mall has a history of getting a little disorderly. Look at this. This is a takeover at the mall. Look at this.
Maryland, Baltimore.
Baltimore. Wow. Oh, this is crazy. Oh, here they come. This is nuts, man. How you gonna have a store in a place like this? This is wild. That's total mayhem. This is crazy. Look, there's no customers. The workers are terrified. How are you going to get people to come to work if this is the environment? At least this cameraman's smart enough not to go into that. This is insane. Oh, people are evacuating. Oh, here comes the police. One officer. What's he going to do?
Let's get ready to rumble.
And it's surprising that this footage, which is like a year old at this point, didn't end the whole mall right there. I'm surprised Apple even stuck around.
No, I think it's a fight.
Towson's too much of a crown jewel for it just to shut down. Like a person who's never been there.
Okay, if you're willing to stick around through conditions like this after they start, you're trying to keep the store open. Apple was trying here, but it didn't work for some reason.
So Apple is citing conditions inside the mall declining and other retailers leaving for their reasoning to shut the
Everyone
doors
else is
permanently
leaving.
for the Apple store inside the Towson Town Center.
Charges include second-degree
Assaulting
assault and
people.
disorder.
Collapsed 50% in just 9 years. Listen to this.
Towson Town Center. She sees a long line going out of the doors of the Apple store. She also added
That could be for a whole bunch of reasons. And the idea that people who want to see the stores stay open have a personal experience, which gives them an opinion that things are fine, does not.
Nope, that's Baltimore County. I got friends who work in Baltimore County. But Towson's a major hub where a lot of teenagers go because it's a very big mall.
Yep, that used to be Circle Center, but now they can shut that down.
You barely have East Point kicking. You don't have the Gallery, which used to be the mall downtown Baltimore in the harbor, which was one of the dumbest things you could ever do was close the harbor.
Yeah, they closed Circle Center finally after all these years. I stopped going because I didn't want to get shot at.
And think about it. Watch this. I probably could find the crime stats. Probably could go online and find them. But this is what happens when you have days that juveniles don't go to school. Weekends, summertime. You don't have activities for the young.
2 weeks spring break.
That's what happens.
Not actually make the store profitable. And look at this. Apparently, there are some private residences in Baltimore which were built by the Four Seasons, and they built a whole bunch of condos, and those aren't selling either. So the idea that build it and they will come hasn't really worked out here. Apparently, they've got 62 units in this massive tower that have never sold, and prices have collapsed 50% in just 9 years. Listen to this. Fox Baltimore says downtown Baltimore is witnessing a troubling trend as
Yeah.
Charles, that's probably because they charged the arm and the leg for them damn condos.
Yeah, it's definitely. Who the fuck got that type of money in this economy?
I don't know why these motherfuckers know these people. No people ain't got no money, but want to charge 3 to 4 times the rent.
Motherfuckers keep voting people in to allow this shit. This is the reason why places should have security, armed security.
Mm-hmm.
And not just be cheap and hire one. Continuing.
Businesses continue to close. Oh, but the only business they want to hammer is Apple because it was a unionized business location that is getting shut down. None of the other businesses closing. Oh, no, let's just let them shut down.
A teen takeover, March 7th at the White Marsh Mall. A large group of young people wreaking havoc,
Other malls are
resulting
getting
in
hit
several
too.
arrests. Charges include second-degree
Assaulting
assault and
people.
disorderly conduct. Tony Yarborough got caught in the middle of it.
I just saw them just doing whatever
Gotta put
they
people
wanted
in
to do
jail.
out here. You know, I mean, disrespecting people, jumping all cars,
Right, it's
holding up
outrageous.
traffic.
Did it prevent you from continuing to do the business that brought you here in the first place?
No.
Teen
Yeah, but he didn't
takeovers are
enjoy
happening
it.
all over the country. It's widely believed that teen takeovers are a spin-off of street takeovers featuring illegal drag racing. Those demonstrations are fewer in number now because Maryland State Police created a task
Oh, that's
force to
good.
crack down on them. WBAL TV
Look
11
at
News
this.
has obtained
There's a meetup at the center where the Apple store is closing, and it's scheduled for the 25th of April. People are supposed to dress to impress, supposed to leave the drama at home. I guess they're supposed to bring it to this mall from 6 p.m. to whatever. This is wild. This is why this place is shutting down. If you're Apple and you know stuff like this is being planned online, you're not going to stick around for them to clean out your store. But just before we continue, it's time to have a quick.
I mean, Apple doesn't care about those little display phones. They don't work once you go 15 to 30 feet away from the store. They
Yeah.
shut off. They're display phones. They don't care. They'll replace them.
I don't. Maybe it's because I was raised old school. I don't understand these teen takeovers. This teen takeover shit.
It's called you got nothing else to do.
Yeah.
Got nothing else to do. That's all. This is what happens when you have baby mamas who don't have kids and don't raise them right.
Chat about something I recently started using, and that would be see terms at wallet.rumble.com.
Promoted.
Oh, we'll
Do you
see.
know of any data or any data-driven evidence that this activity is keeping people from shopping in person?
Not that I'm aware of at this time.
Yeah, so my personal experience dictates that everything's fine here and that no store has a right to close, especially a unionized store.
We talked with business owners and managers in the White Marsh area. Has it also impacted your business?
Not that, actually. We were okay as usual, business as usual.
Does it impact your business at all, or is it does it disruptive at all?
It's more of a disruptive. It doesn't really, I don't know if it impacts it.
Shoppers told us they will make other plans if they know a teen takeover is coming.
I kind of look at what other options are there.
Yeah.
I kind of go, I guess I go back to the drawing board.
Shop online.
I think, should I just order it online?
Yeah, that's what people are doing. You can't keep stores
Baltimore County-
open if they're getting ripped to shreds. But it's not just malls that are in trouble here.
All fixed this morning. It looks like there wasn't even an issue yesterday
Oh, yeah?
with video. There wasn't even an
Keep stores
Baltimore County-
open if they're getting ripped to shreds. But it's not just malls that are in trouble here.
all fixed this morning.
You know what's funny? That's not too far. That's like right down the street.
Oh, wow.
That's East Baltimore. If you go this way, you see my arrows going? This way, you're about what? A block or two away from Johns Hopkins Hospital. You're about a block away from Johns Hopkins Hospital.
It looks like there wasn't even an issue yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
But video, surveillance
Oh,
video
surveillance.
WJZ obtained captures the
Who are
moment
these guys?
a group of people used a hammer and then bolt cutters to
It's like
break
7
in.
people.
You can see
Oh!
multiple suspects in hoodies smashing the glass door.
Butcher's Hill. No, that's a totally different store. I know where it is, though.
Yeah, so these babies have nothing else to do, huh?
Yep.
Or of the restaurant. And once inside, Cardona says they broke drinking glasses and jumped behind the bar
For
to the
what?
register. He says they walked away with about $100 and a speaker.
$100.
Police say 7 people are behind the
7
burglary
people.
here, and they also targeted a local ice cream shop and a Mexican
That's
restaurant
terrible.
in Canton. Now, Cardona says he's glad no one was inside La
Yeah, no
Burrita at the
kidding.
time, but his frustration extends beyond the damage.
Where were the police?
The most
You know we got to get there to the alarm, jackass, right? They got to get there to the alarm.
frustrating thing for me or for anybody who works 12, 14, 16-hour shift,
dude,
to make a living, and find that 4, 5, 6 kids don't respect you as a businessman or an owner, or
No, they
just break a $5,000 door,
right,
and then break all your glasses and steal from you.
The stupidest argument about this is, oh, these stores, they've got insurance. Yeah? Well, guess what? If you've got insurance and you know how it works, you've got this thing called a deductible. And deductibles mean that you're paying thousands of dollars for stuff that these criminals break. And these are the same people going to these takeovers. These same folks that just want to create mayhem and destroy things and ruin businesses. And look, what we're learning here is that lawlessness just disenfranchises the law-abiding. All the law-abiding employees at the Apple Store, they're gone. This restaurant, if he's willing to stay open through this, he won't survive forever.
100 robberies and
Nope, I'm wrong. This is East Baltimore. I was right. It's down the street from me. This is East Baltimore. It's down the street from me. I recognize that shit because the high rise is over here, and across the street from that is going to be Johns Hopkins Hospital, the emergency room. It's going to be the emergency room right over there, this way. Yep, I was right the first time. I recognize that shit all the time. Yep, because I recognize this shit here. That's East Baltimore.
burglaries so far this year, and nearly 190 of them impacted businesses.
And remember when their governor said crime was not a problem here? Remember this? When there was the DC crackdown?
Governor, I appreciate the investment, but it would just seem to me if despite that investment, Baltimore still ranks third in the nation in violent crime rate per capita in the nation, that you would welcome in the President of the United States help if
Dangerous,
crime in
man.
Maryland. And as to the point of partisan politics, it's simply the truth. The truth isn't partisan. And the truth is most of the major cities in the United States are run by Democrat governors, and they're also the highest rate crime cities in the country.
why is that?
I'm on limited time, and I want to give you a chance to address something,
I would
though, Governor,
absolutely
because President
welcome
Trump brought it
federal
up.
support.
Apparently, there we go. You would welcome federal support. That's wonderful to hear.
I would absolutely
I'm sure the
welcome
president
federal
would be happy
support.
to hear that.
But I also know what federal support is going to be necessary and required. It's the reason that I've said we would love to have additional support for license plate readers, things that we know can actually stop crimes as they are happening.
Since when has a license plate reader ever stopped?
I don't even know if I want to dignify that shit with an answer. You know, my numbers were growing for a minute, but I don't know what the fuck it is. Because people are bored. When the fuck does a license plate reader? You got those. Why don't you get the extra support that you need? Because you're 1,000 officers below Baltimore City. This guy here, the governor of Maryland, Wes Moore, is the politician's politician. He will lie like a motherfucker, boy.
Evidently, they wanted to run for president too.
Huh?
Up to crime in progress. We got a whole bunch of crime going on in certain parts of the country, like California. And guess what? The criminals love to cover up their license plates. So license plate readers do not stop crime at all.
Grossen lives on Berry Court, where his cameras caught these cars around 1:30 early Sunday morning.
When I looked on the cameras, the one thing they do is they cover their license plate, so it's really hard to identify them.
But this is a system that we've got here. We've got this system in these deep blue cities like New York, where I'm living right now, where they just love to excuse criminal activity. They love to say that it doesn't matter. They love to blame a store closure on everything except the criminals. They're so busy looking for the root causes of crime that when the criminals are standing up in the front, they say, guys, get out of the way. We're looking for the root causes of crime. Move.
Making sure that people are brought to justice and not having $30 million cut from public safety budgeting that is coming from the federal government, that I would love to be able to make sure that the federal government can do things like ban ghost guns and making sure we're eliminating these extended clips for Glocks, which essentially are turning Glocks into automatic weapons. I would love to make sure
that is not your fucking problem, you lying motherfucker. You lying motherfucker. That is not the biggest problem. When the last time you heard of somebody using a switch in Baltimore for a Glock? You lying motherfucker. You gun grabbing bastards. Stop. You try to use this to get gun control. You're a liberal who don't like guns.
In local law enforcement, because we are watching cuts that are happening to local law enforcement and also gun safety funding.
Governor, we can't let all of that stand in the way of the immediate solution being offered by the federal government. Well, you can't let all of that stand in the way and be an excuse.
And now the Apple Store's closing, and now we're making up excuses for why massive businesses are abandoning stores. Once Apple's out of that mall, the whole place is doomed. And look, Maryland, they've been warning that their population is trending in the wrong direction for a long time.
I'm not gonna lie, his voice is a little annoying. I mean, this is what you get for having what? Lawlessness for goddamn how long? You have lawlessness for how long?
That last video made me want to punch a hole in the wall. Not that video, but the one with the mother.
Oh yeah, sloppy, filthy bitch, and then has a nerve to record it like she's in the right.
I would probably be in jail if that was my daughter.
Yeah.
Because they would have to pull me off of her. Oh, but we hate black women, right?
Yep.
We hate black women. We want to discourage black women, right?
Yep. Disgusting.
Oh, you remember the DL Whisperer that they kept talking about?
The DL Whisperer.
Yeah, some dude on TikTok that was supposed to be exposing a bunch of DL dudes. Evidently, he got arrested for stalking a transformer.
Wow. I guess he had the wrong whistle.
Yeah. Can't make this shit up.
Oh boy. Members only, huh? FD Signify doing the bullshit again.
Huh?
FD Signify doing the bullshit again.
Why? What do you do now?
Now he wants to talk about black cops.
Oh.
See?
What about black cops?
He just
let me guess. Wants to call them sellouts.
He got the intro. I guess your boy must have struck a chord, huh?
Let me guess. He wants to call y'all sellouts, I guess.
Yeah. I guess your boy might have struck a little chord.
Oh. Well.
See that? Well, let me click on it, though. It's a year ago, but he only has an intro for it. Work in progress intro to Black Ops. Let's see. Let's see. I'll try not to fall asleep. Let's go with this one.
The fundamental problem with the critique of the black cop is that it always comes from a position that the path of righteousness is and always must be to act against the existence of the system. The core premise is that any person who experiences blackness as a societal class and who seeks to navigate that blackness within the power structures that enforce it are somehow the enemy. The irony is that always come from people who are doing the exact same thing in their own way. The truth is that black people have impositions of power is a good thing for black people as a whole. The only people who ever think otherwise are those who experience political power structures and the actions of those working within them from a spectator's perspective.
White dude.
Power is neither good nor evil. There's no example of any sort of anthropological context where it ever has been. Order and chaos function as antithetical forces which are both paradoxically the impetus of the other. As long as civilizations exist, there will always be extant systems which enforce order, and whether their means are good or evil is entirely relevant to this fact. If you want to change things, you have to run for office, or just sit on your couch to make money off YouTube. The fundamental problem with the critique of the black cop is that it always comes from a position that the path of righteousness is and always must be to act against the system. The core premise is that any person who experiences black...
You know, sometimes I look at this shit. Let's see. You would think you have some more about black cops. Nobody cares about Derek Jackson.
Shout out to Ask a brother Jeff, Jeff St. James. He said, if you still subscribe to Derek Jackson, you need to shut the hell up about cheating.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn, Jeff chose violence. He said, shut the hell up about cheating. But that's true though. If you subscribe to Derek Jackson, I don't want to hear anything you have to say about cheating.
Because Derek Jackson is their god.
Yeah, whatever.
Do we have Maryland State, Maryland PD guard? Oh, yeah, we do. 5th Regiment Armory.
I forgot to tell you, fuck you, Charles.
What's that?
I was playing this on my channel earlier. There was this, I kid you not, this was a 2 talking about men that hit the wall.
Yeah, they're delusional.
And I know, and I say fuck you because I know the only reason she's talking that shit is because some nigga was dumb enough to mess with her. I know that's the only reason she's running her mouth.
Stupid.
I mean, but this is I'm being generous calling her a 2. She's more like a 1.
A 1? Deformed?
Yes. I sent you them via email.
I definitely gotta check that out.
But a 2 talking about hitting the wall.
Ugh.
Oh no, it gets better. This is a two talking about hitting the wall and men being in shape while she's eating potato chips and a big back.
Well, she's got a big back. Arr, she's a big back.
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's get ready for this bullshit here.
Ourselves also kind of introduce the dilemma that we're going to be talking about.
My name is Fatima, along with Alia and Lauren. She's not here now, but we started up an organization called Lola, Liberation for One, Liberation for All. You know, we're all from Buffalo, 3 Black women from different parts of the diaspora just decided to link up and decided, you know what, this is the kind of work that we want to get into. And I can get more into Lola. I'll let Alia introduce herself, but we can get into all of it.
Yeah, my name is Alia. I'm born and raised in the city of Buffalo. Don't ever plan on leaving. Love my city. I'm also a co-founder along with Fatima and Lauren of Lola. Very proud to be a co-founder.
I had to resist doing Griselda ad-libs right there. And I'm so proud of myself. It almost came out. I wonder if they're going to be able to see the twinkle in my eye that kept me from being like, boo, boo, boo.
Oh,
like, so I'm really proud of myself for holding that back. You know, I'm growing as a person. So I guess, let's start with more about Lola and like kind of what y'all are doing, and then like what y'all are fighting, which is a major thing that, we have experience with here in Atlanta and sadly also in Baltimore. They're doing them everywhere.
So Lola started off.
Don't you say shit about my city. Because you ain't fighting shit.
Oh, God.
You motherfuckers ain't fighting shit in my city. None of these bitches are known. See, I've done more fighting for young Black boys in my city than any of these broads have. Don't say shit about my city. Please and thank you. Don't say shit about my city. Because you don't know what the fuck's going on. You live in the fucking suburbs. Don't say shit about my city.
Back in around November of 2023. We really started off small. We went to, we planned a protest together, and we were like, okay, yeah, cool, let's do that again. But this time we want to do something disruptive. Like a lot of times, protests in Buffalo, typically people will go to this one place, or we call Niagara Square. Everyone goes there. We do our rally. We march around the circle and stuff. But
how do you want to do something disruptive? Whatever happened to the peaceful protests? I don't even know if I could copy that link.
No kings.
How the hell you copy links in here?
What is it? YouTube?
Right here. Yeah.
Are you on your desktop?
Yeah.
Just copy it out. Just copy it out of the address bar.
If it let me. Let's see. Won't let me. Hey T Riddler, do me a favor. Just click on my back chat. Click the link for the StreamYards, or just put it in the back chat for me, and I'll click on it. Just put it in the link because it's not letting me do it on the desktop.
Was happening, our protest kind of was centered around what's going on in Gaza, and it felt like screaming off into a void in a circle. Just didn't feel like it was meeting the moment. So we decided, let's do a protest, and we hope I don't make anybody mad right now, especially, but we decided let's disrupt the Christmas tree lighting, because they do this Christmas tree lighting in Buffalo. And we're like, let's go disrupt the Christmas tree lighting and let them know that there's no Christmas happening in the origin of Christianity in Bethlehem. So let's, kind of put some information out about that.
Why would you do that? Why would you disrupt the
around jumping up and down like dumbasses for no damn reason?
To be obnoxious.
Yeah.
To be obnoxious, exactly.
See, notice they want to be downtown. Notice they want to be downtown where it's safe, where They don't have to be around the scary folks. And they don't want to be where the scary folks are, but they want to be disruptive. Notice they don't want to be disruptive on North Avenue.
Oh.
They don't want to be disruptive up Cherry Hill. And yes, I know we're talking about a different city, but it's just hilarious to me.
So their bright idea was to interrupt Christmas tree lighting service. Okay. I'm supposed to
take something. What the fuck type of change is that?
Well, got to change that supports these No Kings protests.
Oh yeah.
While they clap for an actual king.
Thank you, T. Riddler. I just clicked on it. We might have a double feature after I get sick and listen to these do nothing broads. Quick continuing.
So we did a really huge protest there. We had like coffins and things like that to represent what's going on over there, to kind of like give a visual representation. And for the first time, we weren't screaming into a void. People were looking at us, people were recording. Some people even were kind of mad. They're like, you're ruining Christmas. And it's like, okay, well, there's no Christmas.
Kind of the point.
Right, exactly. That's like,
sorry, not sorry.
Right.
Yeah.
And then, you know, we continued to get together between me, Alia, and Lauren. You know, we continued to hang out. And it was, me and Alia went to high school together, but we didn't really know each other all like that in high school. So this was kind of our reintroduction. And Lauren, we had just met.
You notice women don't do any actual fighting.
Mm-hmm.
Where there's potential bloodshed, they just whine very loudly.
Yep.
Nobody cares.
So basically,
But this is just, you know, I always say it. Am I allowed to curse on the podcast?
Yeah,
so basically, it's through a temper tantrum for no damn reason.
Like,
sorry.
Out of all the shit they could be worried about.
Mm-hmm.
You worried about that bullshit?
Takes tissues.
I'm about to curse. Yeah. Okay, cool. But this is kind of where our I guess motto sort of was born, that like all you need is 3 bad bitches and you can do anything in the world. You know what I mean? So we kept talking and we were just like, you know, we're tired of screaming outside of City Hall where people are not hearing us. Let's go inside. So we worked on a ceasefire resolution to try and put more attention on it and to get politicians who will most likely not speak out when it comes to, you know, Israel as a whole, you know. Right. We didn't got to get into it. You already know, like, you know, you can't say nothing about Israel. So we were like trying to challenge that. We put in a ceasefire resolution. We started to get a lot of movement and stuff around that. And ultimately, it did raise awareness, but it didn't get, you know, to the point that we wanted it to get. So we found out almost by accident about how they're planning to build a police training facility in Buffalo. And immediately we were just like, you know, we see how it's related to Palestine. We see how state violence is just like, you know, a weapon to keep people down globally all the time. And this is just the example of it.
What the With your permissions, can I say it?
Go ahead.
What the What the fuck does that have to do with Palestine?
Absolutely nothing.
Really? This is what you bitches do all day?
I guess.
You got black boys who can't read on level, but this what the fuck you do all day.
Yeah.
Real crime and real streets, but you bitches won't protest about crime. Y'all out there in the safety of downtown, but grandma just got knocked over the head. And what are we going to say? It's the police fault.
Police brutality.
But the police, because this motherfucker didn't want to go to jail and fought back and had to kick the shit out of him, rightfully so, and he wasn't going down peacefully, which many don't, you're going to tell me you're okay to talk about Palestine, but guess what? We got motherfucking suffering here. You fucking dizzy bitches. You're dizzy. You do no real activism.
But Charles, they do activism. They're down. They want to go down with the patriarchy. They protest patriarchy. Down with the patriarchy.
The same patriarchy that pave their roads. The same patriarchy that build their houses and their buildings.
Oh, well.
Same patriarchy to this day still protect them. Oh, you know what? The next time I hear a bitch say down with patriarchy, let's just forego the Constitution, because it was nothing but patriarchs who wrote that, right?
Oh, yeah, that's true. Oh, no, down with the patriarchy? Okay, bitch, change your own tire. What you bother me for?
Oh, fuck that. Down with the patriarchy? Fuck your civil rights. Last time I checked, it was men who fought for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Let's forego your right to protest and assembly.
Mm-hmm.
And because it's patriarchy, and let the police be the police that you see in other countries and beat the shit out of you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah. Let's take away your right to union lies, which is also patriarchy. Oops.
Oh yeah, let's take away the patriarchy that protects you from being on a string like this, and not beating you in some middle class and Middle East world,
mm-hmm.
and make you a sex slave.
On top of this, is this woman even black?
I doubt it. Maybe. Who knows? Ambiguous at best.
But I get tired of these ambiguous motherfuckers chiming in on black issues and shit.
But she keeps bringing up Palestine.
Yeah. Like, dude, what do you want me to do about that? Well, that's why we got to bring awareness to it. Okay, and then what? What you gonna do? Go vote for the fucking Democrats? Somebody asked Bibi Netanyahu recently, like a month ago, did Joe Biden ever try to get him to stop the killing in Gaza? And Bibi said nobody from the Biden administration said a word to him.
Yeah.
The only thing Biden wouldn't do is give him a Moab.
Yeah.
Nobody told him to stop.
They agreed to it.
So again, what the fuck is all this awareness and shit? What is it going to do at the end of the day? I'm not telling her not to protest the shit. That's perfectly within her fucking rights. What I'm saying is, why is it my fucking problem?
Exactly. Here's the biggest issue I got with it, AB. One of these bitches is going to pick up a rifle and go to Palestine and literally fight. Why are they doing it from the comfort of the safety of this country? The patriarchy, they call it. Go over there to Gaza and see how you get treated. You never hear anybody say, we're going to go fight. The United States should do something. We are. We're going to draft women. Huh? Huh?
In Buffalo, because a big part of Lola is kind of connecting the liberation struggles happening globally to the liberation struggles that we're dealing with here, locally. So this was that connection. So we started strategizing and figured out this is what we're going to do. We're going to try and other cop cities. We went into it knowing that stop cop city movements. No one has successfully been able to stop a facility from.
Hey Charles, did you say fair use?
A lot of people have been able to.
Fair use. Matter of fact. Let's do even one better. Like that, huh? For educational purposes. What's up, Andre? For educational purposes, because you know why? We educated.
At least slow the process down and challenge it in different ways. And we decided that that was something that we definitely wanted to.
Quick editor's note. There was a Cop City proposed in Seattle that we successfully stopped. It was even more expensive than the Atlanta Cop City. The only reason people don't know about it is because it was branded a bunker instead because it was bomb-proof. I want to let y'all know there's definitely hope. Keep up the good work.
And it's also a galvanizing thing. So Atlanta just...
So you don't want the police academy there, but what's going to protect you? A guy like FD Signifier not get out of his bed to protect you. We got to be very careful. There's going to come a day where you're going to have to fend for yourself. And I think that's what these motherfuckers want.
We just reelected our mayor who ran unopposed somehow, right? And while I'm not involved in the political scene in Atlanta, I know for a fact that the Cop City movement had a lot of legs, and like it energized a lot of people, it connected a lot of people, and so there's a stronger resistance apparatus in Atlanta because of that. And so you have more progressives trying to grab power in actual, like explicit electoral activities, and then you have just more movement happening in general. Because of the fight that we got into over Cop City a couple of years ago. As you said, we were unsuccessful. We had to, they just broke the law with us. Like we, there was a petition and there's legal codes in our, governmental accords that said that a petition filed in a specific way with this amount of signatures has to be put on the ballot, and they just refused to put it on. They just kept making up excuses to not put us on the ballot. And then eventually over time, they added enough military support to the area where it was no longer safe for people to occupy and or disrupt. I'm of the mind that the fights that we lose are still battles that lead to victory. To be, cliche with it, the city's in a better place because of this, right? So although I have a lot of critiques of a Zohran Mamdani that I'll get to whenever I make that content, I know we're primed for one at this point, right? We're primed for a leftist populist electoral run, which despite the flaws that, we'll maybe get to a little later, is going to be a net improvement and is going to be built upon some of the work that was done by the various organizations that resisted our Cop City. So you all are planning on suing, which is, I think, something that I won't say we, the people that were involved initially, because I was just a cheerleader from the sideline for the most part and helping to
heard him say that
raise awareness. But they also found out by accident because it was something they were trying to just subterfuge. And I don't know if they ever got to fully challenge it in court because it had moved along so much by the time it got there. So talk to me about the legal aspect of it, because I think that's something that nobody's been able to get the law involved ahead of breaking ground and signing all the contracts, etc.
Yeah. Before we get into the legal aspect, I do want to say that we've also have been inspired by Atlanta Cop City. We've also tried different tactics.
Why don't you want the police academy there? You know what's really frustrating about people like this? Why not be a part of the civilian review board and actually talk to cops on what they should do? You have an opportunity of having your fucking police academy in your city, and you can actually influence some of the ideas that need to be talked about in the academy. But then when crime goes afoot, and you know it will, because it gets warmer, what's the correlation of crime? When it gets warmer, crime goes up. So instead of talking to the academies trainees where possibly you could work hand in hand with the next generation of police. You just do this lazy shit. Very lazy. Niggas don't want work.
That y'all have done over there in Atlanta too. We did a petition. Common Council didn't care. So we always knew that a lawsuit was possible and like kept that in our back pocket, because we just knew that in the process of trying to rush to build this facility, that the city was going to make mistakes, like our elected officials usually do. So it's something that, you know, we kept in mind. The grounds that neighbors in the area where they're trying to build the facility would be, you know, suing on are based on the environmental impact. In New York State, we have a lot of environmental regulations when it comes to construction, and especially construction in residential areas. And where they're trying to build.
Rohan, please.
Hi.
Right. Close the bathroom. The bathroom.
15 seconds.
Every time. I'm sorry, go ahead.
The neighborhood where the city is trying to build the facility is a residential area. There's literally a house like feet away from where they're trying to build the facility. The city did do an environmental impact study, but there were plenty of flaws as we suspected. So that will be what the grounds of the lawsuit would be on, considering neighbors in the area would be most impacted, whether it be like through lead poisoning or different chemicals in the area that will come into the community because of a training facility.
And the area that they're trying to build the facility on is right across the street from the Buffalo Central Terminal, which for decades was, you know, a railway station. And if you look it up, like brownfield cleanup, it's a brownfield cleanup zone. Like it's still, they never cleaned up all those like cancerous, hazardous chemicals that have been around, you know, that have been around since the time that it was a railway station. And it's like, now you guys want to start construction that's possibly going to kick up all of these things into the air.
They do know they have codes that they need to do that to start building the building, right? They have different ways to keep that shit from coming up, right? You couldn't get them to clean up a chemical area.
And obviously, you know, cause a lot of harm to the people. And it's like an indoor shooting range in a residential area. Like, you don't think people are going to hear that? You don't think that's going to cause some kind of like lead pollution into the air? There's like, so.
You hear this shit, ABO? First of all, they can soundproof the motherfucker. Then on top of that, have they even been to a gun range? Probably not. No, certainly not. Do you know that they have to have certain chemical suits on to clean up a gun range with all the brass and all the it's mandatory for them to clean it up? So they would have people who professionally clean it to keep it from getting trapped in the air. But yet, you drive cars that do more pollution than that gun range would.
Hold on, I missed it. What they say about a gun range?
I want you to listen to it. I'll roll it back.
Different chemicals in the area that will come into the community because of a training facility.
And the area that they're trying to build the facility on is right across the street from the Buffalo Central Terminal, which for decades was, you know, a railway station. And if you look it up, like brownfield cleanup, it's a brownfield cleanup zone. Like it's still, they never cleaned up all those like cancerous, hazardous chemicals that have been around, you know, that have been around since the time that it was a railway station. And it's like, now you guys want to start construction that's possibly going to kick up all of these things into the air, and obviously, you know, cause a lot of harm to the people. And it's like an indoor shooting range in a residential area. Like, you don't think people are going to hear that? No. You don't think that's going to cause some kind of like lead pollution into the air? There's like, so yeah, it just the way they've done it.
Do you know how indoor gun ranges clean up? It's very sophisticated. Do you know how many codes that indoor range has to be under? How many times you go to a gun range and outside of the gun range, can you hear the guns go off? You don't. You may hear it in the building, but you don't hear it outside. They have sophisticated ways of vacuuming all the dust out the air. As a matter of fact, you need a ventilation system for the gun range to prevent all that. They would know this if they actually did some fucking research. That you would need a specialized crew to clean up the range for preventing any diseases. As a matter of fact, Free State Gun Range, Guntree, where are they built on? They're built on wetlands. Do you know how well they clean out their shit? Very well, because nobody's ever got lead poisoning in that fucking area. But you want the construction to be at a spot where you complain that they didn't clean up. So guess what? This might have been the chance to get the government to clean up that area. Guess what you did? Just fuck the people even longer for not getting those services. When you complain about the services, you might not have got them now.
Just like they do anything else when it comes to within Black and brown communities, they didn't think about the way it'll impact people's health. They had no consideration for any of that, despite like you can't go in the area without seeing that huge central terminal, you know, way stations.
And now it'll become this dystopian monument to our current political reality. One critique that I had, because I knew peers that were involved in anti-cop city stuff before it really hit like national airwaves, so to speak. And one critique that they made early on was that it didn't fully reflect Atlanta at the time, i.e., it was very white initially because it was based solely on the environmental impact stuff before, like, and it was in the middle of an all Black community. Atlanta's not Wakanda. I say this a lot, and for people that, because Atlanta has a certain branding and image, and we got all the rappers and all the reality shows. And like if you are in Atlanta and you're Black,
but yet you're complaining about the organization that you wanted. I'm tired of listening to this fucking fool. Let me see what we got from our boy T Riddler. Oh man, this is gonna be fun. We're gonna have fun with this one. Where we at? He sent us a little notice about the mayor of Baltimore. Hot diggity dog.
No, let's be very clear. They're talking about what they call purchase cards, right? They're very clear. If you actually read the report, it doesn't say that like my office, and it's not me, obviously. It doesn't say that like my staff like illegally spent city money. It said that they should have gotten a waiver, or this should have had another level of approval, right? And they did it without it. And then some of it is just ridiculous. Like they're like, oh, the city that they spent money on food at the skyboxes at the Orioles and the Ravens game. Well, like the irony of that, like if anybody's ever been to a skybox with me as the host, right? Like, of course we did. Like I'm inviting kids, people's parents that lost their children, firefighters' families that died, like people that had never been to the stadium, trash workers, people that fill potholes, firefighters and police officers, all these kind of people. Of course, you're supposed to like be able to allow them to eat. People that have never, I took this young man, Mason, who I met after the Brooklyn mass shooting a few years ago, him, his mother, and his sister to the game, who like they just went through some real traumatic, some of our Safe Streets workers, our ROCA workers. That's what it's supposed to be for, right?
All right, yo, what's poppin', man? You know what time it is. Your boy, Mr. J Hill Podcast,
We are live in the city, Baltimore City, that is. We actually live at CIAA's right outside where they play the games at. So we in the trenches, in the thick of it, pause. But special guest to my left, man. That was
crazy.
That was crazy. Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. Special guest to my left, man. As y'all can already see, man, I like to introduce people for who they are outside of what we know them as, because that don't make us, right? Especially men. This guy's a father, he's a husband, a black man who really stands on authenticity, which I love. But as you guys know him as, he's the Baltimore City mayor. He's just had 2 terms, the first mayor to do 2 terms since Martin O'Malley, which was like 20 plus years ago. Yeah, Brandon Scott. What up, brother? How you doing, brother?
What's up?
I appreciate you, man.
I'm good. Appreciate you.
Yeah, first of all, I always thought of like, how does it feel? Like, you're not just a mayor, so many mayors around the country, right? But you somebody that people are championing for. I feel like you're like the city's champ, like the people's champ. How does it feel to walk in them shoes?
For me, it feels normal, right? Because when you from a place, you love a place, you're a part of the community, you grew up here, you done been through all the real experiences. Who better than lead the city than someone like that? Yeah. When you also set yourself, for me, I said I wanted to be mayor when I was like 7 years old. When you walk in your purpose your whole life, when you get there, when you do everything, when you start as the intern at City Hall and end up as the CEO.
But nobody knows where this motherfucker came from. Do you, ABL? One of the biggest questions. Where is he? Is he really from the city?
It's supposed to feel normal for you. And for me, it's normal because this is Baltimore. This is my home. So it's always just going to be, I tell the kids all the time, yes, I'm the mayor, but more than that, I'm just a young black boy from Park Heights in Baltimore, who just happens to be the mayor.
But the thing, that's true. But we know for us, black people especially, it's 10 times harder.
Absolutely.
Right. So one thing that we see a lot, especially in corporate America, working in positions that you hold, we have to do this code switch. We can't give them the same us outside in the neighborhood that we could give them in the offices. Do you feel like it's the same? You have to code switch a little bit, or
no? I don't. I don't code switch it. It makes some people uncomfortable, but if my wife was here, what she would tell you is, she tells anybody the thing that she loves about me the most is that I am going to be the same person in any room that I'm in, right? So when you think about that, I mean, I'm that same Brandon who grew up at Park Heights in Cold Spring, right? I'm the same person that went to St. Mary's College, that went to Mervo, right? That went to Malcolm X and Dr. King. That same person acts the same way when I was in the White House with President Biden, being in the Oval Office, whether I'm in a boardroom with CEOs. You have to show up as your authentic self, no matter where you are. And for me, that's reflected in many different ways. The way I wear my hair, what kind of shoes I wear. I'm going to let people know that, listen, I'm going to do my job, and I'm going to.
You know what? This is one of the reasons why black people are behind. We don't want to play the game, and we wonder why we get shitted upon. You got to have some professionalism. You get your little interns, and that person embarrass you. The first thing you're going to ask, who hired this motherfucker? Can't get away with that shit. Can't
do it better than anybody that's ever done it before, but I'm going to do it in a way that's real to me and real to my city. Because we want to live in a world where young black boys and young black girls, when there's some of my sister mayors, are going to be able to follow in our footsteps and make our cities even better than we have, because I tell the kids that too. I want one of them to be the mayor and be 100 times better than I ever was. But only way that they can do that and be their authentic selves is someone has to do it before them, and showing up in that way. Because look, I have a political science degree from the 5th ranked public liberal arts college in this country. But I also grew up in a neighborhood where people were dying every day, right? Those are two worlds. I'm a part of both of.
What did you do to make that neighborhood better? Bueller. 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 Even mayor for two terms in North Avenue still looks like a shithole.
Those worlds. So I have to be able to show up as me all the time.
Yo, listen, I know you're enjoying the episode, but it's tax season, and I'm trying to help you get more money on them tax returns so you can fill up the bank the right way. And that's why this episode is sponsored by my guy for Time and Place.
Yeah, for Time and Place.
Yeah, it's like so. I'll tell you example. I remember I was at Coppin. I was Mr. Coppin State University, right? And I'm also a man of Omega.
Coppin.
Yeah. So I remember me wanting to represent Omega Psi Phi while being Mr. Coppin because I wanted to show people that you can be a Q and the Mr. University. And I never forget the school was saying, "Yeah, you are a Q, but when you put this tie on, you put this button on, you represent Coppin State. And Coppin State isn't just Omega Psi Phi. Coppin State is Kappa Alpha. It's so many things. So how do you tie in Time and Place but still being yourself, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I think that what you have to do is you have to understand what you're trying to accomplish in whatever room that you're in, right? I have to be in that room. I'll just take it back this way. If we were having meetings like we were having when President Biden first got in office around COVID and gun violence, right? I'm going to be there as the mayor of Baltimore talking about this issue that has been plaguing our city forever. But I'm also going to be talking about that issue that is informed with my lived experience as a young Black man.
So if you want to go by that logic, right? Let's go by that logic. Why don't you have any solitary, separate all male schools? Since we had the data, that says we literally can do better with Black boys with their own school curriculum in their own schools. Why haven't you done it? Excuse me. We don't like to talk that shit, do we? Why have your city extend so much violence, but you can't find any recidivists? You can't keep police. You're having a revolving door in your criminal justice system in the city. What's the matter? If it's lived experience, why are so many places in the city look the same way when I was in elementary school? The same violent ass places. Why do we still have projects? Why are Black boys doing horrible in education? Why didn't you put trades back into school? You had 2 terms. Nobody asked this.
Living here, right? And being able to help them understand it from a viewpoint that they've never heard before. That's how you can be your authentic self and show up in the way that you're supposed to show up in those rooms. Combining those things together, combining my political experience, my academic experience, my work experience with that lived experience and showing up as a true Black man. You don't have to shrink yourself. You can rise and be yourself at the same time.
That's a fact. But we can't. So y'all, I think Black mayors have like an excuse because I don't know all of the information, but y'all have like an organization right across the nation. But even in that, right? Because I think it's like 600 some Black mayors.
A lot of us. Yeah, got more. We got a whole bunch of new ones this year.
Okay, congratulations. But at the same time, we can't ignore that we were the minority in this country for so long, right? So when you walk in these rooms, I would assume you still kind of get a funny look, or how is it that now? Is it?
No, we don't get a funny look, and it's the organization talking about is AAMA, the African American Mayors Association.
Exactly.
I'm the first vice president this year. I'll be the president next year. No, I think that what has happened is when you look at these groups, whether it's ALMA, there's one for all mayors, the U.S. Conference of Mayors, folks that came before us knocked down a lot of doors. For example, the U.S. Conference of Mayors, that includes all mayors. And these organizations aren't party. That party don't matter in these organizations. It's about being a mayor, because some of the mayors that are in the country that are Republican have the same issues in cities like that we have, right? So when you're in those room of mayors, you're focused on what issues mayors have to handle. But people have broken down doors for us to even be in those rooms. People like Steve Benjamin, even my mentor, Mayor Rollins Blake, was the president of the U.S. Conference of Mayors. They know that we're going to show up.
Rollins Blake. I wouldn't even have said that shit out my mouth.
I wouldn't even said that. You're talking about the mayor who only got the mayoral seat because of Sheila Dixon got outed and arrested. And the corruption, you're talking about your mentor, the person who okayed everybody to start rioting in Baltimore City. Really? Really? Oh my God. If y'all knew what that lady sent Baltimore back 15, 20 years.
But we also know that we have to stick together, right? When you think about ALMA, when one of our brother or sister mayors are going through something, whether it was Brandon in Chicago, Karen Bass in Los Angeles, we got to show up for each other in a different way. And obviously, we have to communicate and work with each other in a different way. For us, we have to show, especially in the moment that we're living in right now, right? When you think about what's happening in this country, in cities, and how myself and other Black mayors from around the country were being attacked, right? For actually doing something that no one else had done before. All the cities that you heard the president ramble off in August were all led by Black mayors, have all seen the lowest amounts of violence that they've seen in my lifetime, right? Record lows of violence. We got to band together and show up and make sure.
That's because they finagled the numbers and they put murders that happened. The person died this year, they added for last year. That's how they finagle the numbers.
Somebody in the chat asked, did they start work on the Key Bridge yet? No. What's his name? I'm having a brain fart. Westmore got rid of the original contractor. So no, the work hasn't started yet.
You know, the guy who knows how to keep us safe, right? That guy. The guy who said he's from Baltimore, but he wasn't, right?
Well, he does own a property, Charles. Now, that's technically.
He was born and raised for 10 minutes.
That nigga's from New York somewhere. Yeah. Him and his wife both are Caribbean.
So, crazy motherfuckers.
And him and his wife are arguably all the way Black. They're questionably Black, both of them.
I think his grandfather ran to Jamaica or something, or from Jamaica.
Yeah, they're both Caribbean. Dude made his bones in New York, man. He's not from here.
No, not even close. Not even close. Some of these names, man. Oh God. They made
Karen Bass.
Karen
that
Bass.
Sellout trader out there in LA. Karen Bass.
Yeah, the motherfucker who didn't have enough fucking supplies and didn't force them people to cut their underbrushes and lost billions of dollars of property for something that a couple of $100,000 would have prevented. That Karen Bass.
And who's the other one he said?
The one in what was it, Chicago?
Oh yeah, Brandon Johnson. The motherfucker raised the taxes on the quote poor people in Chicago because he knew them fucking well-off to do white people wasn't gonna fucking have it.
Nope.
because he, just like Westmore, ran up a fucking debt in Chicago. They're about $2 billion in the red because he took in all the illegals.
How the fuck did Larry Hogan, probably one of the best governors we ever had, give you a 5.5 billion surplus? Now we're in a 7.5 deficit.
And he got another $4 billion from Biden on top of it. So you was sitting on damn near $10 billion. That bastard ran through damn near $10 billion, man.
Yeah, for illegals. This is the reason why that illegal shit hurts you black people, because Baltimore is roughly 70% black. So it hurts us more. Why do you think? I'm going to say this. You just turned 45. I just turned 44, right?
Yeah.
Does fucking North Avenue look like the same shit since we've been going to elementary school?
Same fucking shit.
The only
no better, no worse.
The only improvement to North Avenue is when Coppin State used to be college when I went, but now university. That's the only improvement that ever made to North Avenue. The rest of it looks like the same fucking shit since elementary school. God damn.
Literally from fucking Hilton Street, which is West Baltimore, all the way to fucking, what's that, Gay Street,
Sinclair,
which is East Side.
Yep.
It is trash.
It's trashy. Oh my God. North and Pensy, good God, it looked like The Walking Dead. It looked like somebody hit it with a nuke, used napalm after that, and took a piss. Because that's what some of these fucking... How do you have all these fucking vacants still up?
Yeah, I mean, the city's fucking falling apart. There's nothing downtown anymore. No fucking gallery. Nothing across the street. You got Phillips.
Gallery used to be the shit.
They was talking earlier about, Towson. And Towson is a good fucking mall. Stony River's leaving.
Yep, it was the crown jewel of the fucking Baltimore County.
But these people, and by the way, that's a bus ride for all the black people. A lot of black people who may live in Northeast Baltimore, may not have a car. That's a fucking bus ride.
Yeah, because
you can hop on the 8. What is it, the 8, or maybe I think the 11 or the 3?
Yep, you took the 8 straight off of Greenmount to York Road, always straight, and dropped you right straight off to Towson. That used to be fun going out to Towson as a teenager in your 20s. Used to be great. They had a nice little club out there when you were under 21. They had a nice club out there. You had Ruby Tuesdays to take a date. That's what I used to do.
The city's falling apart, and these motherfuckers are telling you less cops.
And here's the crazy
but then once the fucking mall is gone, then that's gonna be the complaint. We need more business. Where's all the fucking business? Gone. Your gremlin kids ran them off.
You couldn't even keep Target in Muldoman.
Why don't you have a movie theater downtown anymore? Why?
It's in the ritzy.
No. Can't tell nobody about that one.
Oh no, you can't tell it because niggas will come.
Because niggas are coming fuck it up. That's why you can't tell nobody about it. You know the movies I'm talking about, Charles.
Oh yeah, take their asses back to Towson.
That we used to have back in the day downtown. Why is it not there any fucking more? Niggas.
You didn't crack the whip when you had control, and you got the criminal element out your fucking city.
Why don't anybody go to Mondawmin any fucking more? Why? Because it's a death trap.
It's a death trap, and you might get jumped by 50 juveniles. Fucking YN Central. It's like YN Haven.
And they doing the same shit out there to Columbia.
Yeah, Columbia's gonna get fried this year.
You can't have shit.
Because if they removing the fucking Apple store and Columbia's the next closest, they are gonna get fucking fried. I used to work out there in Columbia doing armed security. They are gonna get fried. Do you know how violent fucking Columbia is? One chick I talked to, right? Did you know her son was murdered out there? Coming from the bathroom 2 years ago. Shot her son in the back of the head in Columbia Mall. And if anybody knows anything about the area of Columbia, it's ritzy, Hasadiddy ritzy town.
Or at least it used to be.
It used to be.
And you know why? Because Section 8 landlords.
And niggas. I always told y'all the strategy, the Baltimore strategy. Send you niggas up the river, send you into some of the counties, and then cut the bus line.
I'm sorry. I got to keep it real. Them fucking landlords, a lot of them landlords out there take Section 8. A lot of them fucking apartment complexes out there, they take Section 8 vouchers and shit, and that's the shit you get.
Mm-hmm. 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 That's all it is. I mean, let's face it. This motherfucker, you have no real attractions. You lost what? Otakon, which was a 400% increase for Baltimore's downtown to DC. You refused to build more shit for Otakon to still be here, which would have kept a lot. Do you know how much money Otakon was?
I'm surprised we still have what's the shit they do every summer?
Baltimore Comic-Con? Oh, you talk about Artscape?
No, not Artscape. The black shit. We did the concert. Not is that it? Yeah, the Stone Soul. I'm still surprised we got Stone Soul.
Or the
like we literally don't have shit no more.
Like we used to have Afram. Artscape used to be the shit. Afram used to be the shit.
Yeah, that's it. Afram. Yeah, Afram. I'm still surprised we got Afram.
Yeah, that's where I was bodyguarding Common. Matthew Knowles.
I'm still surprised we got Afram.
Think about it. Stone Soul Picnic in Druid Hill used to be the shit. I mean, let's look at this. You used to have a lot of shit to do in Baltimore in the summer. You got tired. Artscape was fun. I used to live right around the corner from there. Me and my ex walked over there. We was sweating, having fun.
Dog, downtown Baltimore, what nigga? That shit used to be lit the fuck up in December.
Oh my God! You
watch these movies. You watch these movies about New York Christmas time and Madison Avenue and shit. That's how downtown Baltimore used to look.
Yeah.
Now it's nothing. I mean, they do bring out the fucking skating rink, you know what I mean, in the winter.
But who does that but white people?
Over there.
I
mean, but it's nothing left. It's nothing. Phillips is no ESPN zone no more.
No ESPN zone. You don't even got. I don't even know if you got Barnes and Noble anymore. Barnes and Noble.
That fucking that Top Golf shit don't get no business. Is that still open?
Maybe. I mean, think about this, right? I used to go downtown, chill in Barnes and Noble for an hour or two, reading books and probably buy some. Go eat at one of the many different places you had. Get some fish or some crabs. Go to like when they used to have Best Buy up there. Go get my anime or my MMA fix. Go to the newsstand and get a couple of good magazines and comics. Talk to a couple of chicks. And maybe it might be an event going down. Even the fucking Man, when the last time you heard anybody go down to the 5th Regiment, not the 5th Regiment Army, Pier 6? When the last time you heard somebody, remember when they used to have exclusive tennis down at fucking the gallery at the Foot Locker and the downtown locker room? Exclusive to Baltimore.
Downtown is ghost town. It's literally nothing there no more.
Why do you think I go over there to where Under Armour is on Hall Street, and I said, fuck it. We might as well make our own fun. Bring the speaker out, get some disposable grills, get some burgers, some sausage, get some wings, have a good time, get some drinks, some smoke, get some lawn chairs out, some folding chairs, have a good time. I'm not going to fucking Fells Point because there's more cops down there than people. I can see it right across the water. Hey, I'm good. But you don't have that because you got to think of shit. There's chill spots you could go to. There was actually, oh my God, in the club life back in the day, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, the club life was ridiculous. I met so many girls from New York, Philly, Atlantic City, New Jersey, DC, Richmond, Virginia, North Carolina, and they all came to party with us. Hammer Jacks used to be the shit. Hell, even the tunnel was the shit at one time. But we waste our money and our efforts. You got historically black colleges, one on the west and one in the northeast, Morgan and Coppin, and for God's sakes, y'all don't even. We got so many colleges here. Johns Hopkins is damn near an Ivy League. Morgan State has some of the best engineers in the country, if not one of the best engineering schools in the country. You know how many white boys come to fucking Morgan State for fucking minority scholarship? Coppin State is one of the best nursing schools in the country and teaching schools. But when we spend our time talking about frivolous shit, you want to get rid of gun violence because violence is violence no matter what tool you use. Give the boys trades, jobs, and education. Can't do that, huh? Let me put this past the air of you, ABM, and everybody in the chat. What if Charles Faulkner Jr. was the mayor? Charles Faulkner Jr. is going to make a curriculum, right? The curriculum says we're going to have a threefold prong solution for black boys. Since that's the overwhelming majority of our male population. Anyway, we're going to have 3 prongs. You're going to go into trades, public safety, which means your police, fire, military, EMT, and paramedics. And also your parking and also miscellaneous parts. And you're going to go to, advanced placement, AP classes. Depending on how you score, what your aptitude is at. You'll get kids who go through their, academics. And then by the time they get this 10th grade or 11th grade, they spend half the day working on what? Go to ABM and you work on some of these goddamn vacants for 4 years. Instead of worrying about youth works, pay them while they're in school. That is a very good incentive to stay in school, right? So now when they come bring their black asses out of high school, they got 4 years of experience. Does that make sense to anybody? for people who want to go to the military, JROTC, the police explorers, the fire program, like the EMT program my son is in. Not only is he taking driver's ed because that's a mandatory thing for them, but he's also taking his EMT courses. So guess what? If you pay them, they will come. Your crime will go down like a prom dress. Hey, we all been to the prom, nigga. We know what happens. Then on top of that, right? The AP classes, the really, really smart guys, the guys who, score real high. Not saying none of them are smart. The other guys aren't smart. But there's some people who have an aptitude for STEM. We should champion all three equally. And guess what? Each profession that we put those three categories of boys in would actually start them off in the middle class. Here's another thing. I hope you listen, FD Signifier. If you want to change the culture of police, why not train the kids to become the police? If you give me the boy at 5, I give you the man at 18. Guess what? That police officer is going to be more loyal to his community because he's from the community. And guess what? He's going to be more held accountable because he's from the community. Why not actually put a pot, instead of getting your liquor, your fucking, your lottery tickets you never went on, your weed, everybody puts in $100 pot for the kids to be the police and say, if you're police for us for at least 10 years, you get the money in the pot. But if you stay longer, it accrues more interest. Would that encourage your police department? Am I making sound stuff, ABM chat? What I'm saying makes sense?
Makes sense to me.
What about those guys for college? Oh, yeah, you put money in a pot for them too, so they can actually get their college paid for and not be in debt. And guess what? If the community actually was fucking communal and actually put money up for the boys to actually graduate college, guess where their loyalties lie? With the community. But guess what? We'd rather put money on a nigga's books in fucking Hagerstown. Tell me if I'm fucking lying. If I gave you a plan that quick, off the fly, would you vote for me as mayor? Does that sound like a capable plan, chat panel? Does that sound capable to y'all? Does that sound like somebody who gives a fuck about a city? Does it make fucking sense? Continuing.
Sure. Make sure that all that progress that is made before doesn't go backwards, but it goes even further. So they know when we step in the room that we mean business, that we're not going to turn back the clock. We're not going to allow anybody to ignore Black issues, to ignore Black mayors, to put us on the side. Don't give us real power and
You ignore Black issues.
Organizations and on committees. No, we're going to show up. And if y'all don't accept that we are ones that are leading, that we should be at the table, then we're going to make a lot of noise and we're going to flip some tables over if need be.
Yeah, that's why because I would assume that, just by our country itself, right? Like I don't even have to be the mayor and walk into an all white room and I can almost feel the tension. So I would assume like it would be the same on a mayor.
Yeah, it's different for like it's different. And the great thing about the group of mayors that we have, right, is that everybody's different and everybody knows we can play to each other's strength, right? Like typically, if you want, when it's time to start some shit, it's gonna be Brandon and Brandon. They already know me and Brandon are the other one, and both of us walk.
Does that sound professional? Even though I'll give him grace, I probably would have said the same thing, knowing me. But that down home nigga shit can only take you but so far. You know what I'm saying? We have to be strategic in what we need as black men. Because everybody told you in the last few things I've shown you, the gay black man is their own demographic now. Black women are their own demographic. You have no allies, black man. What did I just show you in one live stream? You have no allies. Look what these motherfuckers are telling your kids. They're stupid. They're retarded. Look what I text my son. Thank you for being an intelligent, physically fit, well-mannered young man. Your words speak strength into the kids. Notice you didn't hear one damn thing what he said he's going to do for the kids. But I'll give him grace. I haven't seen the video. But I'll give him grace. He might talk about it. He might not. We'll give him time. But we have to be solutions-based, not fancy word starting shit based.
Attention. So I would assume like it would be the same on a mayor.
Yeah, it's different for like it's different. And the great thing about the group of mayors that we have, right, is that everybody's different and everybody knows we can play to each other's strength, right? Like typically, if you want, when it's time to start some shit, it's gonna be Brandon and Brandon. They already know me and Brandon are the other one, and both of us walking in the room together. Everybody's like, "Damn, here they come!" Right? But folks, my brother Justin Bibb. Justin is somebody who he knows. He builds bridges. He does like you got so many folks that are great. My brother Quentin Lucas in Kansas City. It's the same way. We all know how to work together, and we all know how to lean into each other's strength. Because it's also important to note that not every city across the country is blessed like Baltimore. We're in Maryland, right? Well, we have the governor, we got Governor Moore, we have a state that has a lot of people that look like us, a lot of black and brown people. We know that we're going to be protected here and do. But when you're talking about like my mayor in Atlanta, brother Andre Dickinson, he's dealing with the state of Georgia. He's dealing with the state of Georgia. They're dealing with Missouri. They're dealing with Alabama, Mississippi, right? It's just different from them, and they can't do or say some of the things that we can say. And we have to be there to be the amplification for people who cannot do, because we get this all the time. Like we all talk literally all day, every day. And they be like, man, you gotta get the people off on the internet. They want me to do this program like you guys are doing, but they can be precluded from doing it by their state government, right? So we have to help people, educate people to understand that there's not apples to apples comparisons from these cities, and that we, brothers and sister mayors, are always learning and working with each other. We just had a city of Tulsa here a few weeks ago in Baltimore. We had Albany, New York here. We had Memphis here last year. Everyone's going to work together, but we got to let people know that, and that we're going to be stronger together that way.
So speaking of the togetherness, right? Because you brought up Donald Trump, and when he publicly criticized Chicago, DC, Baltimore, amongst some other ones, right? And you didn't shy away from it, right? You was like, I mean, you had your words. For somebody that's not into politics, right? They always say coming up, two things you don't talk about: politics and religion, right? In public. So for somebody that might not care about politics or already have a bad taste in politics, when we see, okay, of course we see you standing up for us, but we also see President Trump is like a feud. What did I say about the state of the political parties right now?
Well, I think that it's really, this time is really like the worst part of this country's history in decades, right? You're talking about times where, like, if I'm talking to my uncles and my dad and folks who literally lived through integration of schools in North Carolina, and when you have folks like that saying this is different, we should be paying attention. When you see folks who live through the civil rights movement talk about them trying to turn back the clock and take away rights and take away rights.
Chat, ABM, Lost, get your ass up here. Hit the chat. LAPD SWAT, get your ass up here. Hit the chat. We got to have a conversation. I'm going to say this. You may agree or disagree, ABM. In the last 5 years, was it easier to get a Maryland gun permit than the last 10, 20 years?
Probably throughout the history of fucking Maryland.
Exactly. And guess who gave you that right? A Republican governor, Larry Hogan.
White man.
White man. Notice you're working right now, right? You're on patrol. So, do you feel safer being out there in the street with whatever you need to carry versus being butt naked out there? Because here's the crazy part, right? All these guys will tell you, I know what to keep you safe. The responsibility of keeping your family safe is the man's. And if the man's not there, it falls on the mother. And not every single mother is a bad mom. We speak in generality. And we make a difference between a mother that unfortunately the relationship didn't go well versus a bitch who purposely fucks up a relationship. Would you want to see a well-mannered, caring mother who keeps their kids well-dressed, well-fed, well-educated, has a good, cordial, healthy relationship with the father? They both co-parent very well. There's no drama. Would you want to see her become a victim walking to her car because she might have to work late or work in a seedy part of town? Or would you like to give her a tool that can possibly save her life? I'm just asking for a friend. We don't put our best and brightest under the best protection. We do a poor habit of that. Continuing. You're right. The great fucking equalizer. What do they say? God made you free. Colt made you equal. Because I'm sorry. In the history of this nation, with most of your active shooters are in two places, educational institutions and places of worship. I have a cousin who's graduating with a fucking cybersecurity and networking degree this month. Who was that with the fucking active shooter? Wouldn't you like to give your kids in college a fighting chance? Or do we want to make more victims? That's all I'm saying.
That people literally died for, this is different. When you...
And by the way, I know what I wanted to say. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. This is not the 1950s nor 60s. I am not forced to go drink out of a coloreds-only, rusty-ass water fountain. I am not getting lynched in a tree. Not saying it doesn't happen, but it's not at the frequency it used to happen. Nowhere near. You're allowed to do a lot of shit that your grandparents or great-grandparents only dreamed of. You got so many goddamn freedoms. We just watched a fucking video of two fucking females bored protesting a goddamn Christmas tree about something that's happening in another country that ain't got shit to do with us. If you really want to free Gaza and do all this shit, I would tell you, bitch, go pick up a rifle. Go get 210 rounds, put some goddamn boots on, put an ACU on, put that goddamn Kevlar and that steel vest and that Kevlar helmet and go do some damage. But you won't, because you want to fight the patriarchy, the same shit that you don't, that's protecting you. The next time I hear a bitch say down with the patriarchy, then down with the Constitution, because it was nothing but patriarchs who signed that bitch. You will not dishonor motherfuckers who shed blood for the cause. If you really think you're under such distress, what's your version of the Deacons of Defense? And we'll talk.
See the president of the United States sending troops into on American soil, right? This is different. And what people have to understand, especially black people, in my opinion, is that we literally died for. This is my dad and folks who literally lived through integration of schools in North Carolina. And when you have folks like that saying, this is different, we should be paying attention. When you see folks who live through the civil rights movement talk about them trying to turn back the clock and take away rights that people literally died for, this is different. When you see the president of the United States sending troops into on American soil, right? This is different. And what people have to understand, especially black people, in my opinion, is that we know better than anybody what happens when these kind of things happen, right? We know what it's like to be seen as the boogeyman, to be snatched off the street just for existing, to be killed and all of these different things, that have no rights and not be treated as human. We have to understand that our people literally fought and died for us to be where we are now, which is not where we need to be, but it's a hell of a lot better than where they were before they did all that. And we can't sit on the sideline and let it happen again.
And why did Trump send troops in D.C.? Anybody know the answer? The people were scared to come out of their houses. It was not safe. Your Democratic strongholds are not the safest places to be. Baltimore's third in per capita with violence. You're 1,000 police officers short. Let's keep it funky, monkey. We 80s babies. We saw what the drug epidemic did to our households. We saw the violence of the 90s. We saw the war on terror in the 2000s. Think about it. In less than 50 years, we've seen epidemic of drugs, epidemic of violence, epidemic of terrorism, epidemic of fucking economic instability. Now you're trying to make it look like we're rolling back the clock. If they struck down Roe v. Wade, what the fuck does an abortion mean to me as a man? If a bitch want it, vote for it. But guess what? Y'all don't say nothing to the bitches who voted against it. What rights did they take away from you? If anything, giving you the right to vote for something gives you more power over it. Let's talk about that. What are they doing? Y'all mad because you were sucking up all this money to give the illegals so your fucking party can have a new voting block because niggas said fuck you because you didn't do shit for us? Oh, we can't let the niggas smarten up, but we're going to have to say fuck them openly. Come on, man. Come on. You're supposed to be a Park Heights boy, man. You be better.
Either do politics or it's going to do you, especially in a moment like right now. And it should be no surprise that like people were like, were you surprised that the president said something about Baltimore? I'm like, no, he did it the first time. But what you have to grow and understand is like, why? Why was he now saying like, oh, these cities are all out of control? Like I said to you earlier, when they had the lowest crime than they ever had, 2025 literally is the lowest amount of homicides recorded in Baltimore's history on record. They started keeping the numbers way back in the 70s, right? You had similar things in Chicago and DC and Birmingham and all these places. What do all those places have in common? They got a lot of people of color, black people, and they got black mayors, right? Yeah. When you understand that when folks have to create a boogeyman to legitimize the stuff that they want to do, they're going to use every.
Now, when you go through the city of Baltimore, do we have to create a boogeyman? Do I have to fucking take my phone on a Friday night, 10 o'clock at night, downtown Baltimore, and show you how wild that fucking the YNs are? You got 50 a pop on one street, 50 a pop on the next street. Nowhere to go, causing all kinds of chaos. You don't even have rec centers open for these kids. If you want a better policing model, why not open up the recs? Let the police take control of them. So guess what? When a child or a young adult or a teenager needs some guidance and they're not sure about talking to their parent, they could trust that goddamn cop. They could build a rapport. Get some firefighters there. Maybe you should get some people from the Fifth National Armory to volunteer. What happened? Why not get some of the rec schools, some of the different rec areas, and get some of these guys who were cops and firefighters to coach boxing, wrestling, judo, mixed martial arts, basketball, football? What athlete would say hell no to that? When the Baltimore riots happened, all my fucking wrestlers, even the ones that graduated, were calling me to see if I was okay. They weren't saying fuck the police because coaches out there. That's called rapport building. That's called putting in work straight from the dirt. But you know what? That's common sense solutions. That's common sense. You don't want that because you always need a divide. That's the problem with black politics and black people. You always need to play the part of the victim, but you never want to go on the offense. When are you going to go on the offense? When are you going to take the initiative? Yeah, we're going to get these trades back in. We're going to get these kids, even if they graduated already, we're going to pay for your trade school as a city. What else the fuck we doing with the money? We're going to make it competitive for AP classes. We're going to bring back debate teams. We're going to bring back Jeopardy. We're going to bring back science fairs. We're going to bring back paid internships. We're going to bring back artists. We're going to bring back sports medicine. We're going to bring back how to do business, how to balance a checkbook, a bank account, how to read the stock market, how to do investments, something that can actually, how to do computer repairs, something that could push your kids forward. Continuing.
Ounce of power and influence that they had through media and others to do that, because when people get normalized to some of the stuff that they see happening to people, right, then they'll think about it in a different way. Like, oh, well, maybe it's not that bad for them to go out and round up people just because they look Hispanic. But I said this a lot before the election, and I'll say it.
See? Why are you caring about people who are not even legal citizens? Because last time I checked, I don't mind feeding other people, but my house got to eat first. Tell the truth, shame the devil.
Again now, we have to understand, and I said this to black men in particular, they might not start with us. They always gonna come back home. They always gonna come to you. And we have to step up, especially for the women.
That ain't our fight. That ain't our fight. We're citizens.
This a lot before the election, and I'll say it again now. We have to understand, and I said this to black men in particular, they might not start with us. They always gonna come back home. They always gonna come to you. And we have to step up, especially for the women, our brown brothers and sisters, but us, we gotta step up to understand that people dive, right? Think about that. We're talking.
Why should we step up for a group of women that says they could do bad by themselves? Why should we step up for a bunch of women that said they don't need no man? Let them fight their battles on their own terms. They said they're their own demographic so many times. Then the brown people, guess what? They don't vote for us. They don't go through our struggles. They trying to benefit off of our victories that we bled for. No, you can't. Sorry. Because if it was the other way around, you would totally tell us, fuck you, and you have.
About Baltimore City, right? We haven't had that many black mayors. We had Mayor Smoke, right? Mayor Dixon, Mayor DuBurns, who only served for a year, right? Pugh, Rawlins Blake, Jack Young, and me. That's it. That's it. I'm literally the second black male to be elected as mayor in the city of Baltimore in its history. If these folks are able to do the things that they want to do, they want to prevent that from happening. They want to prevent people from you and I to be able to vote. They want to turn back that clock, not to the civil rights movement, but to the 1800s. And they're saying the loud part out loud. That's what we got to understand.
ABM, do you hear this bullshit? Hey, chat, do you hear this bullshit? How are you going to turn it back to the 1800s? How? How many black men actually gained jobs when DEI got shut down? This is the time for black men to step up for themselves. Go get that education. Shit. When the women were getting their education, their jobs, did they say, hey, we need to look out for our black men? Fuck no.
And you know, you said something that stood out to me. It was like, we can't just sit on the sideline now. And what the first thing I think about when I hear that is healing, right? Because when we was going through it, where was they at? They were sitting on the sidelines. And it's crazy that because like we see things with ICE and like Donald Trump deploying ICE people into our communities. And you have some black people that is like that looks at it like, well, now y'all see how we feel. When we can't be like that, because again, like you said, this is only they're doing this to show you that they can do it. And then what you think?
The hell we can't. The hell we can't. Where were all these other fucking demographics when black men were going to jail? You ain't give a fuck. You ain't give a solitary fuck. You ain't give a fuck. When black men going through their shit, when do you give a fuck? Nobody gave a fuck when a black man was looking for a job. Y'all ain't say shit when we were going to prison at alarming rates. But I'm supposed to feel somebody who's benefiting off of my struggle, my benefits that we earned through blood, sweat, and tears, literally. When they got their money from Uncle Joe Biden, that motherfucker said, fuck us.
They're gonna do next. The next step is
to Chicago. when they were in Chicago, they went to an apartment building full of black people, pulled people out, took people out naked from their own homes, women, children, and everything, right? Look at all the amount of American citizens that they've taken out. And I think that's people to understand. If you look at Minnesota, they were focused on African people of African descent, right? Like, so we have to understand. Think about it like this: if they
Stop that bullshit, because them motherfuckers were scam artists. Those Somalians were not black Americans. Stop the bullshit. They were a bunch of scam artists utilizing government benefits and TTs and temporary cash assistance and scamming the government. Tell the whole fucking truth, please.
they're in Baltimore, how are they gonna tell you and me apart from some of our Jamaican or Haitian or West African brothers and sisters that live here? They won't.
Very easily. We don't wear sandals with socks.
They won't be able to tell. They will not, especially if you've been here a while and you got a Baltimore accent, right? Like, they won't be able to tell.
Man, cut the crap.
No, it's a pulling
Cut
thing.
the fucking crap.
Go ahead. You know what fucking
Motherfucker is called ID.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's called an illegal alien.
Do you have a birth certificate that says you were born in this country?
You ain't seen a single fucking black man just ran up on out the damn blue by ICE.
Those were Somali.
Cut the bullshit. The only reason ICE came to Minnesota was because of the huge fucking scandal with the scamming shit.
With the Somalians.
Like, what was that? That's Trump's fault? that a gang of Somalians was scamming the fucking state government in Minnesota?
See the
Man,
half
stop this shit.
See the half truths this motherfucker telling?
Yeah.
He's saying this. He's saying this like motherfuckers can't do a bit of fucking Google research. Okay. Black people are being taken out. Them motherfuckers ain't black. They're African. You're not black American. You're not a descendant of slaves. And then these Somalian motherfuckers, these scam artists, which they are, was looking for black people to fucking help them. Get the fuck out of here. Do you know the numbers of black fucking people of being homeless is increasing? But y'all taking all the benefits that was meant for us. The 14th fucking amendment was not made for you to have a fucking anchor baby in the country.
Talk about the fucking Somali gangs in Minnesota. That traffic, that sell drugs, that shoot and kill people, rob, extort people. Talk about them.
Let's talk about the
because that's what Minnesota is. Because that's what they are.
Let's talk about the MS-13s in Colorado.
Motherfucker, ain't no damn. And in fact, a fucking African or a fucking Jamaican or something is probably less likely to even get. It's probably a good fucking thing they black people. I was just worried about fucking Hispanics.
Yeah.
Any black immigrant that got rounded up by ICE, they got rounded up for a fucking reason, and you know it.
Especially for government fraud, both state and federal.
So cut the fucking crap.
12 motherfuckers on one social security number. Get the fuck out of here.
The Leering Center.
See, aren't you glad that we the multifaceted sector? Because
yes,
he would easily would have finagled some ignorant black folks just now with that shit, wouldn't he?
Oh yeah.
Telling half truths. Why did they go up there? Notice he didn't say why. Notice he didn't say why. How many motherfuckers right now, when you go down Hollandtown or Eastern Avenue with no fucking Maryland IDs, no fucking birth certificate, no fucking social security card, or if they do have a social security card, the niggas photocopied. Why? Tell the fucking whole truth.
Like, we have to understand that you got to step into the fight. And to be honest, for us here, like, and for people around the country, the biggest way for them to step in is that, like, it's going to be election. These elections are going to be the most consequential in this country's history. You got to show up, and they're trying to prevent you from the date. That tells
You say that every fucking
how
election.
important an election is when they're literally trying to change the maps. They're literally trying to change what you have to do to vote. They're literally doing all these pressures to keep people. You got.
Wait a minute.
But wait a minute. But wait a minute. Do Democrats bitch about gerrymandering when you bring up Illinois? You wonder why everything else in the Midwest can go Republican every election except for Illinois? You wonder why that is?
Mm-hmm.
Are the Democrats bitching about gerrymandering when you talk about Virginia
or Pennsylvania?
Jersey is next. Are they going to bitch about gerrymandering when they do it in Jersey?
Yeah. Do they talk?
If you ever wonder why everything else in the Midwest, Ohio, all that shit out there, Missouri, Kansas, all that shit can be Republican every fucking election except for Illinois, you wonder why? Because they gerrymandered it.
Yeah. I want you to look at when people talk about rights, right? The Second Amendment is one of your most important rights because it protects all others. It was so important that they made it the second fucking right to have. New York and New York City, all states were made a shall issue state, but they go against the rights of the people to protect themselves because God knows New York is a fucking hellhole. Sorry. How many fucking Latin gangs and gangs you have out of New York? And you're telling me, oh, you can't carry here. Which is actually a violation of the Second Amendment, by the way. Let's look at this. When they talk about the Voting Rights Act, how can you have motherfuckers who are not citizens vote? What are they trying to do? Because Maryland was one of those, what do they call them? Safe havens for illegals. And they were handing out, this is since the O'Malley era, when they were giving out fucking driver's license to illegals who couldn't fucking drive. They don't talk about the O'Malley era. A lot of funky shit went down there.
Steve Bannon, the guy that's one of Trump's biggest allies, and saying that, like, we should have ICE at the polling places, right? They want to keep people afraid from voting like this is a Nazi Germany, so that they can keep power. They know that they're wrong, and they want to flex muscle in order to convince people to be scared.
Wow, that's crazy, because like even a close friend of mine, his I think grandparents or something got deported, and like you said, you would never tell us apart. And it's almost like Holocaust all over again. Like if we allow it, that's basically what's
When does it stop? If brown people are the enemy first, and they get rid of all of them, right? Then it's black folks. Then it's
Yo. How is a nigga who not even 30 talk about Nazi Germany? How the fuck is he got to talk about Nazi Germany? This shit is like Nazi Germany. You're talking about brown people. You're talking about people who don't live here. People who are not from here. People who are sucking the resources back. And what do a lot of these motherfuckers do? Even if you get somebody who's legally here, they work and they send their money out the country. So they don't even invest in the fucking country. How many of these fucking Asian stores send their money back home, get a house built, and they live above their fucking house and they don't pay taxes for 10 years after stacking up all that fucking fine black American money? Do they invest back into our fucking communities? Your kids can't even work in their fucking stores. Don't tell me this shit.
When does it stop? When does it stop? When is it okay now? If all of these people are the enemy, who's righteous?
Sheesh. What about I ain't gonna say no names. I have a name on mine, right? What about the people that look like us that's trying to separate us from the inside out, right? Like they might not be Democrats or anything like that, but they look like us. I got one name in particular I seen her on like under a comment, and I'm like, yo, why are we not standing with this guy? Like she's literally online talking smack about shit. I'm like, what about those people? Granted, I know you don't care, but it still matters.
I don't.
For the sake of it still matters.
Since the dawn of time, since folks discovered us in Africa, because we got to remind folks that sure everybody comes from Africa, even if they don't know it or like it, right? They can argue with themselves because science and fact is fact. But I think that from the dawn of time, we've had people who suffer from this, like, I'm not like them, I can be just like you syndrome, right? And people are always going to be like that. There's always going to be someone that is there helping to get themselves up in order for them to be at the table instead of bringing everybody.
Oh, like the Nigerians that come over? Some of the Haitians? Some of the Caribbean? Oh, let's not go to the Dominicans who are blacker than me. Me not black. Me Dominican. Me no black. But yet, you make people the enemy who might have a different ideology than you, but that's your enemy. But then you want to talk about we need to join you. Why?
It's the table. I'll give you an example. When you think about most of the iconic civil rights photos, right? They were taken by somebody who was actually, every civil rights photo you think about as iconic was taken by someone who was actually working for the FBI at the time. Think about that. Someone that was that close to Dr. King, that close to all of those folks, right? Those people are going to always be there. But what we have to do, we have been this forgiving people that we keep letting people back in. No, once you show us that you with them, stay your ass over there forever. Don't.
So can we say the same thing about you?
How the fuck are you a mayor trying to talk like you're a revolutionary?
Right.
You got a problem with the FBI, Mr. Mayor? Is that why you had FBI cameras and DEA cameras all around your city?
You loved them when they got drug dealers when they did indictments.
Oh, you loved the FBI when it came time to get rid of BGF, get BGF off your fucking streets.
You loved it when you got fucking Glenwood and a 600, a 5, 6, and 700 block of Glenwood indicted.
It's literally DEA and FBI cameras all around this fucking city. I know this for a fact.
Yeah, I've seen them. I've been in the camera room in Baltimore headquarters. It's over 2,000, at least 3,000 cameras. Some you see, some you don't. That's why all this kerfuffle that happens downtown, it's impossible. I've literally sat in the fucking room and every half a block is a camera. And you see how big downtown is? If you include Lexington Market, both the stadiums, Little Italy, Fells Point, Canton, all that shit, you literally can see, hell, every time you go past a traffic light, camera.
My job, I have to deal with these cameras.
Oh, yeah, you already know.
They put the cameras in the street lights.
Yeah, right there. Why do you think you can follow a motherfucker when they do a bank robbery, a homicide?
So I know personally. So for this motherfucker to sit up here and run his mouth and act like he got a problem with the FBI, he's full of shit.
He's full of shit because the FBI helped them out. So you're literally talking to an electrician and a former cop in the city who's from the city, who knows the inner workings of a lot of the city shit. You're full of shit.
I can take you to some of these fucking cameras personally.
Yeah.
I can stand on any given fucking street and tell you that's a camera, that over there's a camera.
I've literally sat. I had a detail for 12 hours looking at cameras on the city streets doing Artscape. 2,000 to 3,000 cameras. I could literally zoom in. Some of the cameras are so damn good, I could zoom in from a city light and read your fucking ID if you pulled it out. We tested it.
Yeah. Dog, you can zoom in on somebody's fucking house from a mile away with some of them shits.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're talking to people who have experience about this shit. Y'all like it when I do my little exposés on this shit. You can't fucking tell me that, you know, it's going to come down to knife control. Knife control. Here's the funny thing, right? You know a funny little statistic, right? LAPD SWAT. More people die from fistfights than gunshots. More people die from hammers than gunshots. But why do people want to go to guns? Because it's the first thing readily available. Because you know why? Guns pull heartstrings, and who's more emotional, men or women? The women. And guess how you defeat the warrior spirit? You tell the mama to tell our boys that guns are bad instead of getting somebody who's a qualified expert like yours truly in firearms tactics and safety. And why not take them out to a range to get all that fucking curiosity out of their brains instead of the first time they take a gun and they shooting with some gangbanger? Or why not teach the little kids like I did when I went to my son's summer camp many years ago and taught them, hey, if you see a gun, don't touch it. And then number 2, get an adult. Do you know how many parents thanked me because they had their fucking guns unsecured? And the kid just said, I remember what Officer Faulkner told me. And they running down the thing, Ma, Dad, there's a gun on the bed. Officer Faulkner told me that if I see a gun, don't touch it and then get an adult. Does that make common sense to anybody? How come you have more respect for the fucking firearm in white communities? You telling me black people are not capable? We don't have the cognizant, actually, prowess, the intellectual prowess to learn firearms and firearm safety at the same ages as the white people? You got little white girls who do 3-gun challenges at 9 years old. What's the difference? What's the difference? You got too many people, not only myself, ABM, Lost and others, AB, BGS, LAPD SWAT, T-Red. You got too many goddamn intelligent people, and sorry if I didn't mention you by name, that can literally tell you stat by stat by stat in their known profession to tell us this bullshit that you're trying to sing to us. All due respect, Mr. Mayor. You're telling us half-truths, which is sometimes a half-truth is worse than a full lie.
Come back home once you go over there and find out, like, oh, they gonna treat me like y'all anyway one day, right? Let them be over there. And we have to continue to expose those folks. Like my grandmother would tell me I'm supposed to pray for fools, right? But I would say if she was here, Grandma, I'm not in a praying mood right now. I'm in a fighting mood because we're literally fighting for the lives of the future of our people. And we have to
If you're fighting for the future of your people, why aren't your people the most educated? Why don't you have at least elementary schools all boys, middle school all boys? Why is Western Nobody ever argued about Western being a girls only fucking high school, public high school anyway. What's the equivalent of Western for black boys? I'll wait. You got to go to fucking places like maybe a Gilman. Any all boys school, you damn near have to pay for. You pretty much got to pay tuition. If you're fighting for the future of your community, educate your boys. Are they not your demographic that's causing crime? If you have a daughter, wouldn't you trust your daughter being with a well-mannered young man with some intellect about him, some class, some dignity, a future? If you want to fight for the future, why not build boys who can actually take up the fucking arms for it? Why not build up boys who can actually dictate the future? But you know what the problem is? When you and your enemy pray to the same God, only one of your prayers can be answered. And too many of you niggas been praying to the same damn God as your enemy. You said you want to fight, but what did you fight for? Your city's crumbling under your feet, figuratively and literally. You can't even keep a goddamn store at Madame Mall. You can't even fucking open up I would be impressed if you can open up the gallery in 6 months. And actually, it would have benefited you to do all that fucking work, all that research to restart the gallery before the summertime. When did you invest all the money in Monument Street, your black business districts? Do you invest in your fucking black business districts like Harford Road, like Monument Street, Eastern Avenue, like Bel Air Road? What's another major one? Because shit for shitting and sure as shitting, you haven't done shit with North Avenue. You couldn't even put money and invest it in the fucking Food Depot. And that's closed. And Food Depot's been around since we've been kids, man. You can't even keep a goddamn 7-Eleven open in your city. A 7-Eleven. You can't even keep a CVS open in your city. Come on, man.
Stand there, right? Those people are always going to be there. But for the average person, we have to do a lot of education. People are misinformed, and they're misinformed on purpose. Right? Malcolm X said, the media will have you believing that the oppressors are the oppressed and vice versa, right? When you understand that and understand that people spend a lot of money to make folks that look like you and I, or folks who challenge, even folks who don't look like you and I, right? Women, all these other folks who challenge the norm, who don't go along to get along, who don't say, yes, sir, no, sir, who want things to move for everybody and will say whatever is right and whatever is wrong is wrong. No more whoever says that, they're people who are just so used to holding on to all that power. They're not just going to give that up because Brandon Scott won the election. They're going to go out and do what they can do to stop me from getting reelected. They're not going to give up because I won again. They're going to do everything they can because for them, this isn't about improving a community, improving a city, improving a state or a country. This is about how they can maintain their power, their weight, their wealth, their influence. And we have to understand that and stop allowing those folks to pit us against each other. I'm a man. I'm not perfect. I never thought I was perfect. I missed shots sometimes. Like the other day, I was playing basketball. I made a lot. I missed a lot, right? But it's about what you're producing. Are you getting wins? Are you moving things forward? Are you staying committed to your community, your city, your people? Are you doing it with what I call the utmost respect and integrity? Are you doing it that way? If you're doing it that way, the noise is going to come. They don't make noise about people who are not challenging the system. People that go along and get along don't have TV stations making up stuff about them. They don't talk about people's cars and all this other craziness with folks who go along and get along. They only do it for people who will not bow down to them.
Hold up, man. Hold up. Let's slow down for a second, because this sound good, right? Yeah, you're a man. But when you say that, it takes me to this moment in a movie called Remember the Titans. Denzel, I don't know if you remember.
Great movie. One of the best movies of
all time. He got the coaching gig, right?
Yeah.
They calling him
Coach
Coach Coon.
giving the bananas. All
Yeah.
that.
So he's in the house with his family.
Yeah.
And he opened the window. It was a moment where he opened the window and all his people was out in the street. And it was like, wow, they here for me. But I say that to say, because it was another part where they was chastising him, criticizing him. And I'm like, how do you deal with so much pressure on your again, I know you're a man, you're strong, you're built for it, you've been doing this for 20 plus years. I get all that. But is it ever a time where you go home and it's like, man, it's really like, I got a whole city on my soul. It's hard. And they really trying to take me down with type of propaganda. We're going to get into that and everything. But do you have those moments? And how do you maneuver in those moments?
No, I don't have those moments, right? Because you got to think about it like this. I grew up in Park Heights in Northwest Baltimore in the 90s and 2000s, 80s and all 2000s. Oh, there is nothing that someone's going to say online or say in an interview or send in an email. There is nothing that's going to be fucking harder than that. Right. Like, we're talking about, I talk about it all the time when I'm there, because almost all my family still lives in Park Heights but me, right? We talk about it all the time. It's like, we actually made it. There's so many people that I grew up with that ain't here no more, bro. Right? There's so many people. Like one day when I was on the city council, I was testifying on a bill for a public safety bill in Annapolis in the General Assembly. And every time some shooting or something happens, I get a text alert to my phone. And I look and I see this block, Queensbury, where a bunch of my friends live, right? And they like, the person's dead. I'm in Annapolis testifying on a bill. Right. And I'm thinking in my mind, I was like, yo, who is it? So I'm hitting all my friends, nobody responded. Then they call me and tell me it's one of my friends' little brother, someone that I dropped off at school before, someone I seen like.
No sound, Charles.
I'm sorry. Damn. I was on a roll. How the fuck you are from those areas and you're an elected official, and the places you lived at, you did not concentrate none of the funds, none of the money. You had influence to get the police over there. Trust me, I work for the system. When those city council members bitch about something, those district commanders, those majors do it. You telling me that where you came up from, where you live, where your people are, you're telling me that you have, as an elected official, you weren't even mayor yet. According to you, you didn't allocate funds, no interest. You didn't speak to the fucking district commander of the Northwest and say, "Hey, I need you to do this. I need you to give a good look around for this. I need you to concentrate on this area. I'm from here. My heart is here. I need you to help me out." Now you're the mayor, and you got people over there a few blocks away from Coppin State. And you got nothing but 25 dilapidated houses in a row. And you got a state senator sign in his district with dilapidated houses that you should have tore down 10 years ago. What in the fuck are you doing? You can see the roofs cave in. They imploded. You go up to the fucking junction, Wahlberg Junction. You see some of the houses over there. Disgusting and disgraceful. My father even said when Wahlberg Junction first came around, it was beautiful over there. You got all these fucking vacants. Remember how Collington looked over east? Collington looked like Resident Evil. This is a bunch of bullshit. You have the authority and power to make executive orders to allocate funds.
Let me paint a picture for the people that don't know Baltimore. Okay. On the east side is something called Patterson Park. It's literally a park, a big, gigantic park, right?
Huge.
Now, on one side, right, when it comes to the actual residential houses, because like the park sits in the middle of the community, okay? So on one side of Patterson Park, you have decent row homes and shit, but they well kept. The streets is clean. Nobody's selling drugs. There's no liquor stores and convenience stores and shit for niggas to hang out in front of and all that. That's on one side of Patterson Park. On the other side of Patterson Park, it's what we call down the hill, which is literally the heart of the drug trade in East Baltimore. Very deadly, very dangerous. You'll get killed quick. And it's like fucking night and day. It's raggedy, it's rats, it's roaches, it's dead bodies, it's dope, coke, it's a fucking Asian or Arab fucking corner store literally every fucking 10 feet. Literally on the other side of the fucking park. So if you go to the park, you can walk from one side to the other and you can see the bullshit. Like, wait a minute. All I did was walk through the park. Why is it completely different on this side than on the fucking other side? This is what none of these Democrat mayors will ever speak on. They'll never speak on that shit. And all of those people that live on the good side of Patterson Park, guess who they vote for? Democrats. These are your white liberals. Baltimore had that No Kings protest and shit. It was people like that live on the other side of Patterson Park. They were the type of people that was down there at the protest.
One side of Patterson Park has ice cream shops. The other side of Patterson Park has liquor stores.
Oh, and something else they'll never talk about. When you're on the black side of Patterson Park, those Asian corner stores, those small businesses, those mom and pop businesses, You can go in there and get your weed bags, your your crack valves and shit, your coke valves, your 15-15s, your 12-12s.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, these motherfuckers do all kind of shit under the table, but under the table, out the back door that nobody talks about. Who was that guy that got choked out for selling loose cigarettes?
You talk about in New York?
That black guy. I forget what city it was.
That was New
Some
York.
dude. That was New York?
Yeah.
You will never see a fucking Asian. You won't even see an Asian get arrested for selling loose cigarettes, let alone get choked out and killed.
Yep, that's Eric Garner. Matter of fact.
Yeah, Eric Garner, yep.
Matter of fact, you know how bad it is? I've actually walked with people and was citationing these motherfuckers. And guess what? Guess how many days they were closed? They weren't even closed one day and they opened that shop back up. Anytime you see an Asian store, it is a haven for drug selling. Most of the time in Baltimore, where they got their little corner stores, it's a haven for it. Notice most of your Asians got the liquor stores. Black man want to start a business, they all up in your ass like an enema.
Well, one thing about the Asians, they're starting to sell out now. They're selling these businesses to the Indians.
Yep.
If you notice.
Yep.
They're cashing out. And they get rich.
Yeah.
And that raggedy ass little fucking corner store you looking at, that shit gets a lot of money. And they go out and they live out fucking Montgomery County.
Yep.
Now you Google the median net worth of people that live in Montgomery County.
And by the way, Montgomery County is the richest county in Maryland. It's the 5th richest county in the United States. That type of money. There's places in LA and New York that can't fuck with Montgomery County. There's places. I'm sorry. Am I lying?
No.
There's places out there that can't fuck with them. May not be.
That's the model minority. They take your dollars, your quarters and your nickels for your fucking egg foo young and your 4 wings and fries and your half and halves and your fucking under the table loose cigarettes and whatever the fuck else they sell out them damn stores. And they move out Montgomery County and they send their kids to private schools.
They will not even fucking. And the funniest part about it. Oh, let's not talk about. And we're gonna convict black women of this. How the fuck y'all buy hair from these motherfuckers who mistreat you? They're usually fighting your ass because most of you trying to steal that fucking cheap ass wet and wavy weave. And y'all making them millionaires overnight. Their kids go to Gilman. Your kids can barely go to public school on time.
Your kid goes to the shitty fucking public school. Their kids go to fucking private schools. And then their kids will go to fucking Johns Hopkins. And they'll go to the University of Maryland. And then their kids will be the fucking doctors in the hospitals. Meanwhile, your kid, lucky if they're the security guard in the fucking hospital.
Mm-hmm. Because look at the investment. Look at the fucking investment. Here it is, right? Here it is. Your kids literally can't even get a job in those businesses. And if they do, and if you do so much lucky, they'll pay you under the table.
Let's keep it real. Nobody's fucking kid gets fucking hired. The only people these people hire, that the Arabs and the Indians will hire some little black chick to work in their carryout joints, and then they do all kinds of sexual favors and shit. Oh yeah, sure they do.
Yeah, because she can't work because she's gonna fuck up her stamps.
But your fucking son will never work in that joint.
Nope. Nope.
Ever notice when it comes to these foreign-owned carry-out joints, they never hire. Ever notice the delivery guy is always an African?
He's always an African.
Tell me I'm fucking lying.
You're not. It's funny because you'll always see an African because at the table. You'll always see a black chick or a ratchet white chick.
Who's working the register at the gas station? Always, it's an Indian-owned gas station, but it's always an African working in that shit.
Yep.
These people don't even fucking hire you.
But they take your money and then they mistreat you.
But they take your fucking money.
But guess what? Let's look at Greenmount Avenue, right? Another business district, York Road, business district. Not one time have I seen, I can't even tell you one gas station that was black owned. And this is 70% black city, right?
Literally 70% fucking black. Literally.
It's one of the most chocolate cities in a fucking America.
And the only time you see a black American fucking business is the fucking barbershop. For all the shit everybody want to talk about black men.
Or a hair salon. But we're talking about black men, barbershop.
One thing for sure, two things for certain. The barbershop always does better than the hair salons because women can't work with each other.
Nope.
You never see men in the barbershops fighting over a beef about something or other. Oh, somebody didn't keep the appointment or somebody didn't refund the deposit or whatever the fuck. You never see that in the barbershop. That shit you see from the hair salon. Black women can't fucking work with each other. That's why Asians dominate the hair business. Asians dominate the nail business. And you gladly give them your money. And then you'll turn right around and say you can't afford a tutor for that boy that can't fucking read.
But you'll pay for his AAU games.
But you're dropping $300 a month on fucking nails alone. And getting your nails and feet. That's just nails and feet. We're not even talking about hair, the fucking wigs. We're not even talking about the lashes. All the fucking dunks and glues and gels and creams. You go in a black woman's bathroom, it's 50 different goddamn gels and shit on her bathroom sink.
Let's not talk about if she got a bunch of fucking kids in the house. Let's not even talk about how many of these motherfuckers will not even support a black man who opens up a restaurant. And if he does, guess what these bitches do? They twerk on the tables.
Name one want to come up, Charles.
I got him.
I'm up. Thank you.
That's one of the few things motherfuckers will. The same old fucking shit. Some eating joint.
Mm-hmm.
To your point.
I remember when the black guy. This was, what year is this? 26. This probably was 10 years ago. Black guy had, and I'm gonna say something about the attitude of black people. Black guy had this little joint up there on Bel Air in Frankfurt.
Mm-hmm.
And I went there and bought a couple, you know what I mean, couple times, whatever. So I was driving home from work one day, and I was dropping off a coworker at the bus stop. So we riding past the joint. We had the red light, matter of fact, and he was looking over there. He was like, "Yo, I'm telling you, that joint ain't gonna last, man, because you know what I mean, little kids want pizza on, you know what I mean, on the weekends and stuff like that, man. You can't have them soul food joints like that. That joint ain't gonna last." And I ain't saying nothing, but I'm just looking at him and I'm like, damn, niggas don't like to see, you know what I'm saying? Like, they show no support, no nothing. Nigga ain't say, I'm gonna go in there and try it out one day. You just already ready for the demise. But he was right.
Mm-hmm.
That shit didn't last. Didn't last a fucking year.
You know why? Because number one, black people don't even. young black people don't even know what soul food tastes like anymore because their mamas don't cook.
I remember one time I was in home cooked meal. I remember one time I was in this joint and I was waiting on my order, and there was a dude and his chick in there, and she's complaining and she's huffing and puffing because it's taking a while, and the guy had to say, you know, her dude had to say, baby, I mean, if you want something to taste good, it takes time. Because like Charles said, she's used to McDonald's drive-through.
Mm-hmm.
She's used to Chick-fil-A, an air fryer, and microwave.
Instant ramen.
And these are the very fucking black people. When we have these conversations, first thing out their mouth, we need more black businesses. You niggas don't support them.
But you know what's shameful, right? Remember that shooting that took place a few years ago up there on Cherry Hill?
Yeah.
That mass shooting?
Yeah.
You know what the folly of that shit was from a strategic standpoint? You had a block party. You didn't let the police know to get the permits properly to block off the streets legally. You didn't hire security. You could have hired black line security. We would have had rifles out. Do you think it would have been a mass shooting if you would have saw a couple of guys with some black line security patches with a drop holster and a rifle in their hand walking around patrolling?
Not at all.
What does that rifle tell you?
You mean business.
The rifle represents power. It represents power and freedom.
Yep. Or as we like to say in America, FAFO. Fuck around.
And talk about the fucking the husband, the black husband and wife that had that supermarket. Lasted about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Why did they say it? They had to close the doors?
No support.
They wasn't getting business because they didn't have lottery.
Yep.
Everybody's always bitching and complaining. No black businesses. You got a black man and a black woman with a fucking supermarket. Nobody fucking goes to it because they ain't playing fucking lottery in the motherfucker.
And you're throwing your money away, giving it right back to the government, the same government you complaining about.
Where's all the fucking Pan-Africans when you really need them?
Stealing.
They're the main ones. We need our own grocery stores. We need our own farms.
Yeah, they stealing the rest of the black community money. If the government not doing it, if the foreigners not stealing it, then it's the hoteps.
Black people get on my goddamn nerves with this shit.
And then here's the fucked up part, right? A lot of shit and a lot of crime is very preventable. But guess what happens? You take it as a fucking joke. I literally worked the Northern District for 15 years. From Green Mountain 33rd, going up to Panera Bread, out of Mead and Argonne to the county line, up to Rolling fucking Road. Do you know what that means? I had to work from the hood of hoods, Old York and fucking Cater, Old York and fucking Glenwood. Fucking what's that side street right before you get to Glenwood? What's the next street over? McCabe. Yeah, McCabe. Did you know at one point it was not the most dangerous post in the Northern? It was not the most dangerous post in the fucking half city. Wasn't the most dangerous post in Baltimore. Wasn't the most dangerous post in fucking Maryland. At one point, 524 Post was the most dangerous post in America.
Man, that shit he just said, Old York and Cater, that shit used to make the news.
National news.
All that damn dope money around there.
Oh, trust me. Why do y'all want to really hear the real wire Old York and Cater used to beef like the McCoy, like the I forget what is it, the McCoys and the
Hatfields and McCoys.
The Hatfields and the McCoys. They made them look like they were a patty cake.
And that was down in Kentucky back in the 1880s.
Motherfuckers. One of my first cases in that area, right, was 3 motherfuckers shot. And I swear to God, it was a hired professional hit. And I can tell you why. The motherfucker was so accurate, he hit the motherfucker in the calf and in the fucking shoulder. The other motherfucker, we thought it was a headshot because he was dead on arrival. Come to find out, he hit it with a 5.56 tumbler, and it tore up his insides and killed him instantly. Tumbled, fragmented, and hit his heart. You hit him right there in the hip bone and fragmented in his insides. Third motherfucker was hit in the fucking stomach, drove his car, went up the fucking Alameda, crashed, and that's where we found him. With a fucking rifle. Hit them smooth. Okay? Fucking, what's that street? What's that street? York Road and, right before the, Sipka, the, Sunco. Is that 43rd? No, that's not 43rd. That's, God damn. Right there where that liquor store is. Dude took 6 shots in the head from a .357 Magnum. His head literally exploded. He didn't have eyes anymore. He didn't have a skull anymore either. He literally peeled back his face how many times he shot him in the head. And you want to tell me one of the most experienced motherfuckers in YouTube and law enforcement. See, unlike Brandon Tatum, I was an officer in one of the worst cities in Baltimore, the worst cities in America to be a police officer. And I did it 3 times as long as you. But you got motherfucking...
I have a question, Charles.
Hold on for 1 second.
Oh,
But you got Lee Merriweathers, and if you know in Living Color, you know why I'm calling him a Lee Merriweather. If you get the point, since I can't say what I really want to say. But you got Lee Merriweathers, like FD signified that says we need to disband the police. See, you can say that shit when you live in the luxury of the suburbs, when you don't have to deal with the day-to-day shit of a major city like Atlanta, Chicago, Richmond, St. Louis, Kansas City, LA, Detroit, New York, Atlantic City, Baltimore, DC. Do you know what the DC used to stand for? Deaf City.
District of Columbia. Oh, Deaf City.
They called it Deaf City. They called us Bodymore Murderland. These were some extremely violent, and still are, extremely violent cities. And the kids say, well, it's worse now. Bullshit. Bullshit. But go ahead, Namer.
First of all, to the kids who say it's worse now, I would ask them, have you ever spoken to an elder or to somebody who grew up in the 80s who could tell you what it was like, or in the 70s who could tell you what it was like in those times? Hell, would those young people even bother to listen to them?
In the most violent era in American history were them goddamn 90s. You know why? Because we were reeling from the power vacuum when they did all those fucking RICO cases of all those big time 80s drug dealers.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happened in the music? What took place musically in the fucking black community in the late 80s, early 90s? Hardcore gangster rap. Motherfucking cities had Baltimore, a place that at its height had 600,000 motherfuckers in the city. 14th largest city in America had one time the 7th or 6th largest police department. That tells you how fucked up it was. Fucking Chicago, Detroit had 1,000 murders a year. Plus. At one point, they did a side-by-side comparison with the Iraq War, and Detroit had more bodies. Chicago had more bodies. And only a certain section it happened in. I could literally call me a motherfucking liar, please, if I'm lying about this, ABM. You could go on York Road or Greenmount Avenue, and you could be on one side of Greenmount is the super hood, the other side of Greenmount are $1 million homes. Or York Road. The Homeland area.
That's facts.
You literally got the motherfucker that invented the BlackBerry who lives in a mansion that's a block long. You had fucking Barbara Mikowski living in Northern, the former senator. You gotta really think about this shit. It's nice to see you back. Thanks for joining us. Thank you for being, and we love people like you. Think about this. When people want to talk about Baltimore, my city, I won't even let the mayor get away with his lies. You know goddamn well what the problem is. You have no fucking infrastructure. You have no plan when it comes to education. Where's your all-boys schools? Where's the trades that are in the high schools? Where's your plumbers? Where's your HVAC? Where's your mechanics? Where's your carpentry? Where's your bricklayers?
Why did they take out home ec out of the high schools?
I want you to think about this, Namer.
Or civics, for that matter.
I want you to think about this, Namer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all them fucking, because anybody who knows where I'm from down the hill, like ABM was saying. I'm from down the hill.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a Church Square boy.
Okay.
Eager Street, Broadway. Eager Street, McCullough. Okay? Okay?
Mm-hmm.
16 and 1700 block of Eager. I'm from fucking Eager and Caroline, Eager and Broadway. All that shit. I literally could walk to Johns Hopkins for where I lived and did when I used to work security.
Mm-hmm.
I literally lived in the heart of East Baltimore.
Respect.
I'm going to tell you. The only reason Eager Street got better, the 1700 block, is because they tore down all the fucking old houses and built new ones.
Mm-hmm.
But this guy wants to talk about, well, you know, they're trying to change the laws. Well, you made it comfortable for the criminals to stay. The criminals have no fear of prison. That's a rite of passage. They're having parties in prison. They're playing spades in prison. And they're talking about, well, you know, they get mistreated. They're not getting paid. Why the fuck should you get paid in prison? See that stupid ass mindset of FD signifier, chubby ass? When you go to prison, you're not going in there because you did good things. Yeah, it's commendable that you kept in touch with the kid who committed armed robbery, but the dumb motherfucker committed armed robbery. For those of you who don't know this what I'm about to say. What I mean when I'm saying a part one crime. A part one crime is a serious crime. Your part one crime starts from burglary. Your part one crime goes up from burglary all the way up to homicide. Armed robbery, well, robbery period by legal definition is this. Robbery by definition is this. Either using force or threat of force, meaning, i.e., if I'm behind an old lady going to the ATM machine and I put my fist up to her and I put my hand out to take the money, what crime did I commit? Burglary? Did I commit larceny or robbery?
Robbery.
Why?
So part one, it was an easy way to get money.
Nope.
And you knew who to turn.
You're overthinking it. Why was it robbery?
You took something that's not yours.
Nope, that's larceny.
You took.
What did I say robbery was? Either using force or what?
Or threats.
Threat of force. What was the threat?
Bodily harm or potential death if they did not comply.
If I put my fist up to an old lady, who's a little 4'11" old lady at the ATM machine, and put my hand out, that's a threat of force that I'm going to beat her up if she doesn't give it. For example,
possibly cave her skull in.
For example, if you snatch a woman's purse, is it robbery or larceny?
It's robbery.
Nope.
But it can also, it's larceny.
Here's the difference. If the lady pulls back and you snatch it off of her, then it's robbery. Why? Because you had to use force. So this kid used armed robbery, which means what? He used a weapon. Or he was accomplice to the act. And we're going to act like he was being mistreated. But yet, nobody ever said how the victim felt. How was he mistreated when you committed a part one crime, which is what? Burglary, robbery, armed and unarmed. Shooting at or discharging, meaning I shot a firearm, I didn't hit your body, but I was aiming for you. Cutting, stabbing, which they're going to put in the report, or the hitting, cutting. Sexual assault, sex offense, rape, statutory, which is usually second degree. Difference between statutory and first degree, meaning you don't have the ability to consent. Like I told you about the lady in that court thing, she got the guy drunk, the gay guy drunk, and took advantage of him. Did he have the ability to consent? No. So that he should have been charged with rape. First degree rape is using force. To tell you how detailed I know about Maryland law, back in the day when I first joined the department, could men legally be raped? No, because men don't have a vagina. And for the longest time, Maryland law said the only thing you can write was sex offense. It's the same crime. It gets the same charge as sex offense, first degree sex offense. But because you don't have a vagina, you cannot legally put rape. Even though it's the same shit. Now it's all considered rape or sex offense. Fourth degree sex offense. Unwanted groping of someone's genital or breast area. Let me see. What's another one? Aggravated assault.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Uh-huh.
When it comes to groping, you can grab somebody's breast or crotch.
Both.
But no one's butt cheeks.
In other words, their butt, their cheeks, all their sexual organs. But the fourth degree sex offense is when you're doing it on the outer layer of clothing.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, you learn all this shit real quick in the academy. In the academy, do you learn it? Yeah, somewhat, but you really learn it on the street because somebody's state's attorney will tell you what the fucking actual proper charge is real quick because they're on call. So you have aggravated assault and aggravated assault. Second degree assault is hands. I punched you, you kicked me. First degree assault, any type of assault that needs hospitalization. Meaning what? I bite you, I draw blood. Because I might know how to fight, martial arts, wrestling, boxing. I suplex you, I break your neck or your shoulder, your arm. I'm a boxer, I broke your jaw. Or aggravated assault is either using some type of martial skill or such intense force where you need hospitalization. I throw a Muay Thai elbow, cut you, or I use a lead pipe and beat the hell out of you with it, but don't kill you, severely injuring. You could go up to attempts, shooting. I mean, you got shooting with self-explanatory, cutting, self-explanatory, homicide, or the attempts. Because what you put in the report is going to differ for what the charging stat is going to be. And that's the point that you got to know these laws and know why the fuck it's so serious. Because what FD Signify tried to do was make a sympathetic ear for a kid who was robbing motherfuckers. You're trying to make it look like he was the victim when he was the assailant. We need to really stop that shit, though. We need to stop that shit. What's up, Ray? I'm going to continue this bullshit because this is going to get interesting.
When you went through that?
Yeah, I'm listening, brother.
And guess what? I ain't sleepy yet, motherfuckers. Yesterday, FD fucking bored me.
Noise that
yeah, I was like, he put you to sleep.
Right? When you duck bullets, that internet noise ain't nothing. When you sing your friends, I always tell this story. One of my
Can you hear me, Charles?
Every Christmas, my cousin and I would get like new footballs and first to find on a bill, right? And I'm thinking in my mind, I was like, yo, who is it? So I'm hitting all my friends, nobody responded. Then they call me and tell me it's one of my friends' little brother. Someone that I dropped off at school before, someone I seen like when you went through that noise, that internet noise, that ain't nothing, right? When you duck bullets, that internet noise ain't nothing. When you sing your friends, I always tell this story. One of my friends, man, every Christmas, my cousin and I would get like new footballs. And the first thing we would do is run out of our grandmother's house and we out there playing football. One of our friends came out the house crying on Christmas Day. And we like, yo, what's wrong? He wouldn't tell us. He told my father, though. He told my dad that his mother, the night before, because she suffered from addiction, had sold all his Christmas gifts. They don't even nothing, bro. And this is the 90s. So, everybody had starter jackets. And my father pulled me and my cousin up, was like, look, y'all gonna have to give up some of your stuff.
That's fine.
They made me get my homeboy, my starter Phoenix Suns jackets. I already had the Hornets joint, right? And I was mad at first, but I grew to understand why they did that, right? Like they understood that he wouldn't have had nothing. It were not for that. And then I understood like why my father.
That's probably the most truthful statement he probably made this whole time. Probably the most truthful statement he made. That's how fucking addicted a lot of these parents were in the 80s and 90s, that they sold their kids Christmas fucking shit for a hit. And what are we doing to prevent that now?
My mother was always having so many of our friends that had less over. Why? Like I ran track at River, one of the best track teams in the state, really in the country.
Yeah, I was all right.
In the country. You went to Northwestern.
Stop. No, it was good when I was there. You
Grant, you know, you got Coach Jarrett and Coach Bush, right? When you were there.
Coach Jarrett and Coach Devon, he actually got Murray on there.
Yeah. You know where he went to high school, right?
Did he go to Murray?
He did. It's okay.
He did.
But my parents combined saw me one track, one
I'm a Lake Clifton wrestler. I beat them all.
time. Because they were coaching the Kings in Park Heights so they could have a team. When you come up and your family is built like that, right? Where
You
my
said you beat
family,
them
I
all.
know on my dad's side that they was free in North Carolina in the 1700s. Ain't nothing gonna like, it's not heavier. I want the ball in my hand with all the pressure. That my homeboys went in our back.
You Ray, men lie, women lie, championships don't.
Basketball.
That's damn right.
0 for 10. If we down 2 with 1 second on the clock, the play being drawn up for me. That ain't nothing. That doesn't shake me. And I got a wife and kids. I gotta be strong, like not for them and everybody else. Because if I don't, someone that come from where we come from may never get the chance again.
That's, bro, I want to touch into that, and I know I got some questions.
Here's the problem with that, right? As men, it's our job to raise the generation below and above us better than us. Do we all agree? One of the biggest issues as a father, guess what? Why doesn't he incentivize more fathers getting custody of their children? Since statistically, we found out fathers raise better children. They have discipline. You don't see too many fathers in the home, married or not married, or single dads. Those kids are line step toe to line. If one of your biggest issues is single mother raised boys, which is the overwhelming majority of who's in your prisons, who's your biggest runaways, then what are you doing to incentivize fathers to get more resources? Because for the longest time, if a black woman says, I can't raise these kids on my own, she get child support, custody, education, transportation, either through the bus or a vehicle, housing, stamps, cash, more education, or she gets job placement in some goddamn city or state job where you wonder why a lot of your fucking state and federal, a lot of your local, state, and federal jobs are ran so efficiently because you had a lot of chicks on welfare reform get these jobs who were not qualified to take them, and they fucking threw it up in their faces because they were looking for those fucking double minorities. But when a black man says, I need help taking care of my kids, you get threatened to get your license taken away and thrown in jail.
Well, now there's an app now where motherfuckers gotta, in order, if they want to date a chick, they gotta pay for her preparation.
Get the fuck out of here. Let me put it to you this way, right? Notice nobody talks about how to prevent that little boy being shot. Why can't we spend midnight basketball games, midnight wrestling, 8 o'clock football games, shit that was fun? You grew up in Baltimore in the 80s and 90s. You didn't know you were poor because you had so much fun. We were the last part of communal. We the last generation where your neighbors whooped your ass. And then you got another ass whooping by your parents. And they probably, you lucky they tag teamed you, or One of them will wake you out when you're asleep, whooping your ass. Nowadays, you tell somebody their child was disrespectful, they'll fight you. Think about it. Where's your training? Look at the clientele and the citizenry that's having these babies. You just saw a mother just say to her daughter, beautiful young lady, kill her confidence, and filmed it because she hates herself. And she takes it out on the child because she can't do it to the father. Where's CPS when you see that shit? Y'all want to know the real shit? How is it that I can tell you the realest shit that Brandon Tatum and none of these other cops can tell you because I worked in worse fucking places than them? I saw the real. I'm on the 700 block of Glenwood in the side street that right before you get to McCabe. Mother and daughter arguing. She puts her 15, 16 daughter out because she's mad with her for some petty reason. Made her child homeless. I said, ma'am, you can't do that. So the daughter ran because she got tired of the mother being jealous, beating on her. 2 weeks later, beautiful young girl. She could have modeled. Beautiful. Natural 8. That girl had to survive on the streets. 2 to 3 weeks later, I catch her in the back of a fucking Advance Auto in York Road, sucking dick just to make something to eat, just to get something to eat. Do you know what that does to a mentals? Y'all lucky that I'm not committed in a mental institution for some of the shit that I've seen. That's your vaunted black mother right there, boy.
It makes me wonder too, in other countries, will they take the kids, away from the mother, or will they like ridicule her and chastise her for how she's treating her kids?
There's no shame in the black community. I had to go fuck up a dude. I had to literally spin the block. I had to protect a fucking 15-year-old girl from her mother because she claiming that her daughter's trying to fuck her boyfriend. When it was the boyfriend who kept trying to touch on her. I spin the block. I made sure the daughter walked out the house and I told the mother, if you touch her, I'm going to lay you the fuck out. And I told her, go spend the night with your friend. Go talk to your father, grandmother, whoever, get the fuck out of this house. Don't come back this weekend, please. I spent the fucking block to make sure they were good. She left with one of her homegirls. I spent the block real quick because I was about to have some words for that fucking boyfriend and her. I see this bitch damn near crawling over this fucking wannabe Pretty Ricky motherfucker. I put my black gloves on with the knuckles on them. If I was going to get suspended, it's going to be over something really worth it and good. I got out my car and grabbed that motherfucker by his fucking collar and lifted him 2 inches off the fucking ground. And I looked him in his eye and I said, I hope you weren't trying to do or did what I think you might have tried to do. Because if you did, I'm going to take my nightstick and whatever you were thinking of doing to her, I'm going to do to you. And we had a nice discussion, but he was clumsy. You know why? Because, oops, he kept accidentally tripping to the hood of my car face first. His homeboy was like,
up the pot and fucked up the wax job.
His homeboy was like, man, you can't do that. I said, you better get the fuck out of my face. That motherfucker ran like Barry Sanders. And I looked at the mother, look at you, you sorry bitch. And I said it like that. You a sorry bitch. You're going to choose this slime bucket over your fucking daughter. You lucky that I'm not really pissed off because I'd have handled you the same fucking way. When people say, you can't say that about single mothers, bullshit. It may not be all, but it's the overwhelming majority. If you were raised in a single mother house and you made something of yourself, you are a miracle. I've seen the ugliness. I had to fuck up a father who abused their daughter because the daughter ran away. I get it. You might slap your daughter, hug her because you miss her, but you don't take her, strip off all her clothes and beat her with a 1/4-inch leather belt till you leave bruises all over her fucking body. See, in the black community, we don't know how to talk to our kids. All we know how to do is order and beat. You don't encourage. You don't speak life into them. You don't speak encouragement to them. All you do is order and beat. And then you throw them away when you can't get a fucking dollar out of them. But we got to work on, but we worried about Trump. Really? Really, nigga? Oh, you know it was some Wood shampoo, Head and Shoulders, my dude. Head and Shoulders, Wood shampoo.
They act in these ways because, as we discovered, there are groups of people enabling such behaviors instead of coming together to cast those behaviors down, man.
See, the way I was brought in, you fucked up the bad guys and left the good citizens the fuck alone. When people said, well, what about police brutality? It ain't brutality if he deserved it. It ain't brutality if he's trying to hurt me. It ain't brutality if he's trying to hurt a good citizen. I don't give a fuck what anybody say. Put your life on the line protecting people and tell me what you think. You ain't got to be in homes where you had to take kids because the fucking, that's even with white women. You ain't had to go to a home where they had nothing but fleas in the fucking house and remove the kids. I had to bomb my car, the patrol car. I had to walk in my house with a towel and take a literal flea bath in the fucking tub just to rescue some kids out of their house and give them the CPS. I'm not talking from somebody else's experience. I'm not talking from any fucking script. This is what the fuck I had to do for 15 years. But a guy like fat ass designifier is going to tell me we don't need police? Nigga, you are the problem. You too scared, too out of shape, too fat, too sissy made to do a goddamn real thing about it. But protest a Christmas tree. That ain't no fucking protest. When you going to put blood in the game? When you going to put skin in the game?
But someone said, your Comics Explained said, shit, he knows what he's talking about, man. He knows his shit.
That motherfucker don't know his elbow from his asshole. I proved it just this debunking how much shit that I did. How much shit did I debunk? LAPD SWAT, Boiling Blood, ABM, Namer, Ray. How much did I debunk and dissected his whole fucking argument?
So much so.
The whole thing.
You debunked it, damn. You debunked it before, and this last time you debunked it all the way down until it put your ass to sleep.
I literally dissected his shit like a high school science fair frog. You didn't even.
That's like, hang on, if I may.
Go ahead.
Guys like FD, they just know what to say because they're catering to a particular audience, but they're not really about that. I mean, if somebody said defund the police, I'd be looking at them like, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" And if you are going to defund the police, where's that funding going to go to? What are we doing here? What are we talking about here?
They said defund the police and bring on Mad Max Thunderdome.
They probably want to have the Purge after that. You remember the movie franchise, The Purge?
Yep.
Yeah.
then you know what's going to happen.
Mhm.
But
You're the police. You're going to start some type of agency to mimic the police again. The HEP type.
But they're the same people that's against gun ownership. This is why, and I said this last night. People like FD Signify and Mark Lamont Hill, because Mark Lamont Hill says the same shit. They never get around to telling you, okay, and replace them with what?
Because
you played that stuff last night. You played that stuff last night, and it went on for like 3 hours. Not once did he tell you replace it with what?
I gave more solutions. Hell, I gave solutions over what the fucking mayor of Baltimore just said.
You pointed out everything you don't like with the prison industrial complex, which is a conversation the black community's been having since what? Since the fucking 80s?
Really, since the
They're not saying anything new.
Really, since Reconstruction.
Reconstruction. I mean, because
I
remember
said
with
last
13th,
night.
that clause in the 13th.
I
That
said
clause in the
last
13th,
night.
what does it say? Sorry.
I'm sorry. I was saying last night. A lot of these prisons got all kinds of GED programs, college credit programs, fucking conjugal visits. You can get married in prison. See, he didn't say nothing about any of that.
Nope.
He didn't talk about how they tried several times throughout the years. They tried to do the like what's that shit weekend pass.
Yeah.
So you're a prisoner, but they let you out on the weekend and shit. Like, come on, dude! Like, knock it
Talking
off.
about work release.
Yeah, they got work release. Like, it's all kinds of fucking programs and shit. Like, dude, you're not saying anything that nobody else hasn't said before.
And the saddest part about this is that I gave so many solutions just for all boys schools. I gave you a trifecta. You give one part public safety, police, fire, military, JRTC, police explorers, and whatever the hell they call their junior firefighters, and EMTs and paramedics. The other 1/3, you have your trades. They should be doing their academics first half, and then guess what? The other half of the day or semester, they should be with a guy like ABM or Electrician 380 or Artisan MC, who are skilled tradesmen, master tradesmen, and learning to trade them. Guess what? You could have took all of Collington for 4 years, 9th through 12th grade, and you would have had 4 years experience, and you would have been making good money out the fucking door when you graduate.
Basically, apprenticeship.
Your last third, you would have been your apprenticeship would have been done through high school. You would have been a journeyman at that point. Am I lying, ABM?
No, not at all.
You would have fast tracked all them kids. And then the third is the AP accelerated placement for those who are going straight to college, especially for STEM. That sounds like a solution, does it? That quick. Why am I not an elected official? Oh,
another trade that nobody likes to talk about, and I've said before, mortician.
Mortician. Guess what? You know the beautiful thing about a mortician? You'll
never be out of business.
You'll have a job till you need one.
Especially when you live in a city like Baltimore.
Guess what? There's not one motherfucker from March Funeral. The March family, there's not one motherfucking March that's not born, that's not a millionaire.
Man, March or Von Green.
Or Von Green.
These are, for all y'all that don't know Baltimore, when you talk about the March family or you talk about the Von Green family, these are black big shots in this state.
Very big. Matter of fact, they're so
like
big,
they are big shots.
They are so big in the state of Maryland, you cannot even do mortician work without them okay and giving you their blessing. They're all but mortician, a mortuary.
Fucking Morgan's, neither Morgan or Coppin State which are HBCUs, and this is my problem with everybody who want to tell me the fucking HBCU is so goddamn great. Neither Coppin nor Morgan State has a mortuary science program.
But yet,
if you live in city limits and you want to take up mortuary science, the closest place, well, I ain't gonna say the closest place, but the more affordable place will be the BCCC. What's that shit? Catonsville.
CCBC.
CCBC in Catonsville. You have to drive from Baltimore to Catonsville every motherfucking morning.
Yep. And I'm gonna tell you what's funny. Some of these educational institutions, and I just gave you something off the top of the dome. Why am I not an elected official? Oh, because you would actually get shit done. You will embarrass the status quo. Yeah, put that motherfucking, pick a trade. What you think is interesting? Guess what? You got a full ride. Go. We'll pay you a stipend to keep going. You stop going to school, the stipend stops. Huh? Yes. You should incentivize. Guess what? NIL deals should not just be for athletes. Somebody put that in the chat, please. NIL deals should not just be for athletes. It should be for people going to STEM and trades or public safety advancements. What's up, Jay? Woo! But this is
why don't a black college have a mortuary science program?
It's not like anywhere you go black, it's the nicest, shadiest place on earth, is it?
When historically, back in the day, they used to call it the Undertaker. The Undertaker was like one of the big shots in the community.
Yeah, because you
right up there with the pastor.
You never know when you needed them.
Mm-hmm. Here's one.
How is it a black college and they don't have a mortuary science program?
Mm-hmm.
NIL deal should not just be for athletes. Here's my thing. One of the best here's one of the best secrets that people don't know about Morgan and Coppin. One of the best nursing programs is up Coppin. One of the best engineering schools in America is Morgan. It's the little known secret. White boys go to Morgan to get their engineering sucking skills. What's up, Hola? Don't forget to hit the Cash App, please. Donate.
Mm-hmm.
If you're getting something out of this, we're actually being pretty fucking educational today. Yes, my language may be. Thank you for telling people like, share, subscribe. Bright. Woo! See, this is the part where people don't want to talk about the real shit about the black community. This is the reason why I called this shit for years the multifaceted side of the space. Because we're going to have hard conversations over here. Notice, I rarely even talked about the fucking gynocracy unless it need to be talked about. Because part of the fucking issues with Baltimore and cities like it is the gynocracy. The other part is a bunch of sorry, simpy, lying-ass men who don't tell the fucking truth. Think about it. I hate to say believe, I think and believe that you should have what? A trade and a degree.
First of all, there's nothing wrong with the word believe. The one word that gets brothers triggered is feel.
No, we don't feel.
Now, if you would talk, well, actually, we do feel things. I mean, we have emotions, but we also have that gut feeling, aka our intuition, aka our instincts,
aka gas.
You just sense it. You sense it. So there's nothing wrong with having a belief.
Why shouldn't I want you to go back and rewind what I said, Hola. Go back and rewind on what I said. I didn't say they shouldn't get it. Go back to the statement. NIL shouldn't just be for athletes. Just for athletes. Just for athletes. See? That's why I tell people to put shit I'm not trying to embarrass you, but that's the reason why I tell people to put things in for time immemorial, because there are some people, I'll get it. I'll take it that you weren't here. You just came in, or you might have heard it halfway. It shouldn't just be for athletes. We need NIL deals for people, for kids going for STEM degrees. We need to celebrate not only our academic greatness, but our athletic greatness just as equally. Name, image, likeness can't be taken from students that don't earn that shit. Guess what? How many students in college literally invent stuff as students and their professors take credit for it? Wouldn't that deserve an NIL?
That's the name part. That's the name part of it. Even though they may not have the image and likeness, that's the name part of it.
So that's part of the name. That's part of the trademark, right? The school should pay them for their intellectual prowess, right? Because guess what? A school like Johns Hopkins, we don't know Johns Hopkins for their athletics, but we know it for its research.
Medical research.
And guess what? A lot of that research some of that research didn't come from the professors.
No.
So yes, they should have something like an NIL deal for STEM. You should have a deal for people who are JLTC. You should incentivize young black. Why do young black men drop out of school, both college and high? Because sometimes they can't live a decent life. And what are we going to do? Let our best and brightest fall off to the streets? We're going to let that motherfucker live off a pack of rum and noodles?
Bishop Bullwinkle?
I introduced solutions. I've introduced solutions. Did you not hear what that's why you need to go back 5-10 minutes when I introduced the solutions.
I have a solution. When you want to fund these programs, when the entertainers come to the what is called now, the I can't remember what it's called now, but the Baltimore Arena. When you come to your fucking show, 5% of the gross
Goes to students.
goes to these programs.
If you want to come on the panel, Hola, come on up, because I got a lot of solutions.
Wait a minute,
Yeah, get up here, man.
5%?
If you
5%?
if you're not familiar with my show, oh, trust me. Last time let me ask you this, Namer, ABM, and Ray.
Mhm.
Is this channel solution based?
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's solution based.
And how long has it been?
I'm cooking right now though, bro. I'm listening to you.
And how long has it been solution based, ABM and Namer?
Since day one.
Man, get his ass up here. Come on up here, dude. Y'all niggas kill me with this shit, talking in the back, all this typing and shit. Go on, get on up here, man. You're obviously triggered. So come on up here and say what your problem is.
Because last time I checked, we've been talking straight. It's a comment. I'm not taking it as an insult or an attack. It's because this is the reason why I love when people come on the panel, because we can have dialogue in real time, because obviously you misconstrued something that was said. See, I don't get insulted. I have people, how many times, ABM and Namer, I have people who have a difference of opinion and ideology on my show?
Plenty of times. Oftentimes it's a lot of people just like to it's like to snipe from the comments because they don't have the guts to come up when you invite them over.
I'm inviting you on good faith. I'm treating you like like a smart individual. Maybe you can add to the situation. Maybe you can add to the conversation. That's the part. Nope, it's because it's not attacking. I answered, did I not say earlier that you just came up here, so you probably missed what the solutions were? What was that an attack? I gave you grace. If I'm inviting you on in good faith, I'm not here to insult you. Maybe, just maybe, you might have a great insight because we're the multifaceted channel over here. No. I'm relaxed. See, this is the part where I don't like to speak in the chat so much, because one thing, people get misinformed or they misconstrue what is said, or I can misconstrue what you say. So I give you a fair chance to explain your part so we're both on the same accord.
They're not gonna come. He's not gonna come up.
No.
They're not gonna come up at all.
Now back to my channel, because if you listen here, I have a tendency to repeat myself, especially when new viewers come up, so they could get my full thoughts on the subject matter. There's a reason why we believe in intellectualism and sharing of knowledge, because not one man or woman knows every damn thing. I don't get triggered. Trust me, I'm a war vet. Only thing triggered me is a motherfucker trying to shoot at me, and all I know what to do was return fire, hit him fucking square, pro net tracking. We tracking? Continuing.
I gotta ask you just some journalist questions. You know, it might be some hard questions, but this conversation is good, so I'm gonna stay here for a second. Yo, one thing I saw you say, we were just talking about it, is like you coming up, it was different times, right? And like, and I relate so much because I say it all the time. When I was coming up, the people, the drug dealers, the corner boys, whatever you want to call them, like I couldn't go outside if they wasn't there. Like they were the one policing the neighborhoods. They were the one saying, "Yo, play football. This ain't for you." And I was a fighter.
You pause the video, yeah.
I know. I'm steaming right now. I've coached wrestling for my school voluntarily. What does volunteer coach mean?
You do it on your own accord?
What's the big
without any compensation? Without compensation?
Thank you. I've taught the sport that gave me so much. The sport of wrestling let me see the world before I joined the military.
Mm-hmm.
I was one of the few boys I'm one of the few guys that I knew in East Baltimore to have a passport at 15, 16. I want you to think about that. AB, I'm going to tell you. When the fuck did you hear about a black kid in Baltimore having a passport? I didn't even know what the fuck it was at the time. The fuck is this? You got to be an international wrestler. Come on, you're going to try out for the teams. I gave back. We actually had a 96 percentile rate of anybody who joined the Lake Clifton wrestling team. They walked across that goddamn stage as a contributing member of society. You know what was the best community relations for the police department was? Having your former wrestling champion, who was a cop at the time, coach a team and coach champions and coach young men confidently. The teachers didn't go to the parents; they went to me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they were cutting my class. Okay, triple their homework. Don't you mean double, sir? I know what the hell I said.
No, triple it. And you made sure they did their homework, because I'm pretty sure you let them know, hey, I don't want no C average up in here. It's either B's or A's. Otherwise, you don't make the team.
It's either going to be B's or A's, or it's going to be B to A.
Mm-hmm. No, B to A, not D to A.
B.
Wrong question right there.
Belt to ass.
Okay. Yeah. Or boots to ass. That too.
Whatever I got my hands on.
Or a baton. Or
Because
a
guess
bat.
Guess what I found out when I was coaching?
Mm-hmm.
I gave a fuck more about them young boys and girls I coached than some of their parents. You know how many fucking pairs of wrestling shoes I paid for?
Mm-hmm.
You know how many physicals I paid for out of my pocket?
And not once did the parents ever show you any appreciation, did they?
I got into it with most of the parents. Why my child coming home late? They're not coming home late. They're coming on time because practice ended. But what about their homework? Why don't you help them with it? Huh?
Ma'am, do you know how to read? Sir, how often do you spend time with your kids between jobs? Who's looking after them when you're at work or when they come home from school?
With all due respect, and I love you, my brother, you giving them the good grace to believe some of these motherfuckers actually worked.
Fair enough. I stand corrected.
Good grace to some of these parents actually worked and gave a fuck about their children.
Especially when they be like, well, you understand, Officer Faulkner, I'm working 2 jobs just to make ends meet. Their daddy not here. Well, there goes my voice acting career.
Yep, but you know how many kids? Mark Hamill, you are not. Kevin Conroy, you are not. I was a Keith David, I definitely am not. You know how many kids became military personnel and police officers from interacting with me? I damn near inspired a whole generation of police and military people.
Mm-hmm.
That's a solution, by the way. Continuing.
So if I was all of that, and they wasn't saying it's not for you as if like it made me any less of a man.
Because if I don't, someone that come from where we come from may never get the chance again.
That's, bro. I want to touch into that, and I know I got some questions. I gotta ask you just some journalist questions. You know, might be some hard questions, but this conversation is good, so I'm gonna stay here for a second. Yo, one thing I saw you say, we were just talking about it, is like you coming up. It was different times, right? And like, and I relate so much because I say it all the time. When I was coming up, the people, the drug dealers, the corner boys, whatever you want to call them. Like, I couldn't go outside if they wasn't there. Like, they were the one policing the neighborhoods. They were the one saying, yo, play football. This ain't for you. And I was a fighter. I was tough. I was all of that. And they wasn't saying it's not for you as if, like, it made me any less of a man, anything. And it made me think about when you said it. I feel like there was some good coming from the streets. What are some of them?
Anybody want to take that statement?
ABM, you get first shot.
I'm driving. Y'all go ahead.
All right.
When you're talking
Charles,
about the drug dealers, now, this kid was not old enough when they used to do that in the 80s. Okay? The 80s.
Wait, how old is he?
Maybe. I'm not going to say he's lying. The 90s is when they started recruiting young boys. The drug dealers did not police the block. They terrorized the damn block. How can you police a block if you're selling poison to your block? That's an oxymoronic statement in itself. They didn't police the block. Where was your dad? Where's your father figures? You couldn't come outside unless the drug dealer. You wouldn't want to come outside in Baltimore if the drug dealers were around because shit was starting. Wherever the drug dealers went, 1,000 junkies followed them. See, we need to stop the propaganda shit and try to deitize drug dealers. Hey, Bay, I need you up here, man, if you're able to. This is that propaganda bullshit. Shout out to my boy Bay. Hopefully your father's well. And your mom. That's that propaganda bullshit where you try to deitize fucking criminals. That's that propaganda bullshit that you fucking make. They police the neighborhood. They did a damn good job policing the neighborhood by putting bullets through it, by putting poison through it. Do you know how many of my fucking personal friends who had to be raised by their grandparents? My ex-girlfriend had to be raised by her grandmother. Her mother died of AIDS because she was hooked on shit so badly. You will not disrespect her. You will just not disrespect two of my brothers, my best friends. You will just not disrespect them. See, that's the folly of youth. Because you think these motherfuckers are gallivanting heroes. But not one time.
Don't paint them as saints, basically.
The hell no.
And what he fails to realize, is first and foremost, to your point, Charles, wherever the drug dealers went, the fiends came, right? And what else came with that? Rival groups and turf wars. Violence.
Because I'm going to say this, right? You cannot sit there and tell me some bullshit. Tell me some bullshit. And tell me personally that every time I talk to my ex on the phone and it gets Mother's Day and you can hear the depression in her mouth. You can hear the depression coming out of her mouth. She even asked me, can I spend time with your mother because my mother's not here?
That's understandable.
See, you're not gonna make these motherfuckers some fucking heroes of the Wild West.
This isn't Robin Hood.
What's up, babe?
I was summoned.
I get sick and tired of this shit. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was interrupting you.
Yeah, what's up, man?
What's going on, fellas?
I hate this shit with a passion, my dude. You know how many fucking families were turned upside down because of that fucking crack? That heroin?
Oh, that was like a tornado in the Black community. That was a tornado.
When you have to resuscitate a fucking sciatic baby, that shit does something to you. When a kid is asleep, when the mom's drifted off to good old crackland, and a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old kids are right there with her, you gotta put Narcan down her fucking nose. Are they? I gotta rewind. Babe, do me a favor. You might need commentary on this one. I want your take on this shit.
Where we come from may never get the chance again.
Bro, I want to touch into that, and I know I got some questions. I gotta ask you just some journalist questions. You know, it might be some hard questions, but this conversation is good, so I'm gonna stay here for a second. Yo, one thing I saw you say, we were just talking about it, is like you coming up, it was different times, right? And like, and I relate so much because I say it all the time. When I was coming up, the people, the drug dealers, the corner boys, whatever you want to call them, like I couldn't go outside if they wasn't there. Like they were the one policing the neighborhoods. They were the one saying, yo, play football, this ain't for you. And I was a fighter, I was tough, I was all of that. And they wasn't saying it's not for you as if like it made me any less of a man, anything. And it made me think about when you said it, I feel like there was some good coming from the streets. What are some of them things that's good, but how can we differentiate that as young men coming up?
Yeah, listen, I say this all the time, yo. I grew up in a world where I would tell people that, what was it like growing up in Baltimore back then? It was like heaven and hell at the same time, right? Like hell because we had to live through all the things that we lived through that we talked about. But heaven in the sense that I had my family that was real strong, right? I was blessed. My mom, my dad, my grandparents, aunts, uncles, older cousins, all of that, right? Like I was everywhere in Park Heights with everybody in my family. And then I had my community. And that community was my teachers, my coaches, and then it included people that a lot of people wouldn't consider. For me, my family has multiple businesses in Park Heights. One is an air conditioning heating business. Then my uncle has a mechanic shop and a car wash right on Quantico Avenue. I worked there from 7th grade until I went to college, right? Who else gets their car washed every day, right? So I grew up around these folks and they saw me grow up. And because me and my friends, a lot of us that went to school in Merville together, we all went from Park Heights over to Merville. They saw something different in us. And they would always say, like, yo, y'all got to be better than us. Don't get into none of this shit. Be better. And one in particular, I'll tell you a story. I was about to go to St. Mary's. I was washing this guy's car, Wiley. He had a big green Denali SUV. So this is like 2002. And I'm going to wash his truck. I wash his truck. He's like, you get ready to go to school, right? And I'm like, yeah, I'm going. He's like, good. I want to tell you something. I want to remind you that you're not like a lot of these motherfuckers around me. I want you to go down there and do what you're supposed to do. Because if I had a chance to do it all over again, I would say, fuck the money, and I would take that football scholarship I could have gotten. And like that took me aback a little bit because I'm thinking to myself, like, how does he now see himself, right? Now he's making a lot of money doing what he does, right? And that day, the truck wash was like $30 back then. He gave me $300. He said, I want you to buy your books, do whatever you got to do. I was at school not that long. He was gone. I never forgot that conversation. And that conversation happened with other folks, but that one in particular, like, be better than us, right? Like that's the kind of, it was kind of a,
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
Shall I? Okay, couple things. Number one, he full of crap. This is one of the biggest crooks in Baltimore, where he out here using taxpayer funds on vehicles and everything, personal vehicles, and then when pressed on it, it's called racism. He was running a slush fund through the Charles, what's that program? What's that NGO? The Safe Streets program. Yeah, they were stealing money. It was run by criminals. This guy's full of crap. Secondly, I don't know anybody that looked up to drug dealers. I don't know any drug dealers that helped the neighborhood. Now, I can't call it a community. Even back in the 80s when crack was prevalent, it wasn't a neighborhood. It wasn't a community, it was a neighborhood, because we had lost everything thanks to, the financial rate of the black community under the guise of integration. I mean, why do you think these guys were selling drugs in the first place? Hold on, let me close this door.
You took all the blue collar jobs out the fucking country.
Yeah, you took them out. And one of the first places you stripped them out of was black neighborhoods, because you killed black owned businesses in the 70s.
You got all the Koreans and the Chinese in them.
Yeah, you took all those black businesses out because the second civil rights and integration became law. The first thing the black woman did, and a lot of black men too, let's just be honest, they ran to white-owned stores because the white man's ice is to them colder. They wanted that head pat. They still want that head pat even today in 2026.
I want a white doctor to touch me. You know how that shit goes, but continue, babe. You got the floor. Continue.
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, when you look at it 2026, I mean, you really can't. The service. We've always used to complain about the service industry in black-owned businesses. Have we not?
Always and forever.
Yeah. If you don't like the service, then you no longer spend your money there. Be it black, white, Hispanic, Asian, whatever. But the problem is that your options are now limited. There are very few black-owned businesses that you can go from one to the other. You don't like this one, so you go to that one. So where was all of this protection, and where did the money go? Because we all know that fast money evaporates. What do they call it? A fool and his money are soon parted.
Soon to be departed.
Look at what he said this guy did for him. He gave him $300, get your books or whatever, and then he was gone. What do you think happened to that money? Do you really think that Brandon Scott spent that money on books? He was in high school. You really think he took $300, a working man working by what was minimum wage back then? Maybe like what, $7.25?
If that, probably.
What do you think he did with $300 as a teenager?
Got fresh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't buy no goddamn books. He went and got that fucked up fuckboy haircut that he wearing. I'm kidding, but I'm being facetious. But you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
He went and blew that money on himself. He wasn't thinking about no damn school.
This nigga's only 2 years younger than me. You weren't thinking about no goddamn school. Especially since you said you had two uncles who had businesses. They paid for your fucking books.
Paid for you to grow up to be a damn crook. Congratulations on being the mayor, but you're a fucking crook.
You literally
you're under investigation.
You literally spent $50,000 in Vegas of taxpayers' money, and you were on the committee to see if this was legal or not, and you signed off on it. How can you be on your own committee to see if you could utilize taxpayers' money? That doesn't sound like crook. I don't know what does.
Yeah. Safe Streets, the Mayday situation, and now this malfeasance in office, misappropriation of funds. That's racist for you asking me that, really? Because today's black people think crime is legal and accountability is racist. This dude's a fucking fool. I grew up in Cleveland, Ohio. During the crack era, I was a teenager. And people, we saw dead bodies in the streets. But here's this funky little $300. This will balance it out. And you said something very profound. Wherever the drug dealers went, so did the fiends. And wherever the drug dealer and the fiends were, so was crime.
Yep. It's just when
we used to have to walk through in packs.
Turf wars and violence. Violence and turf wars.
And after you have the fiends, you have the violence. After you have the violence,
Mm-hmm.
you have the turf wars. After you have the turf wars, you get the Ricos.
Yeah. We used to have to walk to school in packs for safety in the 80s as a high schooler. To and from school. We had to be at least 4 or more.
Because we were victimized by these motherfuckers.
Yes. Not to mention the R. Kellys in the parking lot.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, the drug dealers was fucking your girlfriends.
Yes. These guys will pull up in their little Cadillacs, the short Cadillacs, short nose or whatever, with them wide ass tires and they systems booming. These are grown ass men in their 20s and 30s picking up high school girls that that ain't their daddy, uncle, or brother, or cousin.
15, 16-year-old girls.
Yeah.
And that's why you had a phenomenon of your mama 30, but your daddy like what, 45?
Yeah. Teen pregnancy spiked during the 80s.
And it wasn't because of teen boys like TV told you.
It was grown ass men. Why do you think women were tripping about the whole baby daddy situation. This whole, they either, what did they say? They either dead, gay, or in jail. Like, because the dude that went to prison, he coming out, he been punked out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not all of them, but some of them are. I mean, being a beard is a tradition for women.
Say that again for the niggas in the back.
Being a beard is a tradition for women. Do y'all know what beard is? Let me explain it. That's a woman.
Oh,
we know what a beard is.
We know what a beard is.
I get
and that
you.
goes both ways.
I get it. I'm for those that may not know that are listening that'll eventually hear this. A beard is a woman who pretends to be the girlfriend of a gay male, whether she knows it or not. But 9 times out of 10, they usually know. Remember that basketball player that dated that chick for like 9 years? You think she didn't know that she was dating a gay man?
Jason Collins?
Yeah, she was just benefiting off of paychecks that he was getting. It can be a very lucrative transactional relationship for her. Excuse me, I haven't had my coffee.
Very lucrative arrangement.
Yes, it can be a very lucrative arrangement. Her bills get paid, they get to go on trips. She ain't got to worry about sucking dick for the trip.
She just got to look the part.
Yeah. All she gotta do is look pretty.
And maybe once in a while she might get a kid out of it and get some child support. Well, I showed the video.
That's on her terms. Or his, depending on if he, because I mean, you have gay people that want to be parents. So they bite the bullet, they hold their nose and engage in your dirty little slap too. I'm being funny.
Or they get spermed, or they go to the IV clinic and have her go through IVF, artificial insemination.
Oh God,
that's the other AI right there, folks. That's the other AI nobody talks about.
But most
artificial insemination.
But most of them can't afford that. Oh yeah, thank you, Mike, for the $20 holla. I got to give you this. Here we go. Hey, Ben, you're going to laugh your ass off with this one.
Okay. Man, he had known that it was the wind up. When I was watching that when it first happened, it was the wind up. I said, damn, this dude's wind up has its own gravitational pull.
Yeah, he was so fast. Just to let people know who didn't know what happened, he moved so fast that Nolan couldn't perceive it. He does it several times, by the way. The first time Nolan tried to punch him, and he moved back just a foot. He was that fast that he could actually swing back, cock back his fist, that he can actually make a vortex and suck you into the punch. That's how strong and how fast he was compared to other Viltrumites. And Nolan is a top 3 Viltrumite.
Somebody tried to compare, it was in my community tab, tried to compare what Eve did no different than what the Viltrumites do.
No, Eve is no.
Like, no. And my whole thing is, hold on. Like, if I'm Mark, I'm like, hold on, bitch. Excuse my language. Hold on, bitch. I'm out in space with my brother and my father to go fight Viltrumites. You seen the damage my father did. You seen the damage that Conquest did. You've seen the damage that other versions of me from different worlds have done. So you pregnant, don't tell me. I go off to space, damn near die. Of course, she don't know this. Damn near die. Oliver almost died. My father could die. We come back and you tell me you aborted my kid. What if father died?
And you possibly would have gave birth to the only person who could stand against him.
Yeah.
Do you see how short-sighted people are?
Hold on. Then they wrote him his character to where he absorbs it like it's his fault.
Yeah.
I'm sitting up there like, nigga, I've had a child aborted on me. That was not my reaction. Oh God, if only I just would have brushed your hair up when you time.
Because the reaction is usually you raggedy bitch.
Yes, it broke us up. 3-year relationship. It broke us up almost immediately.
You killed my legacy, you motherfucker.
You killing kids, bitch? I can see if you swallowing them, but the life was there.
Yeah, then you got my legacy in you. What happened?
Because you mad?
Like that Eve was very selfish. But then again, that's women for you.
You talking about Adam Eve?
Yeah.
Oh, you damn right that. Oh man, let's talk about that bitch. I was just talking about that bitch on my damn stream. Boy, let me tell you now. Yeah, that's a selfish bitch. I just didn't want to do it alone, just like my boy did. Just what my boy said in the video that I shared, and he shared a guy who was also breaking it down too, like in a way like how she was fighting and shit like that. How like now, like in her adult stage, like how she's fighting all sloppy and she just, all weak, and there's a bunch of things that she could have done with her powers and shit that she wasn't doing. And when she was younger, she was actually beating ass way more so than now. And dude, yeah, and that shit too. And what he said about Cecil, he said Cecil and her parents too, like could have helped took care of her and the baby if something happened to Mark. You know what I mean? But I'm like, damn, bitch. So you just went with no hope. You just gave up hope, bitch. So come on, man. You selfish, evil ass baby deleting bitches. I can't stand y'all. And I know why they put that in there, just because they can get this reaction. You funky motherfuckers.
First and foremost, you're having a child of a Viltrumite hybrid. And even though somehow the child might even get your powers, which means you potentially could have the most powerful kid in the universe.
She could have created a Franklin Richards. But here's my thing.
Yeah, right. No faith having bitch.
Listen, I mean, let's really examine it. This chick she's who's the guy that walked away in Secret Wars 2 with the power?
She's basically
he beat Dr. Doom. Who was the guy in Secret Wars 2, the comic book?
Well,
damn. See, I would share a video right now, but you're sharing this.
You're talking about the Beyonder,
the Molecule Man.
Molecule Man.
The Molecule Man. Hey, the Molecule Man.
You are literally the Molecule Man. You are a god on Earth. You can create housing, food,
you can manipulate
money.
atoms.
Right, you're a god.
So you basically saying on the slick they made her the most powerful character ever in the Invincible universe, and on top of that, meaning she must live longer than a Viltrumite. Then
she can't die.
She's potentially. So this is the bad part strategically.
Wait. Let me get this out. And you mean to tell me she killed the kid because she was alone and didn't know what to do? And I mean, you don't have to worry about food, water, clothing, shelter, or finances. You are a living god on the planet. You cannot die. And you killed his kid because what? You felt lonely?
And guess what? That kid could have
the way my nigga said it.
That kid could potentially get both of your powers and be literally the answer to everybody's prayer. You know what?
Ain't nobody told Mark's mother
son of a bitch
and aborted the kid, right? You know this. She don't know that.
And she said she slept and she messed with somebody else too, and she cheated on him too. And in the comics, she messed with she cheated on him with a damn alien.
You're spoiling it for people who didn't watch the comics.
Okay.
Number one, strategically, if I was Cecil, and I know you're dating Adam Eve, Y'all two sons of bitches better have a baby. You will get every resource my organization can give you. We will train this baby. You know what? To this day, there's only three female characters that were written right outside of the comic book realm. Because I'm a big Wonder Woman fan. Because Wonder Woman, she says, you know why I don't have the Rose Gallery that you and Bruce have, Wally? Because when I deal with a villain, I deal with him. I don't do this back and forth. We ain't going to no Arkham. You going to the grave. That's what she basically told him. And then for some reason, one of my girls...
Hold on, repeat that again for us in the back.
She said that when I deal with a villain, I deal with him. Meaning she doesn't go to... They don't take him to Arkham. She takes him to the grave. She's not that type of person. She's not Bruce.
Or
Number
Superman.
2, there's some people who believe the Flash could beat Superman. Well, he could do a door-to-door punch. So can Superman. Here's the only thing. The only reason they made Wally faster in the comics, and there's times Superman actually caught him when he's mind controlled and he has full access to his powers, and Superman caught him. Here's the thing. Invulnerability is invulnerability. They try to lowball it or highball it in the comics, depending on who's writing it. But most times, Wally can move fast enough. One thing about moving fast, but it's another thing being able to react to it. And there's sometimes he can't react to it.
So that means he doesn't have mastery over his speed as Barry did.
He has, in other words, Superman's the fastest being without the Speed Force. You had to literally give him a boost because you have to make a Justice League team. Why do we need him?
Wait a minute, hold on, nigga. Hold on, go back. And you said he caught the Flash.
He did. When he was mind controlled. So he had full control. He wasn't.
I gotta go find that.
He actually catches him. Now, number 1, if I was Cecil, and Cecil knows everything, you're fucking Adam Eve. I would have had a real good talk to Mark and Eve. Y'all need to make a baby. You got 35, 37 pissed off space Nazis.
Well, it should have been expected though, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like he should have came to her about it, you know what I mean? Like, hey, because all the fucking they was doing, you know what I mean? And bitch, and yeah,
I'm gonna say this. For a place where Cecil work, whatever the fuck they call it, that has all this advanced technology, instead of making Android control marks, okay, picture this. And this is where I say there's some bad writing, but it's some good writing. Viltrumites can what? Reproduce with humans very well, right?
Yeah.
So that means you can genetically slice the DNA of a Viltrumite and potentially put it in a human, right? And it should be kind of seamless, right?
Yeah.
So why aren't you making artificial Viltrumites to protect the Earth? Which would be superior to those little fucking whatever the fuck they call those dudes.
The same reason.
I mean, that's why he's not a Lex Luthor. Like, you know, that kind of wittiness and craftiness, that cunningness. Like he doesn't have that.
The same reason why the same reason why they suppressed the X-Men. It's all about homo superiority. That's all it is. It's about homo superiority. You're talking about the extinction of the human race as you know it today. Just Adam, Eve, and Mark and all these other superheroes. I mean, let's face it, they're mutants. That's the extinction of the human race as we know it. But really, it's evolution.
And what the Viltrumites really are doing, they're actually helping the human race. Like your children, have you noticed children are taller than their parents, bigger than their parents? Why? Because we have more access to fucking protein. Have you ever seen a fucking vegan running back in the NFL? A vegan linebacker?
No.
You ever seen a vegan power lifter or Olympic weightlifter?
No. Oh wait, yeah, we call them women.
There you go. Now, you're telling me all the blood Mark has spilled on Earth, even some of the blood Omni-Man spilled, you motherfucker couldn't gene slice that mother. Yes, that shit can resist and everything, but you couldn't fucking put none of that shit into no human because you're a perfect match, basically. And you couldn't make your own. Guess what? Everybody it's the same reason why I can't watch Naruto and say, so all you motherfucking ninjas could learn the 8 gates, at least up to the 5th gate. What village could stop us? Even if you suck with ninjutsu or teach them taijutsu in the 5th gates, no village will stop the fucking Hidden Leaf Village. It's just fucking bad writing. It's like saying
create villain arcs. Let's be honest. That's how you create villain arcs.
Yeah. I mean,
somebody suddenly gets fed up and has a moment of fucking clarity and decides, you know what? We've been going about this shit all wrong.
Hey, babe. Hey, bro. And speaking of villains and shit, villain arcs, let's get on the last episode of The Boys. What the fuck, man?
Wait, I stopped watching The Boys when they had Frenchie sucking dick. I was done. I cut it off.
Yeah.
I was done. I haven't watched a single episode of The Boys ever since they made that revelation. I tried it. I was done. I was like, nope.
You right on that one, my nigga. Hey, but no. Oh, what about MM? Oh man, you ever seen that part yet? Damn, the hero gasm.
I'm familiar with. Look, I read the graphic novels long before because the graphic novels came out 10, 15 years before they decided to make it a TV show.
Well,
so I mean, the books are way more graphic than the TV show. You understand what I'm saying?
Wait a minute, hold on. I cut out for a little bit. Repeat that, bro.
I was saying I read the graphic novels years, like over a decade before the TV show came out. The books are way more graphic and way more detailed than the show. This is
I believe you. There was videos that came out about that, about certain they had to cut out certain shit, and there's a whole bunch of characters that was not in The Boys that they left out. So yeah.
Right, because
I've actually got the autographed books from Eve Ennis from when he came to Baltimore Comic-Con, and I said, "What made you actually write this crazy shit?" He said, "I kind of hate superheroes being all perfect."
Yeah, that all perfect. Okay, so thank you for the clarity, for giving me clarity about this, because I was going into it thinking, okay, he created this because he just has a thing against superheroes, period.
Yeah, because the whole situation with Black Noir, when they killed Black Noir or revealed him to be a black guy and all of that shit, I was like, what? Where are they going? Like, they just destroyed they destroyed the series. In my mind, they destroyed the series based on the books.
Mm-hmm. Well,
you know what I'm
they
saying?
have to do something a little different than from the books. That's the one thing you notice. Like, if you look at the last episode, the season finale of season 4 of Invincible, it was Omni-Man and Mark talking to Thrag. It means more with Omni-Man not being there. Why? Because Mark has to be his own man and make a decision. And the craziest part about it is that he had to make the decision. And what did Thrag say? See, Thrag, everybody complained about his voice. I said, first of all, not all villains are menacing. This is the first time you even heard the voice.
And second of all, that's a motherfucking awesome ass actor. They can shut the fuck up.
Yeah, Mr. Lee is an awesome actor. And I mean, you got to think about it. He's trained to get the Viltrumites under his control, even by force. Because first of all, he was trained and genetically superior. He's the ultimate Viltrumite. So he's almost like a Zod-like creature, a Zod-like character. And most Americans don't understand that type of person because it's foreign to Americans, because Americans are allowed to quit. Okay? That's the reason why you got these two guys up there talking about how drug dealers were policing the fucking neighborhood. They don't understand what you just did. Can I go a little black pill and break down what just happened? What
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
What Mayor Scott allowed that boy to say. Because Mayor Scott is 42. And I'm going to explain this, what this young man he allowed this young man do. He allowed all the police officers from the 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s, and the 2020s. And he just allowed this young man to throw every police officer who died in fucking the line of duty, who were injured, who fucking made a lot of neighborhoods a lot safer. He threw them under the bus for criminals. He threw them, well, you know, they were teaching me shit. So you telling me that guy who had to go with the roughest of criminals, the most violent of criminals in the 90s and 2000s, he had to what? You just threw your whole police department under the bus with this interview. You know what? You don't like to be timed out. You just writing some weird shit. Write that weird shit again in my shit. I'm gonna bang you. Okay? I'm gonna fucking bang you. This your last warning, man. Keep writing weird shit in my fucking shit. I'll fucking bang you. Because if you're a fucking bot, do that on somebody else's shit. You're not making sensical shit. Do it again, I'm going to just fucking bang you.
I can't see what he's saying because I'm doing shit.
Because I just deleted it.
Oh, okay, good shit. It's in the ether now. It's gone.
This mayor just allowed this young boy, this young whippersnapper, to shit on your department and say they policed the neighborhood. What the fuck was the boys in blue doing? Taking a piss? You can't call upon the drug dealers when you got a fucking riot in the city, can you? So you're telling me all the people who got injured in the riots, who had to medically retire, that I personally know, you threw them under the bus. You literally threw motherfuckers under the bus, glorifying criminals. And this is who the fuck Baltimore voted as his mayor. Because he a Park Heights boy. Let's hear this bullshit real quick.
Like a paradoxical kind of moment, right? Because you're thinking like this person, he decides who lives and dies in my neighborhood. And he's telling me, I wish I didn't. He literally said, it's too late for me. I wish I didn't do it, right? That's something that you can't replace that. And I wish a lot of the young brothers could understand that, right? Some people that were where they think is cool were telling me like, nah, yo, what you doing right now is what you're supposed to be doing. Working, going to school. It was a different time. And that's how it means to have the full community behind you. And that's why, for me, that's why I like, when you think about people like, why do I believe in community violence intervention so much? Why am I paying these guys who used to be in the street to prevent violence? Who better to tell them?
I was going to ask you how do we have these conversations? Because I come from the environment, you come from the environment, but once you get to a certain place, it never changes, right? The kid that's in the hood feel like we can't relate. Whole time I've been there, done that. You've been there, done that. and like they're not listening to us. I was gonna ask you like, how do we do that? But you,
yeah, I think the way that we deal with violence in the city now is different, right? We still like police are always gonna play a big part because like I tell people all the time like you can't be out here shooting somebody over a girl and just think it's cool to walk around or shoot a girl because she let that's weak. Like, come on, we not about that.
It's on mandatory.
Free he didn't kill somebody's grandmother. Like, nah, we not on that. We didn't kill over an Instagram message he sent to a girl. Like, we come on, yo. We not doing that. Like, and we got to understand that's also a big difference than when you and I were growing up, right? Most of the violence now is over petty, stupid stuff, not over money. That's weak.
Yeah,
but
somebody hurt your feelings.
But we know hurt people, but we also now have a different thinking. When you have CVI, when you got credible messengers, people that did time and did all these things, and now they out there working to prevent it. That's how it's changed.
You know what the problem is? The black community spends too much time glorifying niggas who did time. And we don't have enough motherfuckers we glorify who did right. If I guide you on a path to do right, why would you glorify evil? You know why the drug dealer existed? Because there was no father to stop it. There were no men in the community to stop it. Welcome to Baltimore, Andre. Do the mayor, but dressed like a YN most of the time. Not so much now. But I've seen them in hoodies and LOL. Did the bridge get fixed yet? No, it didn't.
Wow, really? They still working on there?
They're not working at all.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. You know why? Because all the money is they don't have. Where's the money, Brandon? Where's the money for the bridge, Brandon?
Because the governor stopped the funding to the company that was supposed to fix it.
Why?
Because they blew all the fucking money.
Hey, what's her name? Who? Westmore? Isn't he the governor of Maryland?
And by the way,
that explains it all.
You know the mayor of Baltimore is getting paid more than the governor of Maryland, right?
By who?
That's how Democrats roll. It doesn't make sense, does it?
Can I say something?
Go right ahead.
The last time I did a live and I took the video off I had some effeminate black calling themselves crashing out on me because, I don't, that's the D of the black community. But this is why. Look at the leadership. Look at your black Democratic leadership. Look how feckless and ineffective and criminalistic and idiotic they are.
Remember, this is my city.
You elect them simply based on skin color.
This is my city.
Do you know how bad he makes black leadership looks? I'm sorry, Charles. Go ahead.
No, I was. You can continue. I'm just yelling. This is my city, y'all. You heard this motherfucker in a 15-minute conversation glorify drug dealers. But continue, babe, please.
I'm just saying, you look at this horrible, feckless leadership, but I'm supposed to get behind it because they black. I'm a coon if I don't support this buffoonery, this incompetence. But somehow I'm supposed to think that if white people turned over the keys to black people, the world, America, be run so much better. These motherfuckers can't even run a job right. You can't even be a manager at a job without fucking it up. And here you are sitting here as mayors and governors and members of Congress, and you fucking up. You're part of in all honesty, the biggest problem with black leadership is leadership. Am I making sense?
Too much.
But because I talk about that, I'm a coon, I'm a sellout, I'm a weirdo. You know what I'm saying? This is why I ask people, I'm like, do you? One of the things that was said, and I've said this before, when I said, do y'all think we were Democrats when we had that store? Did y'all think we were Democrats? Because we weren't. If you paid attention, instead, we shit on Bill Clinton almost every day. And it had nothing to do with him being white or a Democrat. He was a scumbag, just like a lot of Democrats are. Not, I know Republicans are the same way. I'm not letting them off the hook. But my thing is that we have shackled ourselves like a old school ball and chain to this one particular party that hates our fucking guts. If it was up to them, we'd still be their slaves. They talk to you like a slave. They treat you like one. They act like you're a dumb animal. They literally treat you like you're a dumb animal, and you break your neck for this head pat. And you have black leaders who go along to get along with these motherfuckers. And then you complain about why nothing gets done. But you had a black president, served 8 years, didn't give a fuck about you, did absolutely nothing for you. None of the policies that he put forth trickled down to help you. It was the so-called racist white man that came behind him that helped you, if you knew what the fuck you were doing, if you weren't caught up in the bullshit, helped you get back up on your feet, trying to help your monkey ass now. You at the bottom of every fucking ladder. You at the bottom rung of every meaningful ladder in this country. You're fighting to stay there. You're literally out here fighting to stay there. Because poverty is your ideology. Poverty is your ideology. The prolonged exposure to poverty have the mayor of Baltimore sitting up here talking like he talking.
And cussing up a storm.
That's what the prolonged exposure to poverty has done. It's got you a Jasmine Crockett. It's got you a Brandon Johnson. It's got you a Brandon Scott. It's got you a Wes Moore. It got you a Ricky Smiley and all these other little goofy little motherfuckers, these D9ers and all this shit, these so-called gatekeepers of the black community that do nothing but preach victimhood. That's why you can't get a fucking bridge built. A key bridge at that.
Francis Scott Key Bridge. Oh, say can you see? This bridge not getting built.
Oh, D.L. Hughley would be like, what the fuck you talking about?
I hope somebody come out there and do that. I pray they would.
It's D.L. Hughley.
Sorry.
No, fuck a D.L. Hughley. He can't even control his daughter.
Fucked around there, made me sip my coffee. Got me cussing earlier in the morning. Let me stop. No, I mean, I'm just, I'm sorry. I vented a little there, but
no,
my thing is, I cannot wait until Congress goes ahead, because you saw what happened in Louisiana with the redistricting, right? Where they tried to gerrymander New Orleans. they tried to gerrymander it based on race, and the Supreme Court struck it down. Do understand that this whole gerrymandering thing that the Democrats sued, they took it to the Supreme Court when they gerrymandered Texas. They took it to the Supreme Court saying, oh, you know, this gerrymander that they did in Texas is illegal. And then it opened up Pandora's box where SCOTUS is looking at gerrymandering based on race. What happened in Louisiana, keep in mind, they haven't issued their verdict yet as far as nationally, but they did issue the verdict for Louisiana. When they do issue their verdict on gerrymandering based on race, when they give their final decision, you do know that the Democrats will automatically lose 20 seats, if not more.
Yeah.
Because all these redistricting and seats and gerrymandering is all. I mean, gerrymandering is about gaining seats in Congress. If they wipe away the redistricting based on race, you automatically, as a Democrat, lose 20 seats. You're already losing seats. A lot of these deep blue areas like California and New York and Illinois and Michigan, all of that goes away. Especially in California, you can fucking forget it. All of that goes away. The Democratic Party will be a majority minority automatically.
Those motherfuckers are the same motherfuckers, damn it, that open up the gates, damn it, for a whole flood of these illegals to come in. And these some bitches want to talk about Trump. That should be like, you know, alarming right there. Like, what the hell? Like, no, like you motherfuckers got it backwards.
It's a power grab.
Like we should be focused on trying to recover from the fuck ups of the Democrat Party, and looking at your faults, motherfuckers. Hell, and make necessary adjustments to be better, motherfuckers. Now y'all want to get worse, like the last quarter of a horror movie. Crazy motherfuckers. Hell, you know the last quarter of the horror movie, the demon or the entity don't give a damn no more about how now the motherfucker comes out and acting all wild and shit after you found out the truth about the motherfucker.
I want you to think about,
go ahead.
I want you to think about this, right? This hits me harder than anybody else, right? I'm going to ask you, babe, because I don't think you were up here. If I was running for mayor right now, and you were a Baltimorean voting citizen, right? And one of your biggest concerns will be education, right?
Yeah.
Especially for young people. If I told you I'm going to split it 3 ways for black boys, since that's our major demographic when it comes to crime, correct?
Correct. You're a coon for saying that.
Guess
Just
what?
want to let you know that saying black boys are responsible for crime, the major demographic, you're a coon for that. But go on.
I mean, we go off of facts, not feelings. You know, I got crime reports that go back a long time to say who's the name. First of all, Baltimore's roughly 70% black. So I'm most likely going to run into who in Baltimore? Black people.
No, you running into them white boys with Argyle sweaters with matching socks. It would tape over their glasses with shoot up grocery stores and shit every day.
With some cardigan sweaters, right?
Yeah.
And, like, I'm going to tell you this. If I split up education, especially directly to black boys, number one, a third of the boys will be directed to public safety, fire, military, police.
Real life Luke Cage, motherfucker.
The second third will be split into trades. The last third will be AP classes into STEM. Did I just give a really good answer for your crime and what to do with your young black male populace?
It's a start, but you know what? But you know what your biggest issue, your biggest hurdle into that will be?
Black women.
Yep, the homestead.
Mom will literally lock me like goddamn Matembo, not in my house. What about the girls? Fuck them whores.
What did the one mother say when her son told her that he got a job? It looked like it's about 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon. The dude was talking to his mother about he had a job. She laid up in the bed with a bonnet on, talking about he can't work that job because they gonna fuck with her government assistance. Remember that video?
I remember that shit.
Yeah. This dude is like maybe between the ages of 7. He had to be between 17 and 20 based on his voice.
Oh, damn it. Yeah, I remember that shit. Damn, yeah, that was some bogus shit, man.
That's your number one obstacle right there.
And guess what? I would tell him, this is my number one obstacle to go against that. You do it the same way you do NIL deals for all these fucking athletes. NIL deals should not just be for not just athletes. You should make something similar to that for people going to college. Why are boys dropping out of school or not going to school regularly? Because they're broke. You give all the job. You can't even get a McDonald's job to a 15-year-old boy because if you notice, all your fast food restaurants are infested with females
over the age of 40.
Yeah. All the girls, you will see nothing but I went to an Advanced auto parts store, and all I seen was women in there. What the fuck? Whose car y'all working on? Think about that. They try to do this 30 for 30. They want 30% of police around the country to be female.
Why? We see videos of female officers getting their asses handed to them all the time. Why the fuck do you want to put Soccer Mom and Sharkeisha in the police uniform when the average street thug will knock her the fuck out?
And guess what? I'm not saying I'm the baddest dude around, but for 15 years of patrol, and you can ask anybody I served with, when did you hear about Charles L. Faulkner Jr. getting his ass handed to him? There's a reason why the nickname Black Dynamite stuck. See, y'all want to play this fucking women can do it too, but guess what? If you get into I would tell you, if I was commissioner, I would transform the academy from defense tactics to hand-to-hand combat. Bitch, you're going to get hit and you're going to get rocked. You want this job, you got to be able to fight back a grown man. And I want to see which one of you bitches are going to, if the bitch could take it and give it back, she gets the job. Don't quit. Oh, they hit me hard. What the fuck you think the suspect's gonna do? You fresh meat.
I can't hit you. You's a female.
First of all, how the hell is Trump an anchor baby when his father was a United States citizen?
That's you know what? I saw that. I ain't even bothered to respond. Niggas are dumb. Niggas are dumb. Niggas are dumb. They watch too much CNN. Niggas are dumb.
Niggas are too dumb to be classified as stupid. I mean, I want to tell you this shit. When it comes to putting crime down, guess what? You have to be a combination of the neighborhood cop, but you have to instantly, in a split second, as soon as you hit a light switch, you're supposed to be the most fearsome thing God ever set eyes on. You're supposed to be the fucking Leviathan if necessary. Oh, let's be kinder, gentler. Kinder, gentler does not work in Baltimore like that. If people are trying to hurt you, you got to hurt them. Sorry. Go ahead. Somebody complain against me. Tell me, do the job and tell me what you think. Come on, FD signifier. Get your fat ass up. I'm tired of you fat, lactating, sorry sackless shit telling brave men what the fuck to do. It's embarrassing.
Who caused the most tragic airline crash within the past 10 years? Who caused it?
Black females?
Mm-mm.
What was it?
It was a white one. It was a white one. White lesbian.
Yeah.
You know why it happened?
DEI?
Bitch didn't want to listen. Bitch didn't want to listen. They kept telling her, stop. What is you doing? You don't see that plane?
She's a DEI hire.
Yeah.
They didn't know what the fuck she was doing. What did I say? What's the first rule of protection? Obedience. Does that make sense to everybody? Do I need to put the chart back in my fucking community tab? There's a reason why I came up with this shit. Because it makes fucking sense. You have a nonsensical mayor cussing the storm out. Does he sound professional to you?
The male Jasmine Crockett.
You want to be
the male
hood.
Jasmine Crockett.
You want to be hood. You can't be. You're not that hood. Going to St. Mary's, okay?
He looked.
Why'd you go to St. Mary's? You love Baltimore so much. Why do you go to Coppin Morgan? Hello.
He looked criminalistic. Just look at that look on his face.
You look like a fucking YN and you're 42.
Yeah, he looked criminalistic.
But y'all think, yeah, they're these are the same niggas that think Megan Thee Stallion need to be defended and she ought to be in jail for perjury. I've never seen a group of people that want justice but will say fucking shit about fucking Tory. How the fuck should we support Megan Thee Stallion and you support Tory Lane? They damn near put a hit out on that nigga in prison for him not to fucking get another trial. It doesn't take a goddamn detective to see that was a hit.
That's why he should have never stayed silent. I would have fired my lawyer. Like, no, I'm gonna tell the whole goddamn truth. I'm not gonna do no years over these raggedy hoes. These are raggedy hoes. I'm not about to go to jail over no raggedy hoes.
I'm glad you said that because I gotta say this before I keep playing this shit. Black men, you don't owe black women shit. Don't protect shit about them because, as you can see with Tory Lane, they're not gonna protect you. She went off living her best life and said, fuck this nigga. It ain't me.
Didn't put no money on his books. Didn't go see him.
They didn't even give this nigga a cigarette.
He's an afterthought. On to the next dick.
Then, do you know how I knew Tory Lane was innocent? When I looked up the report for the GSR, the gunshot residue bags, because you got to bag their hands. You probably don't. You probably want to guess how I know how this process goes.
Didn't you used to be a slave catcher?
Which I proved that dysfunctional wrong. Because first of all, modern policing didn't even start in America. It started in 1829 in London, England, by Sir Robert Peel. That's why they call them bobbies. So slave catcher, guess where modern day slave catchers are? Bail bondsmen, bounty hunters. That's the lineage they have, not policing. Sorry. Get your facts right, FD.
Wait, you was a cop? Oh, you was a sellout.
Oh, I'm a sellout. Guess what? Guess what? I'm a sellout, but who was going to take care of me and my son? Fuck you.
Remember when we first met?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was skeptical and shit. But that's because the police had a bad reputation at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now we see them as pussies.
Mm-hmm. And you know what made a lot of people in the Black Manosphere kind of fuck with me? Because I just kept it real. I kept it a little too real. I said, first of all, don't you talk about none of this fucking, what's that boy in Baltimore?
Freddie Gray?
Man, fuck him. Freddie Gray. Fuck that motherfucker. Another drug dealing, selling poison idiot. Damn near illiterate. Boy wasn't worth a fucking used shit paper. But you give his mom, who was a fucking fiend, probably one of his best customers. He wasn't worth shit born, but he was worth more died. And you're going to give a fucking fiend $10 million when you find out, right before you find out that the officers were not responsible for his death.
He slipped his restraints.
Huh?
He slipped his restraints.
Yeah, he got out of his restraints and banging his head on the fucking metal inside of the wagon. The medical examiner and their forensic expert both agreed. A third party even agreed with them too. And Stephanie Rollins Blake, who he just named as his fucking mentor, who left the office in shame, instead of holding to your nuts and wait until the fucking examiner's report, you gave her the money before anything happened. $10 million. You sorry sack of shit.
They just wanted it to go away. But you know, the law firm ate the majority of that up. She probably, after taxes and everything, she probably walked away with 2.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee you she broke
Mm-hmm.
today.
Because she snorted it all away. Fucking crack baby worth $10 million. And these are your heroes, niggas. These are your fucking heroes. Not the motherfuckers who leave their family to patrol your godforsaken family, but the drug dealer. Continuing.
One of our violence prevention workers, she said it best. The culture is changing. And you got to do all of that work and allow the people who have been there to do it. Because, yeah, I can go up Parkhouse and have conversations with dudes in a way that no mayor has before, but they know I never did what they do. So I still can't have the same way that some of the folks at Safe Streets that I grew up with can have with them, because
Safe Streets is a fucking criminal organization.
Thank you.
I
Sheila
said that
Jackson. Remember when she was in charge? Is that her name? Sheila Jackson? I know her last name was Jackson. And what's her name? Mackenzie Frost reporting chased her ass right up out of that bitch. They had to turn it over to the white girl because she was under investigation. What was about to be. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I told them motherfuckers to their face when I was in uniform. What fucking streets do you make safe? Y'all still doing criminal shit. You're not making it safe. Y'all just found a little bit more legal way of funneling fucking money. That's all. Bastards.
they was out there that same corner, and we got to understand how important that is.
Yo, I saw somebody say, actually the same person I was talking about earlier, about they was praising you for the drop in violence, as they do always, because that's a big deal, right? But somebody was like, we always praise him, but we need to be praising the police, the person that commissioner is really him. But didn't he come in after? Didn't you hire? Or
yeah, listen, this is what people got to understand, right? When they think about this thing, then you don't see me out here saying like, oh, I should get all the credit, because who gives a damn? For me, Baltimore gets the credit, right? The reality is we went from 300 plus for 18 out of the 41 years I've been alive to 133, and that's still too much. But you have to understand how these things work, right? It is my responsibility as the mayor of the city, the CEO, by law, to develop the plan, comprehensive way that we're going to deal with gun violence. It's also my responsibility to hire and direct the police commissioner and the police department, right? I also am in charge of the CVI workers and all of that work, right? And obviously the city budget. But it's not just about that. We got community organizations. We got CVI people. We got prosecutors and the attorney general and state's attorney. You got the federal law enforcement. You got regular.
Number one, the state's attorney is a separate entity and a fucking elected official. The reason why you had such high crime rates is not just because of the violence, it's because of the recidivist rate. Jail is supposed to be, or prison, a deterrent, a punishment, and a rehabilitation. To me, it sounds like a rite of passage. You had Marilyn Mosby, who didn't fucking prosecute a soul. And how long have I said this bitch was dirty, bae?
For a long time.
Was I right?
Yeah.
And how many times has her office made cops resign off of some trumped up shit? Now, what made Baltimore is that most of the killers been killed. What made Baltimore safer is the fucking FBI and DEA and the ATF had to step in and federally prosecute these motherfuckers. Because for the longest time, you couldn't trust Mosley. At least Ivan Bates hit them a bit harder. But you had a fucking state's attorney that said she's not going to prosecute certain crimes. You can't say that on open air because the defense attorney will slice that apart. Dummy. And she never even, and even before she got voted as state's attorney, she never even tried a part 1 crime, which means burglary and above.
That's that $1,000 rule that they came up under the Biden administration. Anything under $1,000 isn't reportable as a crime.
Yeah. Which means
knowing that the number one crime, you're a former cop, the number one crime that y'all had to respond to was petty theft, usually by teenagers. Am I wrong?
Or destruction of property.
Usually done by
the ages of 14 to 23.
Yeah. And you made that legal. You literally made criminality legal. But that's a whole bigger situation that you're seeing now with Mamdani and all these other Democratic socialist mayors and governors. But go on.
And you want to tell me the reason why your crime went down because the federal fucking, once again, you got to give help to the Trump administration because they were heavy-handed on this shit. You ever notice that Trump was heavy-handed on police brutality more than Obama?
Yes. And when Trump came in, cops started getting convicted. Who was the biggest conviction, the biggest high-profile conviction of a cop under Trump?
Chauvin.
Yeah. But he racist, though.
He racist, though. Yeah, but here's the thing. When you take all the big players out and you federally charge them and convict them and you move them out the state of Maryland where all their influences you move a motherfucker from here and you place them in a federal prison in Texas, that's how you get rid of your crime.
Well, I need to get Trump to stop all these damn wrongful arrests.
Everybody gets the credit.
Okay.
But where this gets
what wrongful arrest, man?
There's a bunch of them.
Like what? Like what?
Name one. There's a bunch of videos out there I'm seeing of unlawful arrest and all that shit. Especially the department in Tennessee.
Who did they arrest? What was wrongful about it?
They basically the department. It was orchestrated by the chief, and it was on the audio recording was on a news clipping showing of him talking to another officer, explaining to him, hey, you got to make more arrests, DUI arrests. So, and there was like whistleblowers too, who basically who quit the department, who was airing them out too, saying, yeah, like, they brought that evidence out to the news and they showed their face, while talking to them, telling them, hey, these were things they was doing, and all these DUI arrests, they wasn't no DUI arrests, no, they was all it was all false, basically that was theirs to fulfill their quota, so they can
management situation.
That's a very minute situation because quotas are illegal. Why do you think they could come out and talk about it? You can't force a person to make a certain amount of arrests. That's illegal. You're not going to get paid any higher. The only way you get paid is maybe you get overtime.
And there was a bunch of them. I'm like, hot damn. Shocked the shit out of me.
I'm not trying to blame what you're saying, but understand that is a city management issue. That's a mayoral chief of police situation.
Yeah,
that's like you complaining to Trump about your landlord won't come and fix your pipes. You're like, why are you talking to me?
You got to think about it, right?
Somebody above their head, their next person. Like,
You got to think about it, right? There's 2 to 3% of the population that fucks it up in whatever fashion. You ever notice? Nobody ever tells the fucking firefighters to do their job, right? Nobody tells the paramedics how to do their job. You don't even tell the trash man how to do their job, but it's always the police. Why? Because Americans have this really defiant spirit to authority. Right? And here's the fucked up part, right? That black men don't get. You want respect, but you can't respect the people around you. Yeah, so there's some fucked up arrests, yes. But it's a case-by-case scenario. But nobody says we need to go into courts and try these fucking chicks who fucking have this child custody and not really taking care of the child. Where's the investigations for that? I think that's more harmful generationally of some of these women with their kids.
Yeah, damn right you're on that one.
Think about it. Why is it that bitch who recorded herself telling her daughter that she's stupid and she's retarded, she'll never amount to anything? Why isn't she in CPS? Why is the CPS knee deep in her ass? And I'm not taking up for criminal cops, because if you committed a crime as a cop, you know what you deserve: double time.
Starving the boy while letting your daughters get fat.
So if black men really want some shit, I'm gonna tell you one thing: black men need to start put their money where their fucking mouth is, because bullshit's been walking for a very long time. We're gonna keep shit a buck, right? Because the same way people are going to talk about police, we need police reform. The quickest way you're going to get police reform ever is actually joining the motherfucker. Why don't you, your buddies, your brother, your sister, your uncle, your cousin, your next door neighbor join the police department? Is that quicker than waiting for a politician to write something in the law? Black people, I got to do the Nolan thing. Think, Mark. Think. Motherfucker, tell me about solutions. I can give you 1,000 fucking solutions to fix policing. Now, give me 1,000 solutions to fix parenting. Everybody goes silent. Because what happened? You know how police had to get down in the 90s? They had to literally beat ass. Because the gangsters and the criminals did not fear the police in the 90s. Them hardcore criminals were a motherfucker in the 90s, especially in Baltimore, where motherfuckers have running gun battles down Patterson Park on my street, where we literally had to go jump in the house because niggas shooting broad daylight, like it's the OK Corral. And motherfuckers worried about the police. The police ain't fucking come breaking in your house robbing you. Not on the regular. There may be a 2 to 3% chance, but guess what? 97% is citizen on citizen. And I'm being fair with that acknowledgement. Because we're gonna put some shit up there. Are there some wrongful shit the police have done historically? Sure. As any organization. But the quickest police reform you could do is black people take these fucking jobs. Nigga, you need a job anyway. Nobody says anything about that, right? But when you give a nigga a solution, you know what you get next? An excuse.
The laws is that some people are so intent on trying to make it look like it's one thing or this or that, when in their actuality that is all of it, right? Because like if you, for example, people like, well, oh, it's the way that they're doing this prosecution. Well, every prosecution case depends on the work of the police department, right? Yeah. Right. Or it's like, oh, well, it's how the hospitals are working, right? Like, well, yeah, we want hospitals to save lives, but it's less people getting shot, period. So that means that our hospitals are not feeling the same burden.
It's less people getting shot because you took away all the fucking hardened criminals like BGF. That's why.
And they used to feel before, right? And the CBI work, those people are out there interceding in basic conflict that could have risen to violence. It's all of it. And
which they don't do.
People have to stop doing is trying to say like, oh, it's this person, it's that person, it's this thing, it's that thing. I understand that it's all of it. But just by the nature of how the world is and the fact that I'm the leader of the city, I am the person that's going to be at the forefront. But as I always say, I said this on CBS National when they asked me who gets the credit, I said Baltimore gets the credit. It's that simple, right? It's about all of us together that are operating that way. But this is how it goes when you're in a position like mine, because when it's all going bad, it's all my fault, right? That's how it goes.
So it's as everybody else that,
but you understand it. I'm good. If I can have every problem be like that, right? That is everybody else's fault that is going the good way, then I've done my job. That's what we got to focus on.
Yes, Heavy is the head that wears the crown, nigga. It is your fault. Just like dude was saying about the bad policing. That falls on your shoulders. You're the mayor. The buck stops with you on city matters.
Yeah.
A tape like that comes out. You as the mayor need to call the chief of police and be like, bring that officer in. I'm sitting down with the chief, the city administrator, everybody that between whoever is in charge, between that cop that was on tape and me, everybody up the ladder. We sitting down. We in the conference room. Who told you to talk like that? I want names. It's called holding people accountable.
Because first and foremost,
that's your job.
You're supposed to have a heads will roll mentality when somebody fucks up. You must first, you interview. Second, you go through the chain of command and say, I want his supervisor, I want his sergeant, his lieutenant, his captain, his major. I want all you motherfuckers down here by 3 o'clock.
Why do you think Pam Bondi got fired? Because she wasn't doing her fucking job. You know, no sooner than she got fired, all of a sudden motherfuckers start getting arrested.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna tell you one thing about it, right? If I was mayor of Baltimore today, I would have every department head from the fire, police, sanitation, city works, public works, housing, whatever I had authority over, every department head. I don't give a fuck if it's over city schools, the city superintendent, all these motherfuckers. I would say, line up in front of my fucking office. You got 15 minutes apiece to convince me not to fire your ass. Because in order things to change, you got to stop doing the same goddamn thing. See, we need to talk about the variables. Yes, shock trauma got Jesus, Buddha, and Allah on that motherfucker. They're doing miracles in there, keeping people alive. You literally had federal indictments that had to come down like the goddamn Avengers and Justice League over Baltimore. That's why you're benefiting. Marilyn Mosby didn't prosecute people. Say what you want about Ivan Bates. He's a lot harder on crime than she was. You going down to the trickle-down effect. 2, guess what? The drug game is not as lucrative as it used to be. It's just not. Motherfuckers can't really afford it like they used to. Even if you go steal somebody's shit, how much can you really get?
You got the mayor playing not it. Not it. Not it. You got the mayor playing not it when it comes to responsibility. Get the fuck out of here.
And then here's the crazy part. Not one time in this whole conversation did you talk about education. Not once. Not once. Not fucking. You got to be damn honest to say, look, what are we going to do about crime? Easy. Call raise your damn kids. Why is your 14-year-old kid downtown Baltimore 50 deep, 11 o'clock at night on a Saturday? The fuck he going to? Club? You think he's raw and niggerish with it? I could get even worse. Let's tell the truth and shame the devil. Most of you bitches don't even have raised your kids. You just had that. That's called a check baby. You loving the fact that little nigga's outside the house because he doesn't eat up all your goddamn food. Because you're taking all your little stamps, feeding your little funky ass boyfriend who just got out the clink. But he just staying long enough to eye your daughter when she hit about 14, when she hit about 15, 16. In some cases, he might be eyeing up your son. If you really want to solve the fucking issue, you need to see why single mothers bring so much turmoil. Why is it that you get better results with a single dad than most two-parent households? Nobody wants to talk about that shit. Yeah, the proper term is bastards. And really, there was two times there was different bastards. You were either a child that was illegitimate out of marriage, or worse yet, which is really the biggest term for bastard, you didn't even know who the father was at all. If your son has your last name and you're not married, you just cursed his family. I'm going to say it again. If you were never married and your son has your last name or your daughter, you just cursed basically your son. You just cursed his family. What you basically telling the world is you're a whore. You're the ultimate. Your child is the ultimate bastard. You don't know who the father is. Or worse, you know who it is. You don't want to admit it.
For me, it's about saving lives in the city. That's all.
I did have one question. I was watching the interview, and you kind of just alluded to it not too long ago. You were saying it's kind of the safest it's ever been in our country, in a few cities and states around the world, right, or the country. So how do we like compare it to that, right? I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna ask this question. Like, how do we measure the impact that you actually had in your 2 terms or 1 term going on your 2nd term? How do we measure the impact that you had versus it just being crime being down across the country? And
so it's measured, right? So crime was down, I think, in 24, we were 10 points higher on reduction as national average. And we were higher again last year, right? So we've been leading. So the nation has been reducing at this level. We've been reducing at that level, right? Like that's how you look at it, right? Because and the flip though, there's
and by the way, part of the reduction in crime is because there was a lot of fucking people moving out the city. Did y'all know that?
Not to mention the skewed stats.
Because
and the lesser charges on serious crimes, and then the non-punishment of crimes, the signature bonds, the drop charges and everything. We already talked about the $1,000 rule. It's not crime is down, it's just being misrepresented and underreported. It's not being properly reported.
This is how crime is. Let's say a person gets shot in 2025, they die in 2026, right? They die because of the wounds of 2025, right? That doesn't count as a homicide in 2026. It counts as a homicide in 2025. See how the system works? That's a wild moment, isn't it? There's a lot of ways to finagle shit. The same FBI he was talking shit about helped smash beat exactly. DEA, ATF, all the motherfuckers came down upon them like goddamn Blade in a vampire den.
There's been many years in my lifetime when the whole country went down and Baltimore has not, right? But like it's also a little different. When everybody else went crazy up during the pandemic, we stayed roughly the same, right? So you can measure that stuff all the time.
Okay, that makes sense. Yo, something that another thing that hit home for me is this opioid crisis that we having, right? And I know you talk about it a lot.
Yeah.
But not more.
Baltimore does not have a real opioid crisis because that's a white people drug. That's that Dundalk, Essex, and the poor white counties issue. You might get a couple of fentanyl hits here, but you don't really get fentanyl. The only way you get fentanyl in Baltimore is going out to Essex, Dundalk, and all those other places. We don't have no real opioid shit here. It's always been crack cocaine, heroin, and shit like that. Okay.
Charles, watch out now. You talking bad about a black man.
Hey, I got a few more things to say. We're gonna tell the truth about it. Opioids has always been a white problem. Why do you think there's not such a crackdown on it when like it was in the 80s? They treated it like a mental issue, but they treated our shit like a severe crime. First of all, the opioids came off the fucking ships and the piers in Dundalk, which is predominantly white. Essex, predominantly white. You get it from the poor white neighborhoods, the trailer trash motherfuckers. Baltimore doesn't have a real opioid issue. You get a few cases here and there, but most of the time it's heroin, it's crack. They may mix it in with heroin and hotbox it, but it's not as fucking plentiful as people think. That's more of a Midwest shit.
Or so of course we want to avoid it, right? But you had said something on the news, and I was like, that's right. People think when you think of like overdoses, you think of like outside in the alley somewhere, even in a crack house. But I speak about this multiple times. Like my mom's suffered an overdose. I walked in on her, and granted, by the grace of God, she didn't lose her life. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know to call the police because I didn't want to take her from me. I didn't know what to do. So when I'm thinking about it, it's not just, of course, we want to save people's lives and get them off drugs, but how do we keep them off drugs? Because that's the hardest part. It seems like
You know how you keep it off of drugs? You get rid of fucking methadone clinics. You keep methadone clinics out of high drug areas where they sell their methadone to get the real shit. And stop looking like the goddamn Walking Dead. How the fuck you gonna have a narrow ass drug police like Glenwood? And if you took the methadone clinics and you put them on the outskirts of the city, you don't see the drugs. How you keep people away from drugs? You clean out the fucking drug habit. You clean out some of these crack houses. You get rid of some of these vacant houses.
You noticed that fentanyl deaths have dropped dramatically?
Huh?
Have you noticed that fentanyl deaths have dropped dramatically?
Yeah, because most people don't want to walk in death. They've been cutting off a lot of supply from China. Notice you don't have too many boats from China like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot. Guess what? The same motherfuckers y'all hate, Customs and ICE, have been doing a damn good job checking those boats from where? China. Border Patrol has been checking there really, really good from both fucking Canada and Mexico.
This is exactly why this whole DHS shutdown that they were doing is bullshit. Like, you motherfuckers need to be charged with treason, because this ain't you call talking about you shut down DHS because of ICE when ICE is already funded. You can't touch it. No, you shut down DHS and Secret Service and everything because Trump was fucking up your under the table black market money, because you're in bed with the CCP, the Islamists, and the cartels. You have three masters.
Mm-hmm.
And the Democratic criminal organization.
Where do you get all your poppy seeds? Where do you get all your poppy seeds?
From
we still got poppy farms in Afghan. We still pay them millions, right, a year, hundreds of millions to keep trucks growing poppy. Continue, please.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
No, I mean this is why I'd be like, turn off CNN. At any rate, yeah, this is what it's all about. You try to defund them, you weaken the national security of the country, so that way you can continue your flow of illegal drugs and guns and trafficking, human trafficking. Those are your three biggest profiteers. Your three biggest black market profiteers is guns, drugs, and sex, human trafficking. If you weaken the Department of Homeland Security, where you tried to get people to quit, you notice they quickly, when ICE went into the airports, they quickly came to a resolution, right?
Mm-hmm.
In all honesty, if I was Trump, I would absorb DHS. I mean, I think they vote to knock that down or whatever. Aren't these guys now getting paid after that dumb nigga tried to? Yeah, I would have absorbed DHS in the ICE and be like, there, we got the funding. We got more than enough money.
Because first of all, you know what's funny? Why is it TSA federal officers?
But you got Sharkeisha with a wand.
But you got fat, overgrown motherfuckers. I want you to think about that. TSA should have been federal officers, but they think they slick trying to get, we just going to get security agents because it's cheaper. You want to talk about training? How many TSA agents? Guess what? When you have federal agents in there, notice a lot of shipments of drugs stopped. Notice that. A lot of fucking shipments of drugs stopped.
unless you were in Minnesota or California.
Yeah. Hi-yo.
Please continue. I'm sorry.
It's a very hard part, and I think like what you were talking about, I talked about it in the interview how most people that in Baltimore that die from overdose do it in home. Right? It's like it's not in a vacant, it's not in an alley, it's in home, and that's really
Bullshit.
us having to get at the stick.
Bullshit. Most of these motherfuckers got a neutral place where they get high.
Actually, I announced so the folks know we the city of Baltimore, led by a city solicitor, she did it at my direction, sued a lot of drug companies for their role and the pills and stuff that showed up. Okay, and we've won over $600 million in restitution that we're now going to be putting out into the community over a 10-year period. We announced like community grants for organizations that are helping people, right? Because this is what folks have to understand.
Okay. You got $600 million. Where's the community grant going towards Black Line Security, teaching young Black boys firearms, tactics, safety, security, executive protection, and being private detectives? Where's the grant money for that?
Hold on. Show me the check.
Show me the check.
Yeah, show me the check. You say you won all of these judgments, and you trying to tell me that drug companies are just gonna write you a check just like that? This is a drug company. They're sitting on quote unquote infinite amounts of cash. They can drag this out in appeals to the point where it's an afterthought.
Mm-hmm. And then on top of that, $600 million. If $600 million is true, all the roads in Baltimore City will be paved. All the vacant houses will be knocked down or rebuilt. But most of them, if you go to North Avenue, they ought to be torn the fuck down. The reservoir at fucking Druid Hill will be finished. Where's the money? All your rec centers will be built fresh, new, state of the art. All your learning career centers, east, west, south, north, all the places. You should have one in each district, whatever police district that you have, you should have a learning center where you can learn how to do fucking cybersecurity and other shit. Where's the money? Meanwhile, you and your buddies are having fucking week-long fun in Vegas. 600 million would drastically change Baltimore overnight. 600 million would actually open up the gallery again. $600 billion would actually create a lot of jobs in Baltimore. You don't even get the Black people to work construction. You go to the Hispanics.
Illegals.
And you know this better than anyone. You can have the best recovery programs in the world. If that person's not ready for recovery, they're going to continue to use. And you have to be able to have those supports. People don't like to hear this, but like you got to make sure they're using in a way that's safe, so they're not dying from overdose. And we've seen this. It's so foreign to us. But if you go to Canada, if you go to Europe, right? They don't have overdoses. You want to know why? Like they have places that they call overdose prevention sites where people literally go to be supervised to use, and then basically like in a medical facility. And when they're ready to get their treatment, the stuff is right there. But for us, we have to deal with a bunch of things, right? We have to deal with the reasons why people are being driven to these substances, right? People feel like they can't earn enough. They got pressures, right? We got to get the jobs and all of that. Mental health is a big and real thing. We have to meet people where they are. People think that dealing with addiction and opioids and overdose is like some cookie cutter thing. A lot of people that are suffering, they work every day, right? It's not people that just like, oh, they just out there walking up and down the streets trying to steal stuff. Like, yeah,
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
That happens, but it's so hostage. It is so much deeper than that. And like there are a lot of community organizations that are working now that we're helping to expand their work to help people get the health care that they need, get the mental health that they need, get the jobs that they need, get the housing, which is one of the huge.
And guess what? Every time you get a large contingency of crackheads, you bring property values down.
Why don't he ask them drug dealers for $300 each from all the drug dealers, and maybe you can, since they the heroes of the community, maybe you can actually get something done.
Probably. Here's my thing. Sometimes what you really need to do is take those drug dealers and relocate them to another state. Sometimes what you need to do with these drug addicts is you got to put them through something else. Methadone is just another way for these people just to get hooked on something. These motherfuckers will sell their methadone. Okay?
I'm sorry, I'm picturing black dude.
A drug to get cooked, to get kicked off of drugs.
I was just picturing YNs out in the cornfields talking about through your bag. What you need?
Jesus Christ. I mean, Jesus Christ. We gotta be realistic about it. Why would we want people to be at a safe facility? Oh, they home when they do it. Yeah, do you know them little high-rise buildings where old people are supposed to retirement places? Guess what? You got people who are like in their 60s who live there, but guess what? Those other people qualify as what? Disabled. You're qualified as disabled if you go through a drug treatment or severe drug addiction. So now, most of the time, you have a drug because we had to hit 4 or 5 fucking apartment buildings in fucking, what was it? West 29th Street. And we had to hit fucking 5 apartments at the same time. And guess what those retirement buildings become? They become inter-network drug dealing. You have a whole generation of grandparents who were drug addicts.
Not to mention, you got old people who aren't even, they're clean and on the clean and narrow, straight and narrow, and they're being held hostage, living around drug dealers and fiends in their apartment complexes that are meant to be a safe place for them.
Yeah.
Because now you might have Lucy's grandson staying in her apartment illegally, but you're not gonna rat her out because y'all drink 40 ounces or whatever. Y'all get drunk on the stoop, and her grandson is now selling drugs out of her apartment. He's bringing riffraff into the area.
Should people get help if they're not trying to help themselves?
And of course, you talking about the generation that was raised on the no snitching. So now, your living area, you got violence. You have violence and drugs and bloodshed outside your front door, and you too scared to say anything.
I'm going to answer this question very honestly. If the first rule of protection is obedience and that person's not being obedient, how much can you truly help them? Because the first thing you have to do is realize you have an addiction. How many of these motherfuckers truly want to stop? Because first and foremost, most of the times how these people get off of drugs, some of them had to go to prison. Unfortunately, some of them had to move out the state. Why keep going back? There was a rapper named Lil Scooter, right? He was going to be big. You talk your shit to your rivals in Baltimore. You hang around where your rivals hang around. You get caught slipping, you're dead. Why come back? Chief Keef is no longer in Chicago. Smartest move ever. Niggas rob him. Guess what? I'm not going to be told twice. We don't want to say that motherfuckers can't come back to the city to get healed. If you got to force, see, here's the problem. How much can we legally force a person? Because if they're not trying to get help, you can only do but so much. You could be a sex addict. How are you going to cure that? You have to make a conscious decision. You could try as you might, as much as you can. But ultimately, what people don't want to have is that, yes, the onus is on the user. As much as you tried to help them, you're going to either have to, one, they're going to have to spend some time either out of the state or in jail. The choice is theirs. That's the only two fucking options you got. Unless you lock them in a room and they go through withdrawals and they get that shit out their system. And see, that's the hard part about drugs. When you see these people, these motherfuckers been on drugs for 20, 30 years. It might have had in between there a good clean year or two. Why some of these people want drugs? Because they want to feel good. They want to have a good time. You ever notice weed's cheaper than fucking gas? Weed's cheaper than food? That's a strategic thing that they've been using for time immemorial. It's not because they hopeless. A lot of them like to party. Anywhere you have a high drug area, you usually have a high violent area. You might even have a high prostitution area. I mean, what do you suggest we do? Hog tie them?
You're always going to have
huge
crime. It's a high society. You're always going to have crime in high society, especially in densely populated areas.
Yeah.
Of course, I mean, you're a former police officer. You know that you guys sometimes you have to work hand in hand with the criminals in order to have law and order. I mean, you know they're a criminal. They know that you know that they're a criminal, but you know, and their hands are dirty. But hey, look, I need help. Like, you know, this young 14-year-old girl, she got sexually assaulted over here. You know, what have you heard?
You got to be pragmatic. You got to think like Grand Region Frag. You can't go in there guns blazing. You got to really put the pieces together like a puzzle. Anybody who's a decent OG in the game, my game, the game, I'm supposed to catch you. You're supposed to get away or never get caught. Fair is fair. Most of the time, the OGs will tell people they don't want the heat. And some people are going to be turned in.
You made me think about episode of Buffy where Willie the bartender, he was, you know, the snitch, right? Because he's the bartender. He, you know, everything run through him. And he wanted to give the girls, he wanted to give her the information, but he's like, well, you know, you got to beat me up first. You got to make it look good. He starts screaming as soon as she draw her fist back. He's like, I didn't even hit you yet. He's like, oh, wait, sorry.
Yeah. You got to make them save face, because now if that person who's the informant tells you, that's why that whole snitch thing, oh, you a snitch. Guess what? If you about to back 30 years and you got two young kids at home and you can at least be back home in 3, the fuck would you do? Don't commit crimes. It's one thing if it's a person who's innocent, but most of the time, motherfuckers committed crimes. I showed the video where the guy committed armed robbery who was a former student of FD Signifier. It's commendable that he still kept in touch with the young man, but at the same time, he never asked what made him want to commit crime. You made him look like he was kidnapped and tortured. No, he was arrested and convicted of a Part 1 crime. We always want the people to feel sorry for the criminal, but you ain't got no love for the victim. Guess what? A known prostitute could be out there. If she says she's sexually assaulted or there are signs of fucking abuse or sexual assault, fuck her past. You treat her like you don't know her and treat her with the due respect of a fucking criminal, regardless if she's a known prostitute or not. It is what it is.
Yeah, because there's only, I put it like this, the only reason a prostitute would report her being great is either the John didn't pay or it actually happened.
Yeah.
Because of what she does for a living. So it's like, who would believe a prostitute?
And guess what? She's never going to report that a John didn't pay. But she will report if somebody try to force her against her will.
These are your friends.
Okay. I didn't vote for them.
In it, you had to do all of those things, and you have to do them over a sustainable period of time. And that's why it's always intercedes in a lot of the other stuff that we had. The vacants, the job crisis, all of the housing crisis. Like, we got to do all that stuff at the same time and stop thinking that, like, we can open up a few treatment centers and it's going to go away. Yeah, treatment centers are important, a very important part, but they have to be a part of a coordinated strategy. And we actually laid out, I'll make sure you get it. We have a strategy to deal with 10-year plans. Yeah, a 10-year plan across the city of Baltimore.
Also, excuse my ignorance though. Is opioids is that not the same as like dope, heroin?
It's different stuff these days, right? Because you got the pills, you got the fentanyl, you got the mixture, all this kind of stuff. It's not the same way. When we were growing up, like, heroin was the drug, right? Not no more, right? You got folks. Pills are a big thing. The fentanyl is a huge thing, and they putting the fentanyl in everything, right? People, they think they buying weed, which, let me just say, like, you can buy it in the store now. Like, go get it the safe way if you choose to do that, which you like. But they lacing the fentanyl with it, right? And then you smoke weed, and now all of a sudden you were just a smoker. Now you got a whole nother problem, right? We got it, and that's one of the things that I'll say this really quickly that helps too with these organizations. They got organizations that help people test their drugs, so they actually know what's in it, right? You got to know, because you thinking you got one thing, you got something else. Now overdose. Now you might be gone.
So instead of trying to take it away from you, at least let's put you in position to, if you're going to do it,
educate. Yes, if you're going to be safe, and you can do it until we get you to the point where you're ready to recover. Because
you said y'all sued the medical system and things like that, but how do you? Because even when I was coming up, I don't even know how much. I remember my mom would tell me, like, if the doctors ask you how bad it hurt, tell them a 10, 20, because then instead of getting Tylenol, matter of fact, we gonna say you're allergic to Motrin. You know what I'm saying? So instead of getting Tylenol or Motrin, you're gonna get Percocet. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna sell them. How if you're saying that I'm at a 10 or 20, right, and pain, and that's the drug to give you when you're at that level of pain, how are we going to separate? How are we going to differentiate? How we know when people are lying or not?
Yeah, but I think that, and I can't go too deep in it because some of the stuff's still pending, but we were able to prove that these companies were purposely pushing it out, and the court agreed. They were purposely giving people stuff that they knew what would.
All right, let's get into some of the questions that people. So first of all, I think he made a post about the potholes, right? And
Yeah.
people was going around, they was fixing the potholes,
Yeah.
but they fixing it with ass.
I said he didn't win the case. This is exactly what I said. These drug companies are still dragging it out in litigation.
Yeah.
What the fuck you mean you can't? You said you won. If you won and it's over, then you can talk about it. So
Pick a
clearly,
It's a pick a struggle moment.
right? Like, dude, you didn't win that case. Well, you may have won it. You may have won the judgment or whatever, but it's in appeal. So you can't talk about it because you still going through appeals. You didn't win shit. That's why I said, show me the check. Anyway.
And a lot of the comments were saying, bro, this asphalt, all it's gonna happen is I'm gonna drive over it, it's gonna come out of the streets, going hit on the window. Like, why not just give it a pave the whole street? And
the whole street is asphalt. So most streets in Baltimore are asphalt. They're not. You got some that are concrete. But I'm glad you brought this up. Folks got to understand, and we actually probably should do a post about this, about how roads, not just in Maryland, but across the state of Maryland, are resurfaced and why it's been such a struggle in recent years. So just so people know, road resurfacing in Maryland, but we'll talk about Baltimore for now, is done through the Highway User Revenue Program at the state, right? The state collects, so the city doesn't collect gas tax or tolls or any of that. The state collects that throughout the whole state, and they disseminate that down through HUR funds to the city and the counties to do their roads. But there's a difference. The city is the only jurisdiction that's responsible for all of their roads, right? In the county, so for example, if we driving up Park Heights, once we get to 7 Mile and get over into the county, the county doesn't take care of it. The state does for them. This county only has to maintain the side roads, but that's one portion of it.
So
Charles,
why don't you?
are your city streets in Baltimore, are the roads so paved and beautiful that you could push a Macbox car down the street and it'll go to the next one?
Hasn't been for years. Hey, here's my question, right? Why is it that everybody, because Baltimore's also a port city, right? i.e., we have a harbor, inner harbor. So we're not collecting taxes off the shit that's coming into ports? What about the casino, the Horseshoe Casino, right off of 295 coming into Baltimore? So you're telling me we were supposed to have casinos in Maryland and definitely a casino in Baltimore, and the casinos were supposed to be split 3 ways: general services, schools, and fire and police. So where's the money to fix the roads, especially if you're having this $600 million that you said you won, but you said that's still in litigation or whatever the fuck it is? So where's the money? You got so many trucks, you get so many tickets, you get so many ways to get money. You have how many sport? You have 2 major sports teams. You have like literally all these places. You have cruises coming out the harbor of Baltimore. You have all this money you coming out of the ports. You got Port Covington. You got the harbor. You got all this place around. Where's the money? Just saying. Maybe he might explain how to get the roads fixed.
But back in during the Great Recession in 2008, right? Back in that time when they had the big decline in the economy, they had to do it back then. Governor O'Malley and the state legislature took the funding away from HUR, reduced it for the city and the counties to make up the state's budget because of the Great Recession. Well, when Governor Hogan came into office, they never put it back, right? So from that time period all the way up until 2022, 2023, the city lost was because the large share of HRR comes to us because we have to maintain our own roads. We lost $900 million of roads funding that would have went to bridges and roads and things like that. And what we did, myself and the county executives went and fought to get that some of that funding rate increased back up. They're not going to replace the money we lost. We did that a few years ago, and it's helped us to start resurfacing more. But now, I was just in Annapolis last week testifying because the way that they're funding us now has a cliff. Starting with fiscal year 28, it's going to go back down if we can't convince the state to pass that and keep it up for us. And that's what people have to understand. Those crews out there doing it the way that they should. Actually go and we can do that. We can set you up to go out there with them. People will understand like the work that they do. They go out and put that stuff down, and they know that a lot of times like the road conditions are bad, and there's a whole plan. It's called Orange Cone. You can see every year how many miles. I'll probably be putting it out in the map of it, what we're going to be resurfacing in the city. But the truth is, not just myself, right? Because I heard from one of my colleagues on the Eastern Shore that their funding was so, when we were testifying in that bill a few years ago, that their funding had gotten so low that they couldn't even use asphalt. They were using tar and chip to do their roads. Transportation funding is a huge issue for the entire state of Maryland, not just Baltimore. It just shows up differently here because we lost the biggest amount of money and we have to maintain everything.
Okay, so I remember when I was here, I remember some of the times the asphalt will come up. If the roads are made out of asphalt, how does
it
that
deteriorate?
stuff?
Yeah, and you got especially if you're downtown, you got the steam and all the stuff underneath of it. It's going to deteriorate over time. But when you don't have the funding for the maintenance over it to have it resurfaced, like there's some roads that I've resurfaced since I've been mayor that hadn't been resurfaced since like I was 15 years old, right? Like when you think about that and the amount of lane miles and the funding that is actually needed, right? But you can't. Losing almost $1 billion that would have went to something and not having it is not something that you can just snap and replace. And we got to figure out how we.
And by the way,
where did it go then?
And by the way, what was Governor O'Malley? A Democrat.
Let me ask you a question. Are y'all a sanctuary city?
Yes, unfortunately.
That's where the money went.
Yep. Unfortunately, we are.
The money went into city leadership's pockets through backdoor NGOs. Like I said, with NGOs, y'all hear about all these organizations or whatnot. Number one, the main people that are quote unquote the figurehead of it are former criminals. The check for $5 million goes in the front door. $4.5 million of it go out the back door. The person that's the head of the organization gets $250,000, and the other $250,000 is used towards operational costs. You know, T-shirts and balloon release parties and paying people to show up and pretend to protest and all of that shit. That's where that money goes.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you what else crazy. What he failed to mention that we had almost $10 billion in surplus almost when Governor Hogan left. His boy Wes Moore overspent more than $10 billion on these fucking immigrants in sanctuary cities. Shit. That's where the money went. You literally had enough money in the state of Maryland that they could have paid them back all the money he just said. Your boy O'Malley, the Teflon Leprechaun, that was his nickname. He got more black kids than me. I'm not lying. He took a lot of fucking shit and added a lot of taxes like the rain tax. You're taxing people because of the rain. You're taxing people. The one thing you find out when Democrats in office, they love to tax the shit out of you. Your dollar does not stretch far with a Democrat in office. It just doesn't. because they spend. They're trying to get the fucking illegals to vote for them. They literally said, fuck you. But you telling me, you know what they could have got? They could have got federal funding. So why aren't they asking the fucking federal government for help for the roads? Isn't that not a what? A safety issue?
Trump is not providing federal funding to sanctuary cities.
Yep. And that's why your roads look.
Yeah, and if you're not turning over your records, your welfare, and your voting records, then you definitely not getting no money. That's why you got JD Vance as the fraud czar. That's why you got the FBI raiding Somalia. Wait till they hit California. You see, they already raided down here in Fulton County. Wait till they get California is the big dog. I think they wait until after the election, the governor election, because you got two Republicans who are leading in the polls as far as the governor race. That's why they came out with the Swalwell thing. They needed him to drop out because he was too dirty. He that dude's a rapist. He is too dirty. So they got him to drop out. Katie Porter, that raggedy chick has zero chance. Who's the other one? Who's the other Democrat that they got trying to run as governor? Right. You don't even know who it is. But exactly. You got two Republicans leading in the polls. I think after that governor race, after the guy gets elected and sworn in, that's when they're going to hit California because they won't have resistance. They won't have resistance. They'll have cooperation. And then California will be cleaned out. Kathy Hochul looks like she's getting ready to flip in New York because of Mondami. You know what I'm saying? That Mondami is a prime example of Democratic leadership as far as Democratic socialist / communist leadership. This motherfucker ain't even 6 months in and he's bankrupted the city.
She's about to do something because New York can't afford not to have money to take care of their fucking shit. Their fucking budget is devastating alone because of traffic.
Talking about some free buses. How
you can't most of your fucking money comes from public transportation in New York. How you gonna get free buses, you idiot? Socialism failed if it's by itself. I'm gonna see. Notice they don't want to talk the whole truth about the surplus. See, isn't it great having a guy who's actually from Baltimore and actually work with the government of Baltimore to tell you where the motherfucker's actually lying?
Have transportation funding in the state because it's not just about that too. It's about MTA too, right? And Hawaii, MTA, and the buses and the light rail and subway don't have the funding that they need because the funding is not there.
Okay, but speaking of funding, we talked about this a little bit, this propaganda and how it's one of them questions. Just just get you ready to let I feel like this is recent, like since CIAA. Something came about misplacing funding. What's this like? Can you explain?
It's not misplaced funding. Like, look,
tell us about the money we stole.
Misplacing funding. That's what they're trying to say.
No, let's be
That's
very
what
clear.
they trying to say.
They're talking about what they call purchase cards, right? They're very clear. If you actually read the report, it doesn't say that like my office, and it's not me, obviously. It doesn't say that like my staff like illegally spent city money. It said that they should have gotten a waiver or this should have had another level of approval, right? And they did it without it.
Let me ask you something, right? You and I go into business, right?
Mm-hmm.
In order to get money out the account, you need my signature and I need your signature. If I don't get your approval and you don't get my approval, is that illegal?
Yes, that's why Tiffany Hayward was in trouble.
So why is he trying to clean that shit up?
Cornered rat. And again, not it. This is him playing not it. Not it. Not it. The blood starts with you, but not it. Damn, who's outside?
Ayo. Continue.
Some of it is just ridiculous. Like they're like, oh, the city that they spent money on food at the skyboxes at the Orioles and the Ravens game. Well, like the irony of that, like if anybody's ever been to a skybox with me as the host, right? Like, of course we did. Like I'm inviting kids, people's parents that lost their children, firefighters' families that died, like people that had never been to the stadium, trash workers, people that filled potholes, firefighters and police officers, all these kind of people. Of course, I
never got invited to the skybox.
Supposed to like be able to allow them to eat. People that have never, I took this young man Mason who I met after the Brooklyn mass shooting a few years ago, him, his mother, and his sister to the game, who like they just went through some real traumatic. Some of our Safe Streets workers, our ROCA workers. That's what it's supposed to be for, right? But this is the key that I want to point out to you. We'll start with the Orioles. That stadium was built in 1992. I was 8 years old. Since 1992, when I was 8 years old, every single mayor in the history of the city has had the skybox there and has bought food with the money there. Not until 2026, when I'm the mayor, when I push back on people's ways of thinking and the way that they have been used to just willpower and people that just that go along and get along, do whatever they say. Have you ever heard a peep about it? The Ravens Stadium has been open since 1997, right? So think about that. Go through the mayors. Smoke, O'Malley, Dixon, Blake, Pugh, Young. Never heard of Pete. People should pay attention to that. Why now? And also, the city is not the only government entity that owns a skybox, right? Like people should pay very keen attention to why it's just the city of Baltimore. When Larry Hogan was the governor, they never asked like, how much money is the state of Maryland spending on the skybox at M&T Bank Stadium and at FedEx Field or whatever they call them, Commanders Field now. People have to understand.
You know why? Do you know why nobody questioned him on that? Because when he left office, he had almost over a $10 billion surplus.
And when you leave office in the good, in the green with a surplus, people aren't mad at you. They're not. The public is not. They're not going to complain. They're not going to bitch. You left them in the green. It's only when politicians leave the common man, the public figure in the red, he's going to receive backlash every time. It never fails. This is tried and true.
Here's the thing.
Hold on. How you been, man? How you been?
I've been good. Happy to hear your voice.
Yeah, it's good to hear your voice. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm not dead. The legend of Rasputin is a myth.
Here's the reason why nobody complained about Larry Hogan and how much he spent. Because he made the state money. People don't notice it was Larry Hogan who actually calmed down the riots in Baltimore, because we had help from all the police agencies around the state. We had Pennsylvania State, New Jersey State, Virginia State. The mayor of Baltimore, Rep. Stephanie Rollins Blake, failed to call any entities for help. It took Larry Hogan to also call the National Guard in when she was just incompetent. That's why they don't ask about that, because he made
meaning she couldn't pull a trigger. She wouldn't pull a trigger.
Nope.
That's what you call incompetence right there. it's a problem going on in your city, and you the mayor, you got to deal with it. It's the buck stops with you. Why did you have to let all those other higher levels than you make a decision that you were supposed to make? Oh, my bad. We talking about a woman, not a man. Mankind knows how to deal with issues like that. Womankind does not know how to handle it. Their shoulders was made for hugs and cuddling, not for pressure. Only their hips can handle pressure. Anything above that, they brain dead.
Not it.
Guess what?
Not it.
Larry Hogan's a Republican. The same guy Maryland didn't want to vote as a senator who did so well as governor, but she put also Brooke, whatever her name is. You put her in, and she had all kinds of controversies because you wanted that black girl power, Maryland. And notice.
Hey, Chuck, don't forget to talk about your favorite attorney general that you had. She did a bang up job.
Yeah,
Marilyn Mosby.
Why do you think the crowd was off the hook? She wouldn't prosecute anybody. Hell, she got prosecuted.
Understand how that stuff works. The same thing with the truck, right? Like they are obsessed with this truck, right? And like, oh, the mayor had a over $100,000 vehicle. One is a police vehicle, so it's gonna have a lot of extra equipment. It's a basic truck with police equipment. But this is the crazy part about that. Most government entities, executive government entities, replace their executive vehicles like every 3 years. The truck that replaced was 6 years old. The other truck that replaced, and I'm gonna tell you how long. One of the trucks that were replaced in 23 replaced a vehicle that Stephanie rode in as mayor. She hasn't been the mayor since 2016, right? When they're trying to turn this into something that's like, oh, they're being wasteful. When the irony is, it is like, actually, I purposely, because I grew up poor. They were like, when I first got into office, they were like, sir, do you want to get a new truck? I was like, no. They're like, why? I was like, because ain't nothing wrong with this one. But when it became basically inoperable, because when they get old, they break down, then you had to get a new one, right? It's not something that I wanted to do. It was a necessity, but it's also just being talked about in this slanted way, because they don't talk about who replaces vehicles more often. They only talk about the price tag for one vehicle.
But
$100,000.
It's not just $100,000. It's actually over 200 something grand because he had the bulletproof doors and windows installed. So it's over a little 250.
Oh, that's overkill.
Yeah.
That's overkill.
He got the presidential edition.
But I thought crime was down. Why you need a Pope-mobile for a mayor if crime is down?
Just in case.
Just in case what?
I don't know. Crime.
The YNs
Yeah, but if you're replacing,
want to keep you in office. You helping them.
Yeah. We ain't gonna hurt you. Just give us a cut.
vehicles every 3 years versus every 6 years, and replacing a lot of them, you and I both know that the numbers ain't going to add up. It's not, but it's how they present the information, because they want people, again, to think that people that look like you and I, people that cannot be controlled, people that come from where we come from, are automatically going to be corrupt and they shouldn't be trusted, and try to convince our people of that. But we smarter than that.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, and this is no way me.
I can't believe this nigga just pulled the race card of a fucking overpriced goddamn truck. If you grew up poor, look, okay, I didn't grow up poor, but I didn't grow up. Well, I was like somewhere between poor and middle class. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Low middle class.
I didn't grow up. I didn't grow up on public assistance, but we wasn't, living in whatever. You know what I'm saying? We made do.
You were comfortable.
Right. We was comfortable. So I grew up like that. Now I have resources, okay? I still live like that. So if you grew up poor, like he's saying, you know, getting $300 from a drug dealer that he sees as a hero, then why the fuck are you spending over $200,000 for a Pope-mobile for yourself? Anybody that's actually truly frugal, like he's trying to play like he is, will say, man, I don't need all that. The people love me. Right? Right? You ain't scared, right?
Yep.
This nigga went out and bought a Batmobile.
He said, fuck it. If crime's not going to fight itself, then I'll fight it. Alfred, to the mayor mobile.
You're in there.
Brandon Scott. He's going to fight himself. He's going to
when they say to him, why did you spend so much on a fucking truck? Even the governor don't ride around in a car or a vehicle that costs that much. What is you doing?
It's about 200,000 bulletproof or more.
Because you scared. You a scared little bitch. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. I bet you it's got a bar in it.
Of course. Let's see something real quick.
All the creature comfort amenities that goddamn mayor dignitary potentate will want and desire is in that bill. Y'all know it. Y'all know it.
Let's look at this.
Question. When all of this came about, when he was questioned on it and he tried to call it racist, before he even got the truck, why didn't he come out and announce, hey, look, I'm going to upgrade the mayoral vehicle because of exactly what he said. X, Y, and Z is super old. It needs an upgrade. So we're going to get rid of this one. We're going to auction off this old one and get a new one. But at the same time, the city, with the city commissioner and them, the tax, whoever, they should have said, well, look, we're going to allocate this much in the budget for you to get a new vehicle. Look at this.
I want you to look at this real quick. Can everybody read that?
Why are
How
all
much
of
does
these
the mayor of
people
Baltimore?
over $275,000 for the chief administrative officer? Oh, these are salaries.
Look how
Okay.
much the mayor gets. Look how much the mayor gets paid.
$250K and the governor gets $188K.
Right here.
Look at this. Calvin Young, Marvin James, these people, chief of staff, advisor, chief administrative officer, and the city solicitor make more than Governor Moore.
I'm just a lowly truck driver / former owner operator. How the fuck do you do that? Please, somebody help me with that a part of arithmetic, because that's a huge ass discrepancy.
How does who controls the city get paid more than the motherfucker who's in charge of the state? Who does that? Now, all of these motherfuckers, chief of staff, city solicitor, chief administrative officer, special advisor, they're all paid more than the governor of fucking Maryland. Okay? I want y'all to follow me.
But y'all can't get roads paved. with big what 600 million, $700 million or something.
In 2024, 397 city employees earned more than the governor, largely due to overtime, understaffed police and fire departments. For comparison, state governors around the U.S. average about 167K, right? With salaries ranging from $70,000 in Maine to $250,000 in New York City. Maryland's governor's salary is on the lower end of that range, which explains why Scott pay exceeds it. There's no way in fucking hell I'm in charge of a whole fucking state. You're gonna make more money than me. Several top city officials now earn more than the governor, and the city's top payers are well above the national average for state governors. These motherfuckers make more as city officials than 90% of the governors in the United States.
And you wonder why corruption runs rampant in city management.
I just want to prove something to you niggas. Don't make Charles Faulkner Jr. look like a liar.
That's ridiculous. That's fucking ridiculous. And then they walk out. It's funny. They walk in poor as thousandaires, and then when they leave, they're millionaires. How did that happen? How did that happen?
Oh, good investments. Wink, wink, no, no.
The Nancy Pelosi investments.
Pelosi. They don't pay taxes, but bitching about billionaires.
You mean good fucking kickbacks, not good fucking management, talent, and hard work. All that shit equals is kickbacks to me. Shit.
Damn, Charles, I went to bed and you still on.
Yeah. I said I just want to prove to people I'm not a liar. That is some weird shit.
No, you're not a liar. I mean, liar. You're not a liar. Brandon Scott would label you a hater.
I'm just saying. I just think it's weird that the guy who's in charge of your state, not the city, the entire state, is paid less than you. You can keep your money, but if I was mayor, I'd be like, no, I'll be damned if I'm paid lower than that goddamn mayor in this fucking county executive in this state. If I gotta be in charge of if something fails or I make it succeed, I'm supposed to be paid higher than you, motherfucker. No,
that's racist.
Well, guess what? He called me the Grand Wizard.
Charles, riddle me this. How hard? The state capital of Maryland is in Baltimore, correct? And the mayor's office, I said, riddle me this. The governor's office and the capital of Maryland is in Baltimore, correct?
No, Annapolis.
Annapolis. Oh, but Annapolis isn't that far from Baltimore. So with that being said, okay, but with that being said, you got this overly expensive ass limousine, bulletproof limousine. How come you don't share it with the governor? If you want to take some heat off him.
The governor has his own transportation. See, here's how the governor and the mayor are protected. The mayor detail, which is the executive protection detail, is by the city police. The governor's detail is by the Maryland State Police. So there's two different entities, two different law enforcement entities.
But all I'm saying is, I understand, but with all that money that was spent, goddamn it, you got to offset it some kind of way. Hey, I'm sharing this with the government. I would have said something like that, put that in press clip. I would have got the heat off my ass.
I don't want to say misuse, but make a mistake when it comes to these funding because we seen. I want to say again. I'm not trying to say something similar. I'm not trying to say it's the same thing, but Captain Pugh, we see her get arrested for like
selling books.
Yeah, and then
Mayor Dixon.
Mayor Dixon. I think it was like 500. It wasn't even. How hard is it to?
That's it's totally different things, right? They were doing something that they knew was wrong. That's why they were moving in the way that they were moving, and that's why they both have apologized for it, right? Like these, and this is the thing. We can't like hold that over their heads forever. I just saw Mayor Dixon last night, right? People would think that like we hate each other because we ran against each other. Like, no, I know this lady in my whole life. She made a mistake. You got to move on for that. Mayor Pugh made a mistake and paid for it. She went to jail. Now she's back home. She did her time. We got to let people come back into their community and be better, right? But what they were doing was actually wrong and outside of the scope of what they're supposed to be doing as official. Me paying for a funeral for somebody who died, who was a city worker, right? And maybe the team didn't get the clearance that they were supposed to get to help this family out, or they ordered food in a way that they weren't supposed to order without an extra. That's not misuse. It's not the use. It's
yes, it is.
It's the process. We're talking about the process. And
that's what makes it misuse.
We'll send it to you so you can read it. Most of the processes and things that they're talking about, we already started to fix, right? They just don't tell you that part because that's not sexy. It's not sexy to say like, oh, well, actually, if you read the full report, you'll see that they've done A, B, C, X, Y, and Z. You'll see that this and that, and this person and that thing has been put in place. But we live in a world where people are looking for the quick hit and not talking about,
especially on social media.
Oh, well, all those things. All right, you good?
Okay, I'm always done. My bad, y'all. I'm sorry. No, that's a fact, bro. And I love the fact that you're just so open to talk. Like, I love that. It's dope.
You can be that way when you didn't do nothing wrong. It is what it is.
Yeah. Yo, how do you? I'm a quick pivot. I feel like Baltimore. We have this hold on our people. We love our people. I was curious. Do you think? Follow me. Do you think somebody can be from Baltimore and like rep two different cities publicly?
I don't know about
What?
that, yo. I don't.
The fuck is he saying?
No.
All right, you gotta pick one, yo.
So you ready?
Go ahead. What you about to do?
So how,
you about to talk about much some Atlanta stuff? Yeah.
No. I was gonna ask you. So how you feel about Melo?
Oh, well, me and Melo had this conversation. We had this conversation. I look, and you can run the tape at the House of Melo thing. I said, look, we know you was born in New York, but you ours.
Yeah, man.
It's that simple. Like, you don't talk like a New Yorker, yo. You like he know.
Where you from? Run away.
That's my 84 Baltimore brother. He know, yo. He know. Like, nah, yo. No.
Yo, do you are you listening to any local music?
Not like right. Yo, I ain't got time. I got 2 under 2. You know what I listen to all day long? Gracie's on there. You understand? Elmo, Baby Shark. Like, people like, yo, what you watching? I'm like, I barely get
Miss Rachel.
basket. Yeah. Miss Rachel, Gracie, Elmo, it's Lucas and friends. I ain't got. Yeah, you want me to know? I can tell you the best new ABC song, though. I can give you that, yo. But other than that, no. Miss Gracie got
Gracie's corner.
Yeah, Gracie got bangers.
Yeah. Yo, so do you? All right, for the people that and like, y'all ain't gonna say people, right? And we've been talking. For somebody that will say I'm not political, right? I'm not into politics. Politics might be boring. What do you say to them?
I tell them,
be real. You don't have to.
I tell them that like. Politics impacts your life every day, whether you know it or not, right? Whether you can get on that bus and go to work and that job is there is impacted by decisions that people that are in policy making and politics decide. And if you want stuff to be like, for example, we'll give the perfect example, right? For years and years and years before I became mayor, they were closing rec centers. They closed all the PAL centers. They did all of these things, right? Like closed pools, all of these things. But then I got in office someone who grew up in Rec and Parks. And guess what happened? Rec and Parks budget is went up by 40% since I've been in the office. We opened 4 new rec centers, 6 pools. I got 5 rec centers under construction right now. That matters. And that's why people have to be a part. Your representation matters for the stuff that is important to you.
That gave me chills, bro, because the power centers, I feel like that saved a lot of people's lives, bro.
I know Tawanda Rec saved mine.
I ain't gonna lie. Also,
I thought the drug dealer
that's
saved his
crazy, bro. I
life.
appreciate you so much. I know y'all put the time. Yeah, this is just a question, Uncle.
Go ahead, you good.
How do y'all go about closing schools?
So we don't. The city does not control schools, right? So
I can't go back home.
Back when I was in 7th grade, schools essentially are like a private entity, or really an entity of the state, because all their policies and laws are at the state level, and most of their funding comes from state level. People think about it because we have like 2 elected school board members and I appoint the board. But unlike the police department, the CEO of the schools doesn't work for me. Like, I can go to the police commissioner and say, do this, do that, and he has no choice but to say, yes, sir. Same thing for public works, transportation, wrecking parts. That doesn't exist for schools. Now, we have 2 ways that schools get closed, really, that I'll explain to you really quickly. Through the 21st Century Schools Program, which is how we're building all the new schools, because we have less people, right? The state say you can't get the amount of money that you need to renovate every school with the amount of kids. So you're going to have to put schools together to get the amount of kids in there, because it's by per pupil. So that it happens that way. And that's been great. We built more new schools, renovated more schools than any urban district in the country. But then there's a process, especially for the charters. This is where this really comes into play. For the charters, where they have to get reapproved through a process, and they have to meet the stuff that the school board and the school system has put in before them. And sometimes they make tough decisions that they have to close, that people don't like sometimes, but you know,
yeah, I know
it's not something that I control though.
We at CLAAs, I will have to ask you, like, how is it looking? You have any plans for the future? Like,
well, look, the future is they never let it go back to Charlotte. We got them in 2029. Sorry, Charlotte, not sorry. But the CIAA existed in Charlotte for a long time. They felt true love here in Baltimore. But it's always a great week. It's one of my favorite weeks of the year, one of the blackest weeks of the year. Black CIAA excellence in Black Baltimore for Black History Month. Where else could you rather be? But it's also great. Like, for example, yesterday I was here and saw 2 of our own doing battle on the court. The young lady, Aresia, who was a ball girl in a tournament when it first came here, is a defensive player of the year for the CIAA. And another young lady was playing for Bowie, and they battling each other in the paint. You don't get better than that.
How is attendance looking? Is it
it's good? Attendance is up.
We hear negative stuff, but
attendance. If you want to talk to like CIAA people about the games and the tournament, you really got to talk to the presidents and the folks at the schools, right? Not the party promoters from Charlotte that are mad, like, because they will tell you that people actually come to the games here.
I heard it's
scholarships. The scholarships are more here. They feel that true love. So,
man, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much.
Anytime, my brother. Anytime. 1-5.
Oh man, Mayor Brandon Scott, man, Mr. J Hill.
And we are out. Woo!
Woo!